giving them huge amount of aid. Diplomatically and politically and economically, we have isolated Pakistan. Pakistan is in deep trouble. As we have said that the Indus Water Treaty is held in abeyance, which can create chaos in Pakistan, and they are aware of it. Secondly,
in fact, Major General Sehgal, I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you over the matter. We're getting in some more breaking news. Continue being with us. Viewers, now Pakistan Defence Attaché Colonel Taimur Rahat was caught making a throat-slitting gesture at Indians in London. Now, this is a person of the military. Colonel Taimur Rahat threatens Indians with slit-throating gesture at a UK rally. Now, with Abhinandan's poster behind, the Pak officer mocked India with a chilling gesture. This is an army officer that we're speaking of, who in the UK was caught on camera making a death threat towards Indians who were protesting over the Pahalgam terror strike. Shock emerges in London. Pakistan's colonel, somebody who's serving in their military, threatens Indians, mimics slitting throat. Diplomatic outrage has gone off over the matter. The Pakistani officer signaling violence against Indians abroad, falling beneath grace like every time. Circling back to Major General P.K. Sehgal, who continues joining us on the broadcast. Sir, this is an outrageous news that's come in. A Pakistani colonel, Taimur Rahat, threatened Indians with a throat-slitting gesture at a UK rally. What do you have to say about this fall from grace that Pakistan is not new to? We've all seen this before, but this has taken everything a step ahead.
He is just taking off from where the army chief of Pakistan left. Pakistani Army Chief Munir Khan some days back gave an absolutely stupid and undignified lecture wherein he said Kashmir is the jugular vein of Pakistan and Pakistan will aid and assist the people of Kashmir to gain independence. The type of language that he used is used only by the Maulanas. The entire world said that was the most undignified way of doing things. And erstwhile chiefs of Pakistan Army have told the government that he's an incapable leader and needs to be moved straight away. Similarly, the Pakistani colonel is absolutely following the footsteps of what has been shown by the Army Chief of Pakistan. It's again a diabolical act. The entire world is watching this, and apparently the entire world is with India. They know that Pakistan is a epicenter of terrorism. Wherever major terrorist attacks have taken place anywhere in the world, Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved, whether it is in Russia, whether it is in America, whether it is in Europe or Britain or elsewhere, or in Asia, Southeast Asia. Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved in a very major way. And it's high time that India acts very, very strongly, and I'm very certain that India is going to act very strongly to ensure that once for all, terrorism across Pakistan is taken care of. And as far as we are concerned, hereafter there is going to be total and absolute consistency. What they did in Pahalgam was nothing short of an act of war. If they say that abrogation of the treaty or abeyance of the treaty is an act of war, what they did was nothing short of an act of war. They attacked India's soul. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि हमारी आत्मा को हमला किया है. We have been very proud of our diversity for thousands of years. Every Republic Day parade we show India's unity in diversity, and they try to attack India's diversity by attacking Hindus based on their religion. This is something totally unacceptable, and the entire world is standing behind India. Even the Chinese have kept quiet on it. For the first 24 hours, they did not issue any condemnatory statement at all, and they did not say anything. But after 24 hours, while they have not condemned Pakistan, nor have they said it's a terrorist act, they said this sort of a thing is absolutely unpardonable and should not have happened. The only other country which has kept quiet is Pakistan, because Pakistan has gone into a denial mode. They denied what happened in Mumbai. They denied what happened in Kargil. In fact, they did not even take back the bodies of several hundred soldiers of theirs, saying that they are the local mujahideen. We have nothing to do with it. Similarly, Pakistan has always and every time been in a denial mode. And the third country which has kept quiet so far is Canada, because they got major election on the 28th, and no political party wants to issue a statement which could harm them in the elections. But after the 28th, I'm very certain if Kerry forms the government, there will be total and absolute backers and supporters of India. I have no doubts in that in my mind at all. Very interestingly, we have fortunately been able to shape the international environment exactly what Mrs. Gandhi did in 71. Before we attacked Bangladesh, or that time East Pakistan, it was very essential that the international environment was shaped the way you wanted it. And External Affairs Minister has done an absolute superb job in shaping the international environment. Pakistan is already rattled because the Defense Minister has categorically stated that we could attack we could attack the ISI headquarters, we could attack the Pakistani Navy, or could we attack the air assets. It is absolutely vital and important to keep the enemy unbalanced and keep him confused.
Major General Sehgal, yes. Yes, thank you so much for getting us your insights and for joining us on Republic. It's always very insightful to speak to you and get your opinions on matters. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track other breaking news that we're getting. Now, protests against Pakistan have erupted globally. There are protests ongoing in London, Copenhagen against Pakistan on the Pahalgam terror strike. The Indian diaspora is angry. It's outraged by what unfolded in Pahalgam on the unfaithful afternoon of April 22nd, and now protests against Pakistan have erupted globally. These are the live visuals of protests that are ongoing in London, Copenhagen against the Pakistani authorities and the state over the Pahalgam terror strike that killed 26 innocents. There are also Israeli flags that you can see being raised. This comes in tandem with Israel's full support to India in its fight against Pakistan's nurturing of terror links. The Indian diaspora is angry. We can also listen in to what the Indian diaspora is saying in London. In fact, on one side there's London, on the other there's Copenhagen, where Indian diaspora is out on the streets protesting against Pakistan's hostilities, unprovoked, uncalled for hostilities, cowardly, dastardly attacks on innocents. Viewers, in fact, looking at another facet of this entire diplomatic turmoil that has come after the attack. Now, India has taken the initial steps by pulling the plug on the Indus Waters Treaty with a three-phase plan of implementation, with an end result to completely dry up Pakistani wells. Here's a detailed report on that. Take a look.
The anger is mounting across the nation over Pakistan's dastardly terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. With chorus growing for tough action and retaliation against Pakistan. India has taken the initial steps by pulling the plug on the Indus Water Treaty. The plan of implementation will take place in 3 different phases, with an end result of leaving Pakistan completely dried up. In a 3-phased plan, first phase will be immediate, followed by mid-term and long-term implementation. The centre is also planning to increase the water storage capacity along with the removal of silt from dams. Union Minister for Water Resources C.R. Patil welcomed the move, calling the Prime Minister's decision justified and in national interest. C.R. Patil said that his ministry will ensure that not even a single drop of water from the Indus River goes to Pakistan. India's stand on terror is abundantly clear, and now it's Pakistan's time to pay the price.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi arrived in Kashmir on Friday to review the situation in the wake of the Pahalgam attack earlier this week that left 26 people, mostly tourists, dead. He was briefed by the Army's General Officer Commanding of the Srinagar-based 15 Corps on the overall security situation in the valley and actions being taken against terrorists within Indian territory, as well as attempts by the Pakistani Army to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. Now, the Army Chief also visited Pahalgam to get a first-hand account of the situation in the aftermath of the terror strike. Later, General Dwivedi attended the security review meeting at Raj Bhavan, which was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Manoj Sinha. Amid escalating tensions after the deadly Pahalgam terrorist strike, the Border Security Force and Punjab Police on Friday recovered alarming quantities of arms and explosives from a field in Sahowal village near the India-Pakistan border in Amritsar. The cache, which was discovered during the harvesting of crops, included 4.5 kilograms of RDX, 5 hand grenades, 5 pistols, 8 magazines, 220 rounds of ammunition, 2 batteries and a remote control, all concealed in a large packet. Sources indicate that the packets were dropped via drones from the neighbouring country in the Ajanla police station area. The National Investigation Agency has conducted extensive search operations at multiple locations across Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir and other states across India in cases linked to Pakistan-backed cross-border smuggling of arms and narcotics by Khalistani operatives. Several electronic devices and other incriminating material were recovered during the searches conducted at 18 different locations across Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Karnataka. The NIA teams are examining the seized items to unravel the entire conspiracy behind the smuggling and the radicalization of individuals in Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir and other states of India. Following the deadliest terror strike in Pahalgam, security forces have launched an extensive search operation across multiple locations in the Anantnag district in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, according to the police, the ongoing search operations in the district are part of comprehensive counter-terror strategies aimed at dismantling militant networks and their support systems across south of Kashmir. Police have already detained above 1,500 individuals from across Kashmir for questioning in connection with the brutal massacre by the Pakistan-sponsored terrorists who gunned down 26 innocent tourists, including 1 foreign national, in Pahalgam, which falls in the Anantnag district. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has articulated his support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the fight against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. Chief Minister Reddy held candlelight march on Friday, which is yesterday in Hyderabad, to protest against Pahalgam terror strike. The protest march saw participation from several senior political figures, including AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi, senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid, and former cricketer and Congress leader Mohammad Azharuddin. Later, the Chief Minister said that all will work with Prime Minister Modi and 140 million Indians are with the Prime Minister in the fight against terror. He urged the centre to take strict action against Pakistan and give the hostile neighbour a befitting reply.
देश प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से एक ही गुजारिश है, ये ऐसे मौके पे जो आतंकवादी अपने देशवासियों के ऊपर हमला किए, ऐसे हमला को हम सब एकजुट होकर 140 करोड़ लोग हम सब मिलकर मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने का वक्त है।
Viewers, it's time to take a look at what's happening in the aftermath of the deadly attacks across India, as India continues to remain blanketed by grief, sorrow and anger. Massive protests continued across the country as people took to the streets to condemn the dastardly Pahalgam terror strike in Jammu and Kashmir that left over 26 innocent people killed, including 1 foreign nationals. Now, demonstrations were seen from Delhi to Hyderabad, with citizens demanding just one thing: justice, and expressing their solidarity with the victims. Here's our report on the nationwide outrage. Take a look.
Friday saw a wave of protests across the country in response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam, Kashmir. Major shopping hubs in Delhi, including Connaught Place, Sadar Bazaar and Chandni Chowk, observed a Delhi bundh.
पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ, उसके विरोध में दिल्ली का पूरा व्यापार बंद है। दिल्ली में लगभग 8 लाख दुकानें, 900 से अधिक बाजार में कोई कारोबार नहीं होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट किया है कि दोषियों को वो सजा दी जाएगी जिसकी उन्होंने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। तो दिल्ली और देश का व्यापारी पूरी तरीके से साथ है।
Traders from various sectors, including textiles, spices and utensils, shut their shops in a strong show of solidarity and demand for justice. In several towns across Uttar Pradesh and Telangana, protesters wore black armbands and gathered peacefully to express their anger and grief over the loss of the innocent lives. In Jammu, BJP leaders and supporters performed a puja for the peace of the departed souls, while Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad members staged protests in Dehradun. As the nation mourns the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, the call for unity, justice and decisive action continues to echo across the cities.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic. Now, post the Pahalgam massacre, agitated Indians are staging protests wherever they are. The Indian diaspora of the UK staged a protest right outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday. They condemned the Pahalgam massacre and accused Pakistan of nurturing terrorists with placards in their hands and slogans in their voices. Take a look at this. The anger over the Pahalgam massacre has gripped Indians beyond borders. On Friday, Indian diaspora staged a protest outside the Pakistan High Commission in London, condemning the Pahalgam terror strike. Raising placards which read, "I am Hindu," the protesters gathered outside the Pakistan High Commission, chanting slogans against the country. The protesters charged Pakistan of nurturing terrorism. They said the whole Indian community living in the UK are agitated over the massacre conducted by the Pakistan-nurtured terrorists in Pahalgam.
हम सब भारतीय लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। हम ये सारा प्रदर्शन करने आए हैं पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, जो उन्होंने आतंकी फैक्ट्री बना रखी है, और उसको उस वजह से हमारे पहलगाम के लोग बेचारे 26-27 लोगों को मार दिया गया। उसके खिलाफ प्रदर्शन करने आए हैं।
The Pahalgam massacre has jolted Indians across the board. The gunning down of 26 innocents and unarmed tourists by the terrorists has left every Indian aghast and agitated. The nation is brewing with anger and there is growing demand for action. Now the anger is fast spreading beyond the border. Houses of 7 Lashkar-e-Toiba active terrorists have been razed to ground in Pulwama, Kulgam, Tral, Bijbehara and Shopian sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. We're tracking all the details of that for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 9 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the focus is on India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Protests have broken out across the nation and across the world as well. And in the latest, a Pakistani colonel, a defense attaché in London, has made barbaric signals and signs of hostility. We'll get you all the latest on that, but first a quick check on the headlines we're tracking. Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Global protests erupt against Pakistan. Indian diaspora protests outside Pak High Commission in London and Copenhagen. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir. Spooked by rising tensions, Pakistan moves tanks to LOC. Stepping up pressure, the centre says it has formulated a comprehensive plan to ensure not a single drop of water flows into Pakistan. Security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. First up, viewers, Pakistan Defence Attaché Colonel Taimur Rahat has been caught making throat-slitting gesture at Indians in London. Colonel Taimur Rahat threatens Indians with slit-throat gesture at a UK rally. And Abhinandan's poster was also held right in front of him, and he was making these gestures while Indians were protesting outside the Pakistan High Commission. It's a shocking display of hostility and barbarism. Pakistan's Defence Attaché Colonel Taimur Rahat was caught on camera making a throat-slitting gesture aimed at Indians during a public event outside their High Commission in London. And this outrageous act, viewers, took place with a poster of Indian hero Wing Commander Abhinandan in the background, a blatant attempt to mock and intimidate India on foreign soil. Colonel Rahat, remember viewers, is a uniformed representative of the Pakistani army. He didn't just cross a diplomatic line. He has issued a barbaric gesture of hostility, and this gesture wasn't a slip, it was calculated and a chilling threat that reflects the deep-seated hate festering within Pakistani establishment. Pakistan's hate is out on display. There you can see that is Taimur Rahat, Defence Attaché, who is now in Pakistan High Commission in London. And to give us more insights on this and much more, we have Major General K.K. Sinha, retired, and also Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, defense expert, will also join us live. But for now, let's go across to Major General K.K. Sinha. Major General, a very good morning to you. This is an outrageous, sign and gesture made by the Pakistan's Defense Attaché, Colonel Taimur Rahat. How do you look at this, sir?
Good morning and Jai Hind. The Pakistani colonel who's a defense attaché in London, making a gesture. This is a gesture of throat cutting, and their army chief has talked about jugular veins. He has said the Kashmir is the jugular vein. Probably he's trying to just portray that. I think for diplomatic, anyone who has, appointed as a military attaché, I think nothing can be more low than this, what we can see. See, the Pakistan can do any drama. Basically, they are the jihadis. They are the people who are actually carrying out the terrorism all over the world. The actions will speak on ground, not by gesture. And, background of that was the wing commanders, I believe Abhinandan, who's a Veer Chakra, who has gone inside the Pakistan single-handedly, brought it down their F-16 and then walked with the chest high and came back to the India. Just why Pakistan was severing? He was there, no? Now why are you putting his poster there? Their ministers came all the way to Wagah to, let Abhinandan come back to India, because the threat was that only word was there, if you will not everything be, that time told to them by the military attaches who were there in Pakistan, that everything will fall to them and our missiles and everything are waiting. They were severing, and this is their, now they can do this gesture in London. But in fact, and this is the revolution not by Indian, but the revolution was by the people who were the political parties discussing in the parliament, that in that particular time, they were severing in their pants. They were so scared. The Bajwa was so scared. So it is reminded, that Pakistan is what we see, their reactions on ground, they are severing, they are scared, and they are showing this gesture in London where the Indians are protesting. Globally, protests are going on. So I think it has got no meaning whatsoever, other than a vulgar display of something. They can show it, and they have been doing like this. They keep jumping, and they remember in the complete history of Pakistan, such a long time. Every time they have been showing, because their generals like Ayub Khan, they used to make a statement before operations of 65, 71, thing like
Major
that.
General, I'm
that
sorry
they
to
will be
interrupt
having
you,
the breakfast
but
in
this
India.
gesture, Major General, has crossed all lines in terms of diplomatic conduct. Do you think that the local administration there should crack down on, Taimur Rahat for making such outrageous gestures out in the public while also provocating, holding Abhinandan's poster?
Yeah. The India should take it very, very strongly. Not public. Publics are doing exactly the protesting it there. They will not get into the violence part of it. But UK should take the note of this. How they are permitting all these things are happening over there. There is a peaceful protest outside the Pakistan embassy, and this gentleman, he is just a military attaché. He is not even, a diplomatic, authority of Pakistan in UK. But I have got, through your channel, I have got, want to not request, but the appeal to the British High Commission that what they are doing over there, why they are accepting all these things. And if you see, they are in the placard which our people are carrying over there, it is just a peaceful and democratic, and also it is a norm which you protest over there with the Indian flags. And this gentleman is showing a gesture which is below the belt. Below it is not diplomatic norms which he is doing it. And I'm so glad that he's actually displaying the placard which the Pakistanis back home, 25 crore of them, actually they get scared when Abhinandan was there. Wing Commander Abhinandan is symbol of the courage. He is the symbol of determination. He is the symbol of valor, and he is a Veer Chakra. So I'm very happy. He is doing the job on behalf of us, displaying Abhinandan's placard over there in his embassy. It shows how cowardice they are, how scared they are, how they look and they can go back. And one more thing, this gesture of jugular vein, which their army chief Asim Munir has been speaking, and it is indicating of Kashmir, is they should now bother about the POK. They should bother about Gilgit-Baltistan, because India is coming in a big, big way.
That's right, Major General. This gesture goes on to show institutional hate by Pakistan, and India will definitely push for the expulsion of this officer, or rather this coward who was standing there and, signaling throat-slitting gesture. And we hope that the UK government also takes note of this and takes stringent action. But many thanks, Major General KK Sinha, for joining us live on this broadcast. Now let's move on, viewers, because the UN Security Council has also called for the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of the Pahalgam terror attack responsible and bring them to justice. The UN Security Council has issued a strong statement, has condemned terrorism. In its recent statement, the members of the Security Council have condemned it in the strongest terms and have also expressed their deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the victims and to the government of India and government of Nepal, and wish a speedy and full recovery of those who were injured. And the members of the Security Council reaffirmed that terrorism in all its forms and manifestations constitutes one of the most serious threats to international peace and security. Hence, those perpetrators, those cowards who were involved in the Pahalgam attack must be brought to book. That's the latest statement coming in from the UN Security Council. Moving on, viewers, after houses of two terrorists were blown up into smithereens in Tral area of Jammu and Kashmir, Authorities have now demolished 3 more houses of terrorists. Those of active terrorist Ehsan Ahmad Sheikh in Pulwama, house of terrorist Shahid Kutte in Shopian, they have also been demolished, and the house of an active terrorist Jahid Ahmad of Matlhama of Kulgam have also been razed to the ground during the night operations. 5 terrorists and their houses. Crackdown has indeed begun in full swing on a war footing. Forces are identifying each and every terrorist residing in the valley, and their houses are now being flattened. And so far, 5 terrorist houses have been identified, and they have been completely reduced to dust. The visuals you can see on your screens are of those 5 terrorists whose houses have now been demolished. Zeenat is live with us. Zeenat, 5 terrorists' houses have been demolished. The crackdown will continue today. Tell us about this particular, crackdown that the forces have launched, their plan to dismantle the terror ecosystem that's thriving in the valley.
This is a crackdown on terror after civilian massacres that was witnessed in Baisaran of Pahalgam in Anantnag district. We saw action yesterday also during the midnight that the houses were blown up in Tral and then in Anantnag also. And today midnight, again the action had followed by the Jammu and Kashmir administration along with the security apparatus. This is a message to those who are supporting the terror network or the terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley, because as per the police in Kashmir Valley, they've been saying these are the people who have been active, and somewhere their role has been found in Pahalgam attack. And now this is more like sending a message that nobody is above law and you will be treated equally wherever you are and whosoever you are. Nobody will be spared. In the way, we can say that this has built up pressure on the people who are supporting the terrorism, because on the one side, we see the one person who joins the terror network, but then we see the entire family gets punished in the way. Yesterday in Tral, we witnessed the people crying that the person has left the house some 8 years back. He's not in touch with the family, but then the police and the intelligence agencies do have the information and the inputs and the proves that the family still supports. On the one side, you are enjoying the perks, you are enjoying a good life, but on the other side, you are taking the life of someone else. So this is something for which the Jammu and Kashmir government is now working very hard to see that these kind of activities are stopped, and in future, this kind of activities does not thrive in the Kashmir Valley, for which now the government of J&K is taking all the kind of actions, whatever is possible. See, these are the four of the districts, because Tral is the police district of Avantipora, but it is the district of Pulwama. Then you have the Shopian, Kulgam and Anantnag. This is the entire belt of South Kashmir, and this is the South Kashmir zone where we see more of the action. If we see North and taking the count from the North Kashmir or the Central Kashmir, even those people living in North, quite close to LOC, they also witnessed Pakistan firing along the line of control, targeting the posts located along the line of control. In a way, Pakistan is well aware that India has always carried a posture of carried a very hard posture, and they know that something big will happen. That is why we see the videos and the feeds that we are seeing on the social media, that they too are very prepared, knowing that India will retaliate. And Prime Minister Modi in Bihar recently said that they will not have imagined the kind of blow the government of India is going to give to them. That tells you that how the Pakistan has taken the message of Prime Minister of country very seriously. We are seeing the developments coming from MEA. They are also taking the measures. One of the biggest hit of the MEA measure was the stop or the divert the water that was in the agreement of Indus Water Treaty, which is one of the important treaty that was signed between Liaquat Ali Khan and Jawaharlal Nehru. Now that treaty has been put in abeyance, and this is going to affect Pakistan badly, because when you will not have the water, you will go on the warlike situation in your own country. That is one of the mechanisms or the plans that the government of India has initiated. Okay, fine. Till now we were fine with it. We used to give warnings, but now let your people also note what you did to the country, and you are getting the response. Yesterday, many of the people from the Pakistan who was on the SARC visa, they had to leave the country immediately. At the end of the day, it is only the population who gets affected, and the terrorists, they don't have any religion. They don't have a normal life. They don't have a religion. But let them know that the countrymen are paying the cost now, because India is into the situation where they will go for a war-like situation is being witnessed in Jammu and Kashmir, even across the border, where you see that machinery has been completely up, and India is also gearing up, because at the end of the country, the Narendra Modi government has always given assurance to the people of the country that they have chosen the right government by giving vote to BJP, by electing BJP. And if you remember the feeds that would come from across the country, the people would say, we are giving vote for Narendra Modi. As long as you vote for Narendra Modi, the country is going to be safe. So Prime Minister is in a very tight position at present. He has to keep that faith among the people for himself, that yes, it is Narendra Modi who is heading the country, and this time these perpetrators will not be left. They will be answered in their own language. So these kind of the activities or the actions that go on the ground, it is more like that you are tearing that onion, the layers are coming out so that you reach to the core. So because NIA National Investigating Agency is going to take up this case for the further investigations, to collect those links, to connect the dots of the entire incident, like how it was, the conspiracy was hatched, who all people were involved in this conspiracy that had led to civilian massacre, leaving some 26 people killed and around 17 injured. Even those who are injured, some of them are even critical. One of them has been airlifted just day before from the Anantnag hospital. So in a way, NIA is also, the houses are being destroyed, demolished, razed to ground. Many people have been picked up, door-to-door searches going on. This is all the activity that the investigating apparatus is doing to reach to the core of
That's right, Zeenat. Every single activity of these terrorists residing in the valley is being monitored, and every step is also being followed. And now the time is up for all those terror associates and terrorists living in the valley, because their houses are being identified and they're being flattened. But many thanks, Zeenat, for joining us with those details. Viewers, here's a ground report from one of these houses that were demolished during the crackdown.
पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले में शामिल आतंकियों पर कार्रवाई करने के साथ साथ जो उनके मददगार हैं उन पर भी बड़ा एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है, और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है, जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। एहसान उल हक के बारे में दे दे जानकारी आपको कि ये जो एहसान उल हक है, ये जो है 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद यहाँ पर जो है ये कुछ दिनों पहले ही आया था घाटी में वापस। जैश ए मोहम्मद का जो आतंकी है, ये बताया जा रहा है, जिसके घर को मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का ये आतंकी है जो 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद ये वापस कश्मीर में आया। इसके बाद जो इसकी एक्टिविटी है वो बढ़ गई है। पहलगाम में हुए जिस तरीके से हमला हुआ था टूरिस्टों के ऊपर, उसमें दरअसल माना यह जा रहा है कि एहसान उल हक की जो भूमिका है वो संदिग्ध है, हेल्पर के रूप में है, या एक तरीके से मददगार जो है वो यहाँ पे पाया जा रहा है। और इसी वजह से यहाँ पे सेना की ओर से पहले यहाँ पे जवान आए, उनकी ओर से सर्च ऑपरेशन को चलाया गया। उसके बाद एक ब्लास्ट के जरिए घर को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। हालांकि ब्लास्ट से जो आसपास के घर हैं उन्हें भी काफ़ी नुकसान पहुंचा है। कुछ जो लोगों के घर हैं वो भी यहाँ पे डैमेज हो गए हैं, खिड़कियाँ टूट गई, बहुत घरों के दरवाजे टूट गए हैं। लेकिन ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये जो मलबे में तब्दील हो गया, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है। हालांकि इसके पहले भी आप याद करिए कि कल साउथ कश्मीर में के त्राल में, यानी कि वहाँ पर जो दो घर थे आसिफ शेख के और आदिल का, उसके घर को ध्वस्त किया गया। और आज की अगर बात की जाए, जो तस्वीर निकल के सामने आई है वो है एहसान उल हक की, जो कि जैश ए मोहम्मद का आतंकी बताया जाता है। उसके घर को फिलहाल यहाँ पे ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। गांव के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे इकट्ठे तो हो गए हैं, लेकिन कोई बात करने को इस पूरी घटना को लेकर तैयार नहीं है। गाँव के जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो बहुत टाइम से एहसान से नहीं मिले हैं, कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है। लेकिन यहाँ पे फिलहाल जो नज़र आ रहा है वो ये कि एक तरफ मोदी सरकार की ओर से बड़े फैसले किए जा रहे हैं, तो वही दूसरी ओर सेना की ओर से भी लगातार पहलगाम आतंकी घटना के बाद से जो आतंकी हैं उनके घरों को मिट्टी में मिलाया जा रहा है, चुन चुन के इन्हें ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और कड़ी कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
Shifting our focus to Ahmedabad, viewers, the crime branch along with the SOG has organized a combing operation to apprehend foreign immigrants residing illegally in Ahmedabad, and during the operation more than 400 suspicious immigrants have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Police have detained more than 100 Bangladeshi immigrants in Surat. So the total number of immigrants, illegal immigrants who have been detained has now mounted to 500, and this is nothing less than a declaration, viewers, a declaration that the days of illegal foreign squatters roaming free, hiding in plain sight and taking advantage of our system are over. And at 3 a.m., while most of the city was asleep, the agencies cracked down and they detained about 400 individuals. And we also have a reaction coming in from the Ahmedabad crime branch. Let's listen it.
HM साहब, DGP सर, CP सर की सूचना थी कि जो अहमदाबाद में काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में घुसनखोरों को पकड़ा जाए। उसी के आधार पे अप्रैल 2024 से अब तक 2 FIR क्राइम ब्रांच ने की थी। उसमें 127 बांग्लादेशी जो गैर कायदेसर रह रहे थे उनको पकड़ा गया था। उसमें से 77 जितने को डिपोर्ट किया गया, बाकियों का ऑर्डर आना भी बाकी है। उसी के इनपुट्स के आधार पे ये पता चला था कि चंडोला के आसपास काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में बांग्लादेशी रह रहे हैं। और आज सुबह से DCP जोन 6 रवि मोहन सैनी जी, DCP क्राइम अजीत राजन जी, DCP SOG जय राजवाला जी और काफ़ी बड़ी पुलिस की संख्या में हमने कॉम्बिंग की। सुबह 2 बजे से ये कॉम्बिंग चालू थी और अब तक हम 457 लोगों को डिटेन किया है। उनकी पूछपरछ क्राइम ब्रांच में जाके की जाएगी और जैसे वो इस्टेब्लिश हो जाएगा कि ये लोग बांग्लादेशी हैं, गैर कायदेसर घुसे हैं और यहाँ का ID बना है, तो फिर हम वो डिपोर्टेशन का भी प्रोसेस करेंगे।
Yes, 500 illegal immigrants were rounded up by multiple teams, and the message is very clear. This is no longer a safe house for them. Now, moving on, we have more breaking news coming in. Ceasefire violation by Pakistan. Unprovoked small firing was carried out by Pakistan on multiple checkposts along the line of control in Kashmir. Indian troops have also responded appropriately by firing back at them. So far, no casualties have been reported, but this is a clear violation of ceasefire by Pakistan. Unprovoked and unapologetic firing by Pakistan continues at the LOC. Moving on, viewers, massive protests continued across the country as people took to the streets to condemn the deadly Pahalgam terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir that left 28 people dead. Demonstrations were seen from Delhi to Hyderabad with citizens demanding justice and expressing solidarity with the terror victims. Here's our report on the nationwide outrage.
Friday saw a wave of protests across the country in response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam, Kashmir. Major shopping hubs in Delhi, including Connaught Place, Sadar Bazaar and Chandni Chowk, observed a Delhi bundh.
पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके विरोध में दिल्ली का पूरा व्यापार बंद है। दिल्ली में लगभग 8 लाख दुकानें, 900 से अधिक बाजार में कोई कारोबार नहीं होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट किया है कि दोषियों को वो सजा दी जाएगी जिसकी उन्होंने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। तो दिल्ली और देश का व्यापारी पूरी तरीके से साथ है।
Traders from various sectors, including textiles, spices and utensils, shut their shops in a strong show of solidarity and demand for justice. In several towns across Uttar Pradesh and Telangana, protesters wore black armbands and gathered peacefully to express their anger and grief over the loss of the innocent lives. In Jammu, BJP leaders and supporters performed a puja for the peace of the departed souls, while Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad members staged protests in Dehradun. As the nation mourns the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, the call for unity, justice and decisive action continues to echo across the cities.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the crackdown on illegal immigrants as 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Stay tuned for more on that.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर गेंद है
Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes truth-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Global protest erupts against Pakistan-Indian diaspora protests outside Pakistan High Commission in London and Copenhagen. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir, spooked by rising tensions. Pakistan moves tanks to the LOC. Stepping up pressure, the centre says it has formulated a comprehensive plan to ensure not a single drop of water flows into Pakistan. Security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgaon areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Saturday. Breaking news coming in. 2 OGWs have been arrested in the Kulgaon area of Jammu and Kashmir. Arms and ammunition have been recovered from their possession. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. The latest update for you we have is that 2 OGWs have been arrested in the Kulgaon area of Jammu and Kashmir. We keep a focus on Jammu and Kashmir as we keep getting you back-to-back updates on this story. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now on Republic TV to help us understand what exactly is happening. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell our viewers who latest coming in. We know that this is coming right in the backdrop of the manhunt for the terrorists, manhunt for the associates. What are we learning of right now?
Yes, absolutely, Shwangi. We have seen that the operation is still on its day 5 today, and we have seen that the coordinate search operation is on at the various locations across Jammu and Kashmir, where we have seen, if we'll talk about the 2 OGWs who were arrested yesterday late evening in the Pahalgam, and we have seen that the arms ammunition also have been recovered. This was the credible intelligence input that was received by the Pahalgam police. Then after they have launched the coordinate search operation in the area, and we have seen that the 2 individuals have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the arms ammunition have also been recovered. Same kind of the operations are taking place not only here in the South Kashmir region, but we have seen in the North Kashmir districts like Baramulla, Bandipora, and other areas of the South Kashmir like Pahalgam and Pulwama, where these anti-terror operations are taking place. Yes, Shwangi.
Yes, and if you could take our viewers through, more details coming in, because we have to help our viewers understand what are OGWs. Overground worker is an individual who helps terrorists with logistical support, cash, shelter, other infrastructure. Do we know anything else about the background of this OGW who have right now been identified? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen the Shwangi. These OGWs work as sleeper cells, and they support terrorists to carry the attacks. Before the attack, they take help from these OGWs to carry out the recce of the area. Then after, we have seen these OGWs are also being used by the terrorists to transport the any arms ammunition from one location to another locations. Also, to help for the shelters that too are being provided by these OGWs in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. But we have already seen in the Bandipora that 4 OGWs were arrested by the Joint Security Forces. But this time we have seen in the South Kashmir, Pahalgam, where 2 OGWs was detained yesterday by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Later on, after the investigation, they have disclosed the various locations. Then after, we have seen the arms and ammunition recovery took place, and it indicates the alertness of the forces here in the Kashmir Valley after the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. Yes.
Right. I just want to come back to you right now, because you're at the attack site, Pahalgam, and we are also learning some more updates coming in, where helicopter movement, viewers, is continuing in the attack site at Pahalgam. We'll try to put those pictures out for you as well and go back to Arawat, who is getting us these updates. But from what we understand, and from the information that we're getting for viewers, is that continuous helicopter movement can be seen in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack. We have seen that helicopters have resumed flying as well. And they're wrecking the spot. They are trying to wreck the spot. That is also very important information coming in right now. I want to go back to my colleague who's joining us right now. Let's go back to our colleague in Pahalgam, who is getting us back-to-back updates. Okay, let's go back to Arawat. Arawat, we are seeing, the pictures on a screen. Now, we already know that the army has permitted limited flying of Dhruv helicopters after the Pahalgam attack. Are these the same helicopters which are surveying the area, they're wrecking the area? This is full surveillance. Yes, Arawat, take our viewers through these pictures coming in. Which helicopters are these?
Yes, absolutely, Shwangi. We have seen that the search operation is continued in the Pahalgam, and we have also seen that the helicopter movement is continue. Can be seen in the visuals that Republic has accessed in the area of Pahalgam, where the helicopters are still flying. I'll request my VJ to take you through these visuals also, where a while back we have seen that the helicopter movement was seen, and after this attack we have seen the area is being continuously monitored by the helicopters, by the troopers of the special forces into these dense forests where the attack took place, and it's difficult for the forces to do ground operation. That's why the area is being monitored by the drone surveillances, also by the helicopters, and it's difficult forces to carry search in these operations. But it's day 5 today, and the operation is on in the Pahalgam, and also you can see the snow-covered mountains. These are the glaciers. That's why the operation is taking time. But we have seen that the multiple helicopters of the Indian Army are doing the patrolling in the entire area, not only at this location where this incident happened, but across the Kashmir Valley. We have seen from time to time movement of the helicopters. We have yesterday seen that the Army Chief's movement also here in the Pahalgam. Then after, we have seen that the more helicopters were rushed to this place near the attack site where this incident happened. Also, yesterday morning we have seen that the fighter jets was also roaming here in the sky, and then after we have seen that the search operation is continue as of now. We have seen that the market is still closed here in the Pahalgam. As of now, transport is also thick on the roads as the operation is going on. If we'll talk about overall about the situation about the anti-terror operations in the Kashmir, we have seen the operations are underway in the South Kashmir, Pulwama. Moreover, locations at 6 locations which are being cordoned off by the joint security forces in the Pulwama. Also, the same kind of operation is also underway in the Kulgam and Shopian. It indicates the alertness of the forces that after the visit of the Amit Shah here in the Kashmir Valley, after this deadly terror attack, he has asked the authorities here from the security not to spare anybody who is supporting these terrorists and providing shelter. That's why then after we have seen that the demolition of the residential houses of the terrorists are taking place. Overall, we have seen that the operation is underway. It's day 5, but we have seen the search operation is continue here.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I will be coming back to you. I will be coming back to you soon because we put a focus in Pahalgam. We have reporters there. But some breaking news coming in. All over the world, protests, viewers, against Pakistan erupts. All over the world, globally, protests in London, protests in Copenhagen against Pakistan on Pahalgam terror attack. We'll put those pictures out for you as well, viewers. And what you will see is that the protest is continuing. There's anger globally against the dastardly, cowardly Pahalgam attacks. The world is uniting. The world is uniting with India, standing with India. Whether it's London, pictures coming in with protesters holding the Indian flag, or whether it is on the right hand of your side, Copenhagen from Denmark. Global protests against Pakistan. Indian diaspora protesting right outside the Pakistan High Commission in London. So those pictures coming in right from there on the left hand side. Protests on the streets of London. Demonstrators are condemning the Pahalgam terror attack, killing the 26 innocent tourists, and protests accuse Pakistan of supporting the terrorist groups. So these are the members of the Indian community and the global community coming together in different parts of the world, holding a strong protest outside the Pakistan High Commission in London and other areas in Copenhagen in Denmark. And demonstrators are carrying Indian flags, banners, placards, expressing grief over the loss of innocent lives and demanding justice for the victims. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers. We have to go ahead right now because ceasefire violation by Pakistan. Once more, unprovoked small firing was carried out by multiple Pakistan army posts all across the line of control in Kashmir. Indian troops have responded appropriately with small arms. So these are the pictures we are getting for you as well. These are pictures coming in. These are deferred pictures, by the way, which are coming in right now on Republic TV. And we see Pakistan once again is violating the ceasefire at the LOC. The Indian army has responded back. It has responded back appropriately. Indian army responded appropriately with small arms. All right, let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran is joining us right now. Gursimran, India is giving appropriate and a strong message back. Indian army is retaliated. If you could take our viewers to latest coming in, because we have seen Pakistani troops once again have fired at Indian posts across the LOC. And I have to mention to our viewers that this has happened while India has not provoked Pakistan. In fact, this is unprovoked firing which Pakistan has done towards the Indian post. Yes, Gursimran, what are we learning of right now?
See, right after the Pakistan decision to suspend the Shimla agreement, we have seen Pakistan now provoking India time and again. It's for the second consecutive day that the Pakistan has violated the ceasefire along the line of control in the Kashmir Valley. This has come late last night when the Pakistan started firing at the Indian army positions, especially in the Kupwara area, Stangdhar sector, where the Pakistan resorted to back-to-back of violations of the ceasefire along the line of control. And these firings were aimed at the positions of the Indian army, but it was retaliated effectively by the troops of the Indian Army that have been deployed as part of the counter-insurgency group and the anti-infiltration grid that is there in place along the line of control. This firing went on for some 90 minutes at different locations, after which the guns have fallen silent. But one thing is very clear, that Pakistan do not want peace to prevail. At a time when the Pakistan is showing the apprehensions that the India will strike them, these kind of a misadventure from the Pakistani side is self-invitory for the Indian side, that the Pakistan is violating the ceasefire and that needs to be given a befitting reply. This is what we have seen way back in 2016, also in 2019, when these surgical strikes and air strikes took place. Before that also, Pakistan has heightened the provocation along the line of control and it has to pay the price. But this time also India is giving Pakistan a befitting reply, and also the Pakistan's decision to suspend the Shimla agreement may land Pakistan in trouble as well.
That is right, Gursimran. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more, as once again Pakistan violates ceasefire with India. And we move ahead, viewers, because the anger is mounting across the nation over Pakistan's dastardly terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, and major global powers have extended support to New Delhi in its future course of action. Here's more on the story.
The anger is mounting across the nation over Pakistan's dastardly terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, with chorus growing for tough action and retaliation against Pakistan. From the United States to Middle Eastern nations, the global powers of the world are standing shoulder to shoulder with India in its fight against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. Israeli Ambassador Reuven Azar came in support of India and said Israel is looking forward to support India bilaterally and globally.
Well, we of course extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. We are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally.
Followed by Israel support, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met ambassadors of Egypt and Argentina. The diplomats held detailed discussions with EAM Jaishankar over strategic partnership and Pakistan's attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam.
First of all, the solidarity in the name of the Argentine government and the Argentine people for India, for the people of India, for the government of India, and our thoughts with the ones who lost their loved ones, the people that are injured also, and of course the Indian people in general that has been attacked and is in this commotion that was provoked by this terrible and unacceptable attack to the Indian territory and the Indian people. Prime Minister Modi is in the leadership of this country, the most populated country in the world, and he is delivering the message of support and leadership that the country deserves. So I think it was correct in the sense that terrorism has to be punished. It has to be prevented, it has to be prosecuted, but it has to be punished. And I think that in the strong statement that he made the first day and the following days.
Significantly, EAM S. Jaishankar held a detailed telephonic conversation with his Saudi counterpart Faisal bin Farhan, and also met with former New Zealand PM Helen Clark and appreciated their support and solidarity. Speaking of the United States, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard expressed solidarity with India and extended Washington's support to India in its fight against terrorism. India has been receiving support globally in its resolve to give a befitting reply to Pakistan in its own coin.
Also coming up, viewers, crackdown on illegal immigrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Stay tuned as we are live and breaking.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called...
Getting some updates coming in right now, some breaking news coming in. We're coming to know that amid the prevailing tension, the Western Army commander has gone ahead and reviewed the operational preparedness of Strike Corps of Indian Army Operational Preparedness. Okay, so we're coming to know that the Western Army chief has visited the Strike Corps. Western Army commander Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar has reviewed the operational preparedness of Strike Corps of Indian Army. Operational preparedness under the Ambala-based Kharga Corps was reviewed by the Western Army commander, and Strike Corps is organized for attacking and moving swiftly deeper into Army territory. So these are the top updates coming in, and I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Gursimran is joining us to take our viewers through the latest coming in. Yes, Gursimran, take our viewers through the latest in terms of what we are learning. We know that some review and operational reviews are happening as we speak. Go ahead and take our viewers through this breaking news coming in on the Western Army commander visiting the Strike Corps, and also take our viewers through what is the role of the Strike Corps.
See, this is a messaging to the Pakistan that India is preparing for everything, that the Pakistan says that they are ready to strike back. But this is the Western Army commander, Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar, who has visited the Strike Corps of the Indian Army based in Ambala. This is the second corps of the Indian Army, also known as the Kharga Corps. He has visited there. He has done the operational review of the preparedness of the troop. Important to mention that the Strike Corps are meant for the advancement in the enemy's area and also for the offenses that the country launches. So now with the Manoj Kumar Katiyar, the Western Army commander, visiting the Strike Corps in Ambala is a clear message that India is preparing for everything possible, because this visit comes at a time when there are prevailing tensions between India and Pakistan. Pakistan is of the view that India may launch some strike on them, and at this given time the Western Army commander visiting the Strike Corps, which is dedicatedly made for the offences in the enemy's region. This is very clear that the posturing of the Indian Army, this is to send a message to the Pakistan that they have to bow down, that the Pakistan needs to see that the India has done with all the homework that they need to, because we are witnessing that this is taking place at a time when the operation, the exercise of the Indian Air Force, Akraman, is also taking place. And at that given time, the Western Army commander visiting the Strike Corps of the Indian Army based in Ambala, that is very close to the Jammu and Kashmir police and is covering the borders of the Punjab and the nearby areas. This is very important, this visit of the Western Army commander. We are told that the Western Army commander was there for more than 24 hours. He has reviewed in details of the preparation and some of the roadmaps that the Strike Corps of the Indian Army, the second two corps, has made with regards to the operation and how the operations will be executed. Everything is there on the papers for the Strike Corps of the Indian Army, because these are the dedicated corps of the Indian Army for the operations within the enemy's area.
That is right. I will be coming back to you, Gursimran. Thank you for getting those details. Our team of reporters are on the ground this weekend, getting us back-to-back updates. Taking a short break, but do not go anywhere. Security forces demolish the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopia and Kulgam areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Stay tuned as we are live and breaking.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
I thought
क्रिकेट फैंस
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद,
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Welcome back, viewers of your live and breaking. Republic positive influencer Vishal Khandelwal is narrating you the history of Pahalgam and how it has been a gateway to Amarnath Yatra. Let's watch it.
Republic positive influencer Vishal Khandelwal is narrating you the history of Pahalgam and how it has been a gateway to Amarnath Yatra. Let's watch it.
पहलगाम की बेसरन घाटी में 26 मासूम पर्यटकों को आतंकवादियों ने अपनी गोली का निशाना बनाया। ये वही खूबसूरत वादी है पहलगाम की, जहाँ ये 26 लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आनंद लेने आए थे। लेकिन अब से जब भी जिक्र होगा इन खूबसूरत वादियों का, इन 26 मासूम लोगों की हत्या का भी जिक्र होगा, क्योंकि इन्हें कहाँ पता था कि जहाँ ये आनंद लेने आ रहे हैं वहाँ पर मौत इनका इंतजार कर रही है। आखिर क्या है इतिहास पहलगाम का? क्यों आते हैं इतने लोग पहलगाम घूमने? आइए जानते हैं। हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल। हिंदू पुराणों के हिसाब से पहलगाम का मतलब होता है बैलों वाला गांव, जहां भगवान शिव ने अपने वाहन नंदी को पहलगाम में छोड़ दिया था अमरनाथ जाने से पहले। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपने सर पर जो धारण चंद्रमा था उसे चंदनबारी में छोड़ा, गले में जो सांप था उसे शेषनाग झील में छोड़ा और पंचतरणी में जो 5 नेचर के एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, आकाश, अग्नि, वायु, जल, धरती, उन्हें वहां त्याग करके फिर अमरनाथ की गुफा में गए माता पार्वती को अमर तत्व की कहानी सुनाने के लिए। एक इतिहास ये भी कहता है इससे इतर कि चक वंश का राज था कश्मीर और पहलगाम के आसपास के इलाकों में। और इस कहानी की शुरुआत होती है 1561 AD में, जब चक वंश के पहले राजा बनते हैं कश्मीर में गाजी शाह चक, जो हराते हैं शाह मीर के वंश को। और उसके बाद से लगातार 1589 तक चक वंश का राज रहता है कश्मीर में, जिनके आखिरी राजा थे याकूब शाह चक, जो अकबर के हाथों हार स्वीकार करते हैं क्योंकि उनकी खुद की प्रजा उन पर दबाव देते हैं उनके निर्णयों के कारण। इसके बाद मुगल एरा शुरू हो जाता है कश्मीर में, जहां पर अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब ये सभी ही पहलगाम और आसपास की खूबसूरत वादियों को अपना शाही ग्रीष्म स्थल बनाते हैं और लगातार इस जन्नत का लुत्फ उठाते हैं। और यहाँ तक किसी ने कहा था कि इस दुनिया में अगर जन्नत है तो वो सिर्फ यही है, यही है, यही है। लेकिन आज यही जन्नत कांप रही है दहशत से, क्योंकि इस नरसंहार के बाद लोगों के मन में ये भय जरूर बैठ गया है कि अब अगर हम वहां जाएंगे तो अगली गोली का शिकार हम तो नहीं। लेकिन बात सिर्फ इतनी सी नहीं, चक वंश से पहले भी पहलगाम के आसपास बहुत ही ज्यादा रिच हेरिटेज और कल्चर था, क्योंकि पहलगाम से 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है अवंतीपुर टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर 9वीं शताब्दी में राजा अवंती वर्मन ने बनाया था, जो उत्तर भारत के प्रमुख शासकों में से एक थे। यहाँ पर 2 मंदिर है, एक भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और एक भगवान विष्णु को। अभी भले मंदिर की स्थिति ऐसी नहीं जैसे पुराने समय में थी, लेकिन ये मंदिर की नक्काशी देखकर ये जरूर बताया जा सकता है कि ये मंदिर बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राचीन है। इसके बाद आता है मार्तंड सूर्य मंदिर। इसे 8वीं शताब्दी में राजा ललितादित्य मुक्तापीड ने बनाया था, जो कारकोटा वंश के महान शासक थे। ऐसा कहा जाता था कि इस मंदिर के चारों तरफ 84 स्तंभ थे, जिन्हें देखने के लिए लोग दूर दूर से आते थे। इसके अलावा आज भले मंदिर खंडर की स्थिति में, लेकिन इसे देखकर अंदाजा लगाना बड़ा आसान है कि उस समय इसका स्थापत्य एक अद्भुत ही दिशा में दिखा होगा। इसके बाद आता है मामलेश्वर मंदिर। ये मंदिर 12वीं शताब्दी में बनाया गया था और ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर अपने शिवलिंग के गर्भगृह के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसिद्ध है। इन सभी स्थलों को देखने के बाद एक बात तो साफ है कि पहलगाम और उसके आसपास की जितनी भी घाटियां हैं वे सभी आध्यात्मिक और ऐतिहासिक धरोहर से भरी हुई है। और अंत में जाने से पहले जो लोग मरे हैं उनके आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे, अपने चरणों में जगह दे और उनके परिजनों को, उनके अपने परिवार के लोगों को शक्ति दे अपने आप को संभालने के लिए। ये कठिन समय है, पूरा भारत उनके साथ खड़ा है, हम भी उनके साथ हैं। और अंत में आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं। हमें सुझाव देते रहिए कि किन विषयों पर हमें वीडियो बनाने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this
summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and Pakistan is playing the role that it plays the best, one of an aggrieved neighbor as it continues to crossfire across the line of control, breaching the ceasefire at the LOC. Tracking all the details of that for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Global protests erupt against Pakistan. Indian diaspora protests outside Pakistan High Commission in London and Copenhagen. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir. Spooked by rising tensions, Pakistan moves tanks to the LOC. Stepping up pressure, the centre says it has formulated a comprehensive plan to ensure not a single drop of water flows into the Pakistani territory. Security forces have demolished the houses of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal migrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Viewers, Pakistan's defense attaché, Colonel Taimur Rahat, was caught making throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Now, Colonel Taimur Rahat threatened Indians with a slit throat gesture at a UK rally. He was holding an Abhinandan poster and the Pak officer standing behind it mocked India with chilling gestures. Now, Pakistan Army officer was caught doing this on camera in the UK in front of the Indian diaspora, making death threats, signaling death threats to Indians. This was a shocking news that comes from London. Pakistan's colonel completely falling from grace and threatening Indians, mimicking the slitting of the throat. Diplomatic outrage has begun over the matter. Now, Pakistani army officers signaled violence against Indians abroad on the territory in the UK, in London, while a protest was being staged against the Pahalgam terror strike. Retired Major General Rajan Kochar also joins us on the broadcast to get us more details. Major General Kochar, completely outrageous but not very new. Pakistan's complete fall from grace. A military officer was seen making a throat-slitting signal towards protesters in London. Talk to us about it.
I think it's extremely shameful that an officer of the Pakistan Army who's in a diplomatic mission, he has crossed all lines of decency, and it reflects in the frustration which is there in the Pakistan Army. I think he's following the footsteps of his chief, Munir, who also a few days back similarly was gesturing and speaking in an overseas gathering of their own people. So it is reflects on the culture, I would say, of the Pakistan military and the desperation in which they are there today, because they are fearing Indian attack, which is likely to target Pakistan military establishments. And that is why there is also news that the senior Pakistan army officers have dispatched their families, including General Munir, to UK and United States, because they feel that Pakistan will not be able to secure their safety. So you can see the panic which is setting into the Pakistan army, and this panic is showing on the face of this colonel, who has crossed all limits of decency by making such stupid gesture in a public gathering. And I think there is going to be a lot of backlash in our country where these visuals are being seen and shown by your channel. And I could sum it up by saying that these are the signs of desperation because of fears they have of an onslaught which is soon going to be launched by the Indian Army.
Yeah. Major General Kochar, also you have served the army. You know what a glorious, a difficult job that it is to be in the army and to serve in the army. But don't you agree that the army's fight is never against unarmed civilians? Unarmed civilians asking just for peace, stability and justice for the victims of the terror attack. But this army officer was seen, making such gestures, giving death threats to unarmed civilians who are grieved by the terror attack, and they're only trying to protest for peace and justice.
You're absolutely right. You see, I will give you an example of our operations in Jammu and Kashmir, where we find that at times we have to storm into a building where the terrorists are hiding, and the neighborhood have got all civilians. We don't carry out these operations in a hurry. We ensure that there is no collateral damage. We ensure that the civilians are moved out safely from that area. Only then our soldiers go in. This has been the ethos of the Indian Army. Even if you look at the 1971 war, when we went into Pakistan, we went into their villages on the border, and we never killed any of their civilians. But it is not the case with Pakistan, as we saw in the Bangladesh war, how they targeted innocent Bangladeshis, raped their women. So it is a matter of a strategic culture which is taught to you in a particular army. I think Pakistan Army lacks that culture, as we have seen in other incidents. You can take, for example, Balochistan, where these young men have been picked up, from their houses and tortured, and after that their whereabouts are not known. So these are the kind of barbaric acts which the Pakistan army does, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and Major General Kocher, thanks very much for joining us on the story. It's also important to remember that these were children also who were standing in front of the Pakistan High Commission when this gesture was made by a Pakistani army officer, so to say. In fact, viewers, to shift focus and track other facets of the story, after houses of 2 terrorists were blown up in the Tral sector of Jammu and Kashmir, authorities have now demolished 3 more houses of terrorists. Now, the house of active Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Ehsan Ahmed Sheikh was demolished in Pulwama, and the house of another terrorist, Shahid Kutte, in Shopian sector was also flattened. The house of an active terrorist, Zahid Ahmed of Matalhama, Kulgam, was razed to the ground during the night. Active anti-terror operations crackdown on terror continuing across the Kashmir sector in Tral, Kulgam, Shopian, Anantnag district, and also Pulwama districts. While yesterday 2 houses of these LET terrorists who were also named to be involved in the Pahalgam terror strike were demolished, completely flattened and blown up by the security forces, today 3 more houses have been demolished. Now, one of these houses was of terrorist Ehsan Ahmed Sheikh. This was in Pulwama, and his house was completely flattened by the security forces. A massive hunt is underway for the perpetrators of the bloody attack that took place in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. Also being joined by my colleague Ehrawat, who joins me from Ground Zero. Ehrawat, speak to us about the demolitions that you've been seeing. 3 more houses have been demolished today.
Yes, absolutely. If we'll talk about the ongoing operation which is going on across the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the terrorists who are involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, their properties have been demolished by the joint security forces in the South Kashmir areas. The demolition started from the South Kashmir Stran, where a terrorist identified as Asif Sheikh was behind this deadly terror attack, in which we have seen that the 26 lives was killed, civilians were killed in the deadly terror attack. His residential house was yesterday demolished. Then after, we have seen that the more demolitions take place in the South Kashmir's Bijbihara area in the Moran. Also, then after, we have seen same kind of operations are also underway as of now. If we talk about the South Kashmir's Kulgam district, where a terrorist who was infiltrated to Pakistan and got trainings from the various terror networks there. Then after, he has recently exfiltrated to this side, and he is also involved in this deadly terror attack. Overall, if we talk about the ongoing operation, we have seen that the 7 structures have been demolished by the joint security forces after the deadly terror attack in the in South Kashmir's Pahalgam, where we have seen that the operation is still going on. There is expectation that the more residential houses of the terrorists may be demolished in the coming days. Yes.
Right, Ehrawat. In fact, continue being with us. We'll also quickly get you a report that my colleague Anamika brings to you from Ground Zero over the demolition of Ehsan Ahmed Sheikh's house. Take a look.
पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले में शामिल आतंकियों पर कार्रवाई करने के साथ साथ जो उनके मददगार हैं उन पर भी बड़ा एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। एहसान उल हक के बारे में दे दे जानकारी आपको कि ये जो एहसान उल हक है, ये जो है 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद यहाँ पर जो है ये कुछ दिनों पहले ही आया था घाटी में वापस। जैश ए मोहम्मद का जो आतंकी है, ये बताया जा रहा है, जिसके घर को मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का ये आतंकी है जो 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद ये वापस कश्मीर में आया। इसके बाद जो इसकी एक्टिविटी है वो बढ़ गई है। पहलगाम में हुए जिस तरीके से हमला हुआ था टूरिस्टों के ऊपर, उसमें दरअसल माना यह जा रहा है कि एहसान उल हक की जो भूमिका है वो संदिग्ध है, हेल्पर के रूप में है, या एक तरीके से मददगार जो है वो यहाँ पे पाया जा रहा है। और इसी वजह से यहाँ पे सेना की ओर से पहले यहाँ पे जवान आए, उनकी ओर से सर्च ऑपरेशन को चलाया गया। उसके बाद एक ब्लास्ट के जरिए घर को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। हालांकि ब्लास्ट से जो आसपास के घर हैं उन्हें भी काफ़ी नुकसान पहुंचा है। कुछ जो लोगों के घर हैं वो भी यहाँ पे डैमेज हो गए हैं, खिड़कियाँ टूट गई, बहुत घरों के दरवाजे टूट गए हैं। लेकिन ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये जो मलबे में तब्दील हो गया, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है। हालांकि इसके पहले भी आप याद करिए कि कल साउथ कश्मीर में के त्राल में, यानी कि वहाँ पर जो 2 घर थे, आसिफ शेख के और आदिल का, उसके घर को ध्वस्त किया गया। और आज की अगर बात की जाए, जो तस्वीर निकल के सामने आई है वो है एहसान उल हक की, जो कि जैश ए मोहम्मद का आतंकी बताया जाता है। उसके घर को फिलहाल यहाँ पे ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। गांव के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे इकट्ठे तो हो गए हैं, लेकिन कोई बात करने को इस पूरी घटना को लेकर तैयार नहीं है। गाँव के जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो बहुत टाइम से एहसान से नहीं मिले हैं, कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है। लेकिन यहाँ पे फिलहाल जो नज़र आ रहा है वो ये कि एक तरफ मोदी सरकार की ओर से बड़े फैसले किए जा रहे हैं, तो वही दूसरी ओर सेना की ओर से भी लगातार पहलगाम आतंकी घटना के बाद से जो आतंकी हैं उनके घरों को मिट्टी में मिलाया जा रहा है, चुन चुन के इन्हें ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और कड़ी कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
Viewers, we're also getting in some fresh breaking developments into the matter. Now, protests against Pakistan have erupted globally. There are protests happening in London in the UK and also in Copenhagen in Denmark and also in Melbourne against Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror strike. Multiple, at least 3 global protests against Pakistan. Indian diaspora completely enraged by the cowardly attack that took the lives of 26 innocent Indians, including one foreign national, in the meadows of the Pahalgam Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, protests have erupted in the UK, where they're being staged in London. The visuals are on your screens. On the other hand, in the other window, it's Copenhagen in Denmark, where the Indian diaspora has come together to protest against Pakistan's barbaric, cowardly actions. Now, there are also protests that are happening in Melbourne against Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror strike. Viewers, 26 innocent lives, and the call for justice, the call for revenge is echoing across the globe, from London to Copenhagen to Melbourne. Everywhere the Indian diaspora stands tall with flags in their fists, asking for justice for the victims of the Pahalgam terror strike. In fact, viewers, these protests are not just limited to London and Copenhagen. There's a protest simultaneously also going on in Melbourne. Now, the London protest is happening right outside the Pakistan High Commission. In fact, just moments ago, we also showed you what the Pakistan High Commission's response was. An army officer standing atop a balcony in the High Commission gestured throat-slitting signals towards the Indian diaspora that's standing tall, protesting against terror activities that are being perpetrated by the side of the Pakistani state on the Indian soil. 26 innocent lives were lost at the hands of this cowardly strike. This was one of the worst terror strikes to have hit the valley of Jammu and Kashmir in over 2 decades, 20 years, and this is what happened. In fact, viewers, we've just gotten the shots of the protests that are ongoing in Melbourne. In fact, it's also very important. You have to call it what it is. This was targeted killings wrapped in a terror strike against Hindus. Men were singled out, completely killed, shot dead, point blank, in front of their families, their wives, their children, grandchildren. As India continues to be blanketed by the grief and anger, these are the protests that the Indian diaspora has launched in London, Copenhagen, and Melbourne. The anger over the Pahalgam massacre has gripped Indians beyond borders. On Friday, Indian diaspora staged a protest outside the Pakistan High Commission in London, condemning the Pahalgam terror strike. Raising placards which read, "I am Hindu," the protesters gathered outside the Pakistan High Commission, chanting slogans against the country. The protesters charged Pakistan of nurturing terrorism. They said the whole Indian community living in the UK are agitated over the massacre conducted by the Pakistan-nurtured terrorists in Pahalgam.
हम सब भारतीय लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। हम ये सारा प्रदर्शन करने आए हैं पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, जो उन्होंने आतंकी फैक्ट्री बना रखी है।
The Pahalgam massacre has jolted Indians across the board. The gunning down of 26 innocents and unarmed tourists by the terrorists has left every Indian aghast and agitated. The nation is brewing with anger and there is growing demand for action. Now the anger is fast spreading beyond the border. UN Security Council has called for the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers and even sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and to bring them to justice. UNSC has weighed in over the matter as clarion calls for justice against the terror strike in Pahalgam are growing globally. UN Security Council has now stepped in. They have called for the quote-unquote need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers and even sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and to bring them to justice. A major blow for the Pakistani state as the global anger completes raging over the issue that they keep raking time and again, the nurturing of terrorists in their own territory. Now the UNSC has stepped in, sounding clarion support for the Indian state and asking Pakistan to get its act together. In fact, they have said that the perpetrators, attackers and also financiers and sponsors of the terror strike in Pahalgam should be brought to justice as soon as possible. Meanwhile, viewers, that's not all. Massive protests continued across India as people took to the streets to condemn the deadly Pahalgam terror strike in Jammu and Kashmir that left 26 people dead. Now, demonstrations were seen from Delhi till Hyderabad, with citizens demanding just one thing: justice. They were out on the streets expressing their solidarity with the victims of the unfortunate, cowardly strikes at the wee hours in the afternoon of 22nd April. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Friday saw a wave of protests across the country in response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam, Kashmir. Major shopping hubs in Delhi, including Connaught Place, Sadar Bazaar and Chandni Chowk, observed a Delhi bundh.
पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके विरोध में दिल्ली का पूरा व्यापार बंद है। दिल्ली में लगभग 8 लाख दुकानें, 900 से अधिक बाजार में कोई कारोबार नहीं होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट किया है कि दोषियों को वो सजा दी जाएगी जिसकी उन्होंने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। तो दिल्ली और देश का व्यापारी पूरी तरीके से साथ है।
Traders from various sectors, including textiles, spices and utensils, shut their shops in a strong show of solidarity and demand for justice. In several towns across Uttar Pradesh and Telangana, protesters wore black armbands and gathered peacefully to express their anger and grief over the loss of the innocent lives. In Jammu, BJP leaders and supporters performed a puja for the peace of the departed souls, while Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad members staged protests in Dehradun. As the nation mourns the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, the call for unity, justice and decisive action continues to echo across the cities.
We're getting in a fresh breaking development. Helicopter movement is continuous at the attack site in Pahalgam. Now, just yesterday, we could also see the fighter jets of the Indian Air Force moving across the airspace right above the Pahalgam meadows where the attacks happened. And these are the visuals of military helicopter movement. Choppers out and about in action right above the Pahalgam attack site, which is the meadows in Pahalgam. The military has swung into action. In fact, Air Force's fighter jets have been pushed towards Kashmir. They've been put on deployment. They've been kept steady and prepared and ready for anything that is to be thwarted hereafter. In fact, a helicopter and chopper movement was also spotted just moments ago right above the Pahalgam meadows where the terror strike took place, killing 26 innocent people. Erawat, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Erawat, speak to us about the military movement in the valley. We just saw choppers flying over the attack site in Pahalgam. Speak to us about the Indian Air Force's action. I think there was a problem connecting with my colleague Rawat on the other side, who is in Pahalgam reporting from ground zero. But viewers, these are the visuals on your screens of military choppers which were spotted right above the Pahalgam meadows in Jammu and Kashmir just earlier today. In fact, this comes after yesterday fighter jet movement was also spotted above the same spot, the meadows in Baisara, where the attack happened in Pahalgam in the Anantnag district in Jammu and Kashmir. The Indian Air Force has swung into action. In fact, several squadrons have been pressed in for preparedness and to stand ready and steady to thwart attacks. Erawat continues to join us on the broadcast. Erawat, speak to us about the chopper movement that has been spotted off late.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen after a deadly attack that took place here in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lives were lost in deadly terror attack. Also, we have seen the entire area is under cordon and search operation. It's day 5. We have seen the water bodies are also being searched by the helicopter. Also, we have seen the dense forests in the Pahalgam are also being searched through the various choppers. We have seen the senior officials are continuously on the ground monitoring the minute-to-minute updates and minute-to-minute access the situation, what's happening there. Also, we have seen that the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Indian Army are there at the spot where this deadly incident happened. The area is not only being monitored through the helicopters and choppers, but the latest technology gadgets like the quadcopters of the Indian Army are also present into services near the location where this incident happened. Also, we have seen that the cordon and search operation is on across the Kashmir Valley, whether we will talk about the Kolgam area, Pulwama and Bandipora, where we have seen that the OGWs were also arrested. But after that, we have seen after the disclosure of the arrest, then after they have disclosed the few locations where the security forces have launched the cordon and search operation as of now. Yes.
Right, Erawat, thanks very much for getting us those key details. For now, viewers, shifting focus, tracking other facets of the same story. Now, after the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror strike, after it has unraveled, a clear Pakistani hand has been emerged. The telltale similarities with the deadly Hamas terror attacks in southern Israel on October 7th, 2023 has not escaped the notice of the top security establishment. Now, Republic has exclusively accessed clinching visual evidence of a secret meeting between Hamas leaders and top al-Lashkar commanders that went down in Pakistan just weeks before the cowardly Pahalgam terror strike. Take a look at this.
As the nation mourns the Pahalgam victims, chilling clips and survivor accounts continue to bring out the sheer barbarity of the attack. Viral clips show how the cover
to see the lines that are very similar, because the terrorists are copycatting and they are inspiring each other, unfortunately. We've seen Hamas leaders being invited to areas, to Lashkar-e-Taiba events, etc. And this is completely unacceptable. We know that they have a same goal, but we have a same goal as well. We are going to fight as civilized societies to get rid of these terrorists and to get rid of the root causes of that are enshrined in this extremist, distorted religious cult.
As an undeniable Hamas link emerges, it is to be seen if the ambit of the Pahalgam probe extends beyond Pakistan.
Crackdown continues on illegal immigrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Getting you all the details into that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
जुल्दे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर की है कुंडी
Pakistan Defense Attaché issues threats, makes throat-sliding gestures at Indians in London. Global protest erupts against Pakistan. Indian diaspora protests outside Pakistan High Commission in London and Copenhagen. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir. Spooked by rising tensions, Pakistan moves tanks to the LOC. Stepping up pressure, the centre says it has formulated a comprehensive plan to ensure not a single drop of water flows into Pakistan. Security forces demolished the houses of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 a.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We continue our blanket coverage on the dastardly attack in Pahalgam. But first, here are other stories. Now, Ahmedabad Crime Branch, along with SOG, organizes combined operation to apprehend foreign immigrants residing illegally in Ahmedabad. During this operation, more than 400 suspicious immigrants have been detained in Ahmedabad, Surat. At police detained more than 100 Bangladeshi immigrants. Viewers, this story is coming in from Ahmedabad, where the Ahmedabad Crime Branch, along with the SOG, has organized combined operation to apprehend foreign immigrants residing illegally in Ahmedabad. Now, during this operation, viewers, more than 400 suspicious immigrants have been detained in Ahmedabad. In fact, the Surat police has detained more than 100 Bangladeshi immigrants.
HM साहब, DGP सर, CP सर की सूचना थी कि जो अहमदाबाद में काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में घुसनखोरों को पकड़ा जाए। उसी के आधार पे अप्रैल 2024 से अब तक 2 FIR क्राइम ब्रांच ने की थी। उसमें 127 बांग्लादेशी जो गैर कायदेसर रह रहे थे उनको पकड़ा गया था। उसमें से 77 जितने को डिपोर्ट किया गया, बाकियों का ऑर्डर आना भी बाकी है। उसी के इनपुट्स के आधार पे ये पता चला था कि चंडोला के आसपास काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में बांग्लादेशी रह रहे हैं और आज सुबह से DCP जोन 6 रवि मोहन सैनी जी, DCP क्राइम अजीत राजन जी, DCP SOG जय राजवाला जी और काफ़ी बड़ी पुलिस की संख्या में हमने कॉम्बिंग की। सुबह 2 बजे से ये कॉम्बिंग चालू थी और अब तक हम 457 लोगों को डिटेन किया है। उनकी पूछपरछ क्राइम ब्रांच में जाके की जाएगी और जैसे वो इस्टेब्लिश हो जाएगा कि ये लोग बांग्लादेशी हैं, गैर कायदेसर घुसे हैं और यहाँ का ID बना है, तो फिर हम वो डिपोर्टेशन का भी प्रोसेस करेंगे।
Well, you saw that, viewers. The crackdown on immigration continues. India continues to crack its whip on illegal immigrants. This comes as over 400 suspicious immigrants have been detained in Ahmedabad. And do not forget, viewers, Surat police has also detained more than 100 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants. Viewers, I'm being joined by my colleague Deepak from the newsroom. Deepak, as I was saying, the whip on immigrants continues to lash. We are coming to know that 400 suspicious immigrants have been detained in Ahmedabad. In fact, Surat police has also detained more than 100 Bangladeshi immigrants. Deepak.
That's right, Antara. What we understand is that a total of 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been rounded up. 400 of them are from Ahmedabad, 100 of them are from Surat. And this operation was carried out by the crime branch, the special operations group, the economic offences wing, zone 6, headquarters, all of them moving in with military precision to identify each and every illegal immigrant. And this was no random roundup, Antara. This was a planned, coordinated and executed with clinical precision. Multiple zones were scanned and they were working in unison, and this wasn't about just arresting or detaining these people, but it was about sending a strong message saying that they are not welcome in India if they are illegal immigrants. And on national security, illegal immigrants, Antara, don't just overstay, but some of them even become conduits for drugs, trafficking, espionage, even terror. And this is very important given at a time when there are several attacks also being witnessed across the country. Pahalgam attack as well. You've seen the role of how locals aiding terrorists have costed our nation 26 innocent lives. And we've also seen how these illegal immigrants are involved in illicit drug trade, arms smuggling and much more. And for too long we've seen some of these illegal immigrants also being hand in glove with terrorists as well. So in order to ensure that no illegal attacks or compromises our national security, this crackdown is very, very important. And the way forward from here is that all of these illegal immigrants will now go through a process wherein they'll be asked to show their official documents, and if they don't have their documents, they will be deported. And what's even more important is the fact that the local agents who helped all of these immigrants get into India, and also some of them have been overstaying since many years, and we'll have to wait and watch what the probe throws up, because 400 to 500 is not a small number, it's a huge number. So we'll have to wait and watch how these illegal immigrants manage to enter our borders and stay within several states. We'll have to wait and watch what the probe throws up, Antara.
Well, absolutely, Deepak rightly said. The unapologetic crackdown on infiltrators continues. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. For now, viewers, we are moving on to a breaking news update. Now, BJP President JP Nadda's stern message on Pahalgam attack. He says that the whole country is agitated by the attack by the terrorists in Pahalgam, and a befitting reply will be given to Pakistani. Well, that was BJP President Nadda's message. Listen in, viewers, to what he had to say.
आतंकवादियों ने जो पहलगाम में घटना की है, जिससे देश उद्वेलित है, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से आशा के साथ इसका भरपूर जवाब देने की आशा रखी है। साथ ही साथ देश मजबूती से आगे इस संकट से बढ़े और माकूल जवाब उन लोगों को जो इसके पीछे दोषी हैं उनको दिया जाए, और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इसका भरपूर जवाब दिया जाएगा। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को शक्ति प्रदान हो, ये हमने प्रार्थना की है।
Well, that was JP Nadda, viewers, on the dastardly attack on Pahalgam. Viewers, I'm being joined by my colleague Riyanka from New Delhi. Riyanka, we saw what JP Nadda had to say on the attack, and of course, if this doesn't boil our blood, what will? Riyanka, what more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. We heard that statement from BJP President JP Nadda, who was in Pune in Maharashtra, and he went to seek blessings of Lord Ganesha, where he in fact very clearly mentioned that it is that the country is completely agitated with the attack that has happened in Kashmir, and that he has very clearly mentioned he's prayed to Lord Ganesha in order to get blessings from him, so that at this point in time strength can be given in to our country, to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, so that a befitting reply can be given to Pakistan at this point in time. Remember, India is making several strategies at this point in time to give that sort of a response to Pakistan, whether it is the suspension of the Indus water treaty or the cancellation of visas, Pakistani visas in a country. That is a huge crackdown that has been built on Pakistan, and the message from all the top leaders of the BJP and the central government is very, very clear. In fact, the opposition is also united at this front. They are all together to give a huge and a strong response to Pakistan at this point in time for the dastardly attack that happened in Kashmir.
Well, of course, Riyanka very correctly mentioned. Like Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago, he stated very clearly that India will strike, and it will strike back hard. We continue to track these minute-by-minute updates on the Pahalgam terror attack. For now, viewers, moving on to another story. Now, as the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack unravels and a clear Pakistan hand emerges, the telltale similarities between the deadly Hamas terror attacks in the southern Israel on October 7th, 2023 has not escaped the notice of top security establishment. Now, Republic has exclusively accessed clinching visual evidence of a secret meeting between the Hamas leaders and top Lashkar commanders that went down in Pakistan just weeks before the Pahalgam attack. Watch this report.
As the nation mourns the Pahalgam victims, chilling clips and survivor accounts continue to bring out the sheer barbarity of the attack. Viral clips show how the cowardly terrorists picked out the victims
Well, it's very easy to see the lines that are very similar. Because the terrorists are copycatting and they are inspiring each other, unfortunately. We've seen Hamas leaders being invited to areas, to Lashkar-e-Taiba events, etc. And this is completely unacceptable. We know that they have a same goal, but we have a same goal as well. We are going to fight as civilized societies to get rid of these terrorists and to get rid of the root causes of that are enshrined in this extremist, distorted religious cult.
As an undeniable Hamas link emerges, it is to be seen if the ambit of the Pahalgam probe extends beyond Pakistan.
After houses of two terrorists were blown up in Tral area of Jammu and Kashmir, authorities have demolished 3 more houses of terrorists. House of active LET terrorist Ehsan Ahmed Sheikh in Pulwama and house of terrorist Shahid in Shopian demolished. The house of an active terrorist Zahid Ahmed of Matalhama Kulgam razed to the ground during the night. Here's a report.
पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले में शामिल आतंकियों पर कार्रवाई करने के साथ साथ जो उनके मददगार हैं उन पर भी बड़ा एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। एहसान उल हक के बारे में दे दे जानकारी आपको कि ये जो एहसान उल हक है ये जो है 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद यहाँ पर जो है ये कुछ दिनों पहले ही आया था घाटी में वापस। जैश ए मोहम्मद का जो आतंकी है ये बताया जा रहा है, इसके घर को मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का ये आतंकी है जो 2018 में पाकिस्तान गया था ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए। इसके बाद ये वापस कश्मीर में आया। इसके बाद जो इसकी एक्टिविटी है वो बढ़ गई है। पहलगाम में हुए जिस तरीके से हमला हुआ था टूरिस्टों के ऊपर, उसमें दरअसल माना यह जा रहा है कि एहसान उल हक की जो भूमिका है वो संदिग्ध है, हेल्पर के रूप में है या एक तरीके से मददगार जो है वो यहाँ पे पाया जा रहा है। और इसी वजह से यहाँ पे सेना की ओर से पहले यहाँ पे जवान आए, उनकी ओर से सर्च ऑपरेशन को चलाया गया। उसके बाद एक ब्लास्ट के जरिए घर को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। हालांकि ब्लास्ट से जो आसपास के घर हैं उन्हें भी काफ़ी नुकसान पहुंचा है। कुछ जो लोगों के घर हैं वो भी यहाँ पे डैमेज हो गए हैं, खिड़कियाँ टूट गई, बहुत घरों के दरवाजे टूट गए हैं। लेकिन ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये जो मलबे में तब्दील हो गया, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है। हालांकि इसके पहले भी आप याद करिए कि कल साउथ कश्मीर में के त्राल में, यानी कि वहाँ पर जो 2 घर थे आसिफ शेख के और आदिल का, उसके घर को ध्वस्त किया गया। और आज की अगर बात की जाए, जो तस्वीर निकल के सामने आई है वो है एहसान उल हक की, जो कि जैश ए मोहम्मद का आतंकी बताया जाता है। उसके घर को फिलहाल यहाँ पे ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। गांव के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे इकट्ठे तो हो गए हैं, लेकिन कोई बात करने को इस पूरी घटना को लेकर तैयार नहीं है। गाँव के जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो बहुत टाइम से एहसान से नहीं मिले हैं, कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है। लेकिन यहाँ पे फिलहाल जो नज़र आ रहा है वो ये कि एक तरफ मोदी सरकार की ओर से बड़े फैसले किए जा रहे हैं, तो वही दूसरी ओर सेना की ओर से भी लगातार पहलगाम आतंकी घटना के बाद से जो आतंकी हैं उनके घरों को मिट्टी में मिलाया जा रहा है, चुन चुन के इन्हें ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और कड़ी कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
Viewers, breaking news coming in Pakistani women living in Bhubaneswar despite expiry date of a visa. Now police has served the notice. The Bhubaneswar police have issued a notice to a Pakistani woman residing in Bhubaneswar to leave India immediately. The woman had been staying in Bhubaneswar since 2008 on a long-term visa. Her visa had expired in 2024 and it so happens that she has not renewed it yet. Viewers, this is India cracking its diplomatic whip on Pakistan. Remember, viewers, just yesterday, India deported the first Pakistani national from India post the Pahalgam attack. Remember, viewers, Bibi Saida, the first Pakistani woman to be deported, had entered India on April 14th through the Attari-Wagah border and was residing with her relatives in Bharuch, Gujarat. Just yesterday, India cracked the diplomatic whip and deported her back from Bharuch. And now this is the second incident. This time, a Pakistan woman has been caught overstaying in Bhubaneswar despite her visa expiring long back. This is a crackdown on illegal Pakistani nationals in India. This comes after the cowardly attack that took place on Tuesday in Pahalgam, after 26 Indians were gunned down by the terrorists. And this is India's first response to the attack. Viewers, I'm being joined by my colleague Gesu from the newsroom. Gesu, India is cracking its diplomatic whip again. This time it's a Pakistani woman caught overstaying in Bhubaneswar despite her visa expiry. What more can you tell us on this?
Right, Antara. In fact, very correctly pointed out, this is a Pakistani woman identified by the authorities living in Bhubaneswar completely illegally. Her visa expired last year and she never renewed it henceforth. And now that she's been caught by the authorities, especially after the Pahalgam terror strike, there is a clear order from the side of the Indian authorities. If you remember, Antara, the External Affairs Ministry did a very late night press briefing in which Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri made it very clear that every Pakistani national living in India with visa is supposed to go back to their own country. They're supposed to be sent back to Islamabad. But this case in particular becomes more centered because this woman does not even have her visa to begin with. And I'm sure multiple such cases are hiding in plain sight. However, the authorities across India are continuing their operations to crack down on people like these and to send them back to Islamabad, especially after the dastardly terror strike in Pahalgam that took innocent lives of at least 26 people. Antara.
Very correctly pointed out, Gesu. In fact, we'll continue to track who else, which other Pakistani national is deported back to Islamabad. For now, viewers, moving on to another story. Now, massive protests continued across the country as people took to the streets to condemn the deadly Pahalgam terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir that left 26 people dead. Now, demonstrations were seen from Delhi to Hyderabad with citizens demanding justice and expressing solidarity with the victims. Here's our report on the nationwide outrage. Take a look.
Friday saw a wave of protests across the country in response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam, Kashmir. Major shopping hubs in Delhi, including Connaught Place, Sadar Bazaar and Chandni Chowk, observed a Delhi bundh.
पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके विरोध में दिल्ली का पूरा व्यापार बंद है। दिल्ली में लगभग 8 लाख दुकानें, 900 से अधिक बाजार में कोई कारोबार नहीं होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट किया है कि दोषियों को वो सजा दी जाएगी जिसकी उन्होंने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। तो दिल्ली और देश का व्यापारी पूरी तरीके से साथ है।
Traders from various sectors, including textiles, spices and utensils, shut their shops in a strong show of solidarity and demand for justice. In several towns across Uttar Pradesh and Telangana, protesters wore black armbands and gathered peacefully to express their anger and grief over the loss of the innocent lives. In Jammu, BJP leaders and supporters performed a puja for the peace of the departed souls, while Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad members staged protests in Dehradun. As the nation mourns the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, the call for unity, justice and decisive action continues to echo across the cities.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the anger is mounting across the nation over Pakistan's dastardly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. And now major global powers have extended support to New Delhi in its future course of action. Here's more on the story.
The anger is mounting across the nation over Pakistan's dastardly terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, with chorus growing for tough action and retaliation against Pakistan. From the United States to Middle Eastern nations, the global powers of the world are standing shoulder to shoulder with India in its fight against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. Israeli Ambassador Reuven Azar came in support of India and said Israel is looking forward to support India bilaterally and globally.
Well, we of course extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. We are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally.
Followed by Israel support, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met ambassadors of Egypt and Argentina. The diplomats held detailed discussions with EAM Jaishankar over strategic partnership and Pakistan's attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam.
First of all, the solidarity in the name of the Argentine government and the Argentine people for India, for the people of India, for the government of India, and our thoughts with the ones who lost their loved ones, the people that are injured also, and of course the Indian people in general that has been attacked and is in this commotion that was provoked by this terrible and unacceptable attack to the Indian territory and the Indian people. Prime Minister Modi is in the leadership of this country, the most populated country in the world, and he is delivering the message of support and leadership that the country deserves. So I think it was correct in the sense that terrorism has to be punished. It has to be prevented, it has to be prosecuted, but it has to be punished. And I think that in the strong statement that he made the first day and the following days.
Significantly, EAM S. Jaishankar held a detailed telephonic conversation with his Saudi counterpart Faisal bin Farhan, and also met with former New Zealand PM Helen Clark and appreciated their support and solidarity. Speaking of the United States, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard expressed solidarity with India and extended Washington's support to India in its fight against terrorism. India has been receiving support globally in its resolve to give a befitting reply to Pakistan in its own coin.
Coming up next, viewers, after deadline to leave India, long queues witnessed at the Attari-Wagah border. Visuals on your screen. We'll continue to get you minute-by-minute updates. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned to Republic.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH. आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च. As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads. The terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan Defence Attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London.
Keep this area clear so that
Protests against Pakistan take to global stage. India diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir. Spooked by rising tensions, Pakistan moves tanks to the LOC. Viewers, there's a breaking news coming in at this hour. Pakistan duplicity is now out in the open. The TRF is withdrawing its earlier statement and is now taking responsibility of the dastardly attack in Pahalgam. Well, viewers, Pakistan seems to continue to change its stance. Its duplicity is now out in the open. The TRF, in fact, has withdrawn its earlier statement and is now finally taking responsibility of the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of innocent civilians. 26 innocent civilians, viewers. They were gunned down point blank in Pahalgam. Just unsuspecting, unarmed, innocent civilians who had gone to Pahalgam but returned wrapped in tricolour. Well, viewers, Pakistan's duplicity is out in the open. Now, the TRF has withdrawn its earlier statement and is taking responsibility for the dastardly attack in Pahalgam. On your screens are the aftermath of the visuals. We can see men lying in the pool of their own blood. They were shot point blank in the face by the cowardly terrorists. Viewers, I'm being joined by my colleague Zeenat. Zeenat, Pakistan's duplicity is out in the open, and it seems like the TRF is finally withdrawing its earlier statement, taking responsibility for the Pahalgam attack. Zeenat, what more can you tell us?
See, we have already said that there's a pressure building on the Pakistan, and now that because of the pressure that is mounting on Pakistan, we see the resistance. Lashkar's one of the mouthpiece, TRF, has withdrawn this statement and said that they have no role in playing as far as the Pahalgam attack is concerned. But if you remember the attack that took place on the 22nd of this month, there was a Kashmir resistance front, once again a mouthpiece of the Lashkar Toiba, and there they have clearly mentioned, giving a hint about the Pahalgam attack, citing the reasons like domicile that has been given to some 83,000 residents from people coming from outside, and they getting now the domicile of Jammu and Kashmir. But now for the last 3 or 4 days, the way we see the Indian security agencies, the investigating agencies, the way they are building the pressure on the ground by demolishing those residences of the individuals who are part of terror network. You see the kind of raids that were carried in from north, south and central in Srinagar and other parts yesterday, and also the way the people were detained for or investigated for the questioning. All this is tells you that how the Pakistan feels at present. That is why the pressure that has been built on Pakistan has pushed TRF like mouthpiece of Lashkar Toba, the attack that they are openly now saying they are not, they have not carried this attack, they have nothing to do with this, but as there have been the traces that coming from the ground, and also the eyewitnesses have recorded their versions that how the looks of these terrorists was, what all they were wearing, the kind of accent they were speaking. All this also indicates the Pakistan's role in, and also the swabs that have been collected from the ground, the blood-soaked show, and also the cartridges that were used, and the kind of attacks that was carried from the point-blank range, the sharpshooter type attacks. It was a massacre that was witnessed in Pahalgam. That all tells you that the pressure has been building on Pakistan, that India is taking a very strong posturing against the Pakistan through their treaties that has been put in ambience. It is a treaty of around 60 long years for which the Pakistan was dependent completely on India as far as the water is concerned. The Pakistan going to face the water crisis. The MEA already announcing the measures. Even the people who were getting medical treatment in India coming from Pakistan, some of them were given free of cost medical treatment. The students who had come, others, those who had come to visit their relatives, immediately the visas were withdrawn, the SARC visas were withdrawn. This has also given a dent to Pakistan on its soil. Now this pressure has been building on the terror outfits because the Pakistan has been openly supporting the terror networks like Lashkar, Jaish-e-Mohammed. And if you go through the chronology of the events, the major attacks that were carried by the Pakistan in the Kashmir Valley, most of the times the involvement of the Pakistan were found, whether it was the 2000 attack in Chhattisgarh, Tajishwapura in Pahalgam, where the tourists were targeted in 2000 when Bill Clinton, the then US president, was on a tour to India. Again, the drastic attack was carried by the Pakistani terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. Again, if you go through the 2017 when the Amarnath Yatris were targeted, Lashkar was found involved. Or we talk about the recent attacks that took place in Sonmarg or the Gulmarg in 2024 in the month of October. Now this is in the history of all these years, the kind of 3 decades of terrorism that the Kashmir has witnessed. This is one of the deadliest attacks that has been on ground, for which the condemnation has come from all corners of the Kashmir Valley, be it the shopkeepers putting up the flags as a black flags as a symbol of silent protest, or the people coming out holding the candles, doing the candle vigil, also is showing the resistance against these terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley. And the Kashmir is openly saying that they have nothing to do with the terror business. The tourists are the guests. They are welcomed at the place. And the way the Kashmir has been behaving towards the tourism and the tourists for the last all these years. In fact, there has been all-party meeting also where the joint condemnation had come out in a form of statement, and people saying that this is not the way Kashmiris do, and this is not the kind of terrorism the Kashmiris support. In the last 2 days, taking the count from yesterday morning till today, we have been seeing the 5 houses of the individuals, active terrorists, their houses were razed to ground. Again, a big message, because the people who have been living at those places, they have now no place to go. Obviously, the questions are being raised that the Pakistan terrorism is affecting the lives of the individuals, for which definitely the Kashmiris are not ready.
That's right, Zeenat. The terror factory is shaken. They're scrambling for cover. Denial mode has been activated. And this is not, a strategy. This is indeed panic, because the Indus Water Treaty has been suspended. We have hit them where it hurts the most, and consequences have already started, Zeenat. Many thanks for joining us with those details. Pakistan's duplicity is now exposed, viewers. Meanwhile, we have more breaking news coming in. Pakistani nationals are leaving from Atari border. We have visuals coming in of Pakistani nationals now forming a beeline and leaving the country via the Atari border. And this after their visas were suspended. They were cancelled and they're being booted out now. There you can see all of these individuals who had arrived in India with visas are now being booted out. They're using the Atari border to head back to their homes. And all of this after Pakistan launched a dastardly attack in Pahalgam, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent people. And now its citizens are facing the consequences. Their visas have been cancelled. They've been asked to get out of the country. And we have visuals from Atari border where you can see Pakistani nationals in their vehicles moving out, leaving the borders, and essentially they have been booted out. We have our colleague Sumit also joining us from the Atari border. Sumit, tell us about the latest exodus. In fact, we can see how Pakistani nationals are leaving the borders. Take us through what's happening on ground zero, and also the numbers of how many, Pakistani nationals you've spotted so far, and also Indians arriving back home.
बिल्कुल 229 पाकिस्तानी जो 2 दिनों में लास्ट 2 डेज में वो वापस पाकिस्तान की तरफ गए हैं, जो यहाँ पर आए थे। आज भी सुबह से मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और सुबह से यहाँ लोगों के जाने का सिलसिला जारी है। कई लोग जो अलग अलग जगहों से, कोई मुजफ्फरनगर, कोई लखनऊ, कोई इंदौर, कोई जोधपुर, वहाँ पर गया था। और भी लोग। आप कहाँ से हैं? आप कहाँ से भाई? तो यहाँ पर जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं, बीएसएफ हैं, वो लगातार चेक कर रहे हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्स चेक कर रहे हैं। आप ये कहाँ से हैं? पैसेंजर लाने जा रहे हैं। अच्छा, पैसेंजर। बहुत सारे लोग जो इंडियंस हैं वो भी आ रहे हैं। तो करीब 392 इंडियंस जो हैं, जो भारत में रहते हैं, जो पाकिस्तान गए थे, वो भी आ रहे हैं। 2 दिनों में वो भी आ चुके हैं। और भी कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए, कुछ पाकिस्तान के लोग यहाँ पर दिख रहे हैं। प्लीज़। अच्छा, मैं बात करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। कहाँ से हैं सर आप?
पाकिस्तान से।
पाकिस्तान में। You are from? अच्छा, you are from Canada.
My mother has to go back.
Okay. So where from in Pakistan you are from where? लाहौर। यहाँ कहाँ आई थी आप? Family कहाँ पर?
Sumit ji, if you can try and ask them about what they feel about the Pahalgam attack and how they are now facing consequences. What is their response? If you can ask these Pakistani nationals who are leaving.
Pahalgam attack क्या कहेंगे?
Very unfortunate.
एक पाकिस्तान के होने के बावजूद।
Very unfortunate. It should never have happened. Okay. And I hope better sense prevails, and
और ये पासपोर्ट यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है। तो ये वापसी जो हो रही है, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से आए आतंकी टेररिस्ट ने अटैक किया था पहलगाम में, आपको भी पता होगा सर। ये आतंकी जो पाकिस्तान से आते हैं, अटैक करते हैं, और उसके बाद आपको परेशानी हो रही है, क्या कहेंगे सर?
ये नहीं होना चाहिए। ये बिल्कुल इस चीज़ को ख़त्म होना चाहिए, और लोगों का जो पीपल टू पीपल कांटेक्ट है वो बढ़ना चाहिए, ताकि उसी से रिश्ते बेहतर होते हैं।
ओके 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 ओके।
कोई बात नहीं करेगा।
और कुछ
डू नॉट
एक सेकंड, आई एम लाइव। ओके, सर
दे हैवंट अटैक्ड। उनसे आप जस्टिफिकेशन।
और कुछ और भी लोग हैं। ये वो पाकिस्तान से आए थे और यहाँ वहाँ पर देखिए डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाए जा रहे हैं, पासपोर्ट दिखाए जा रहे हैं। तो लगातार पाकिस्तान से आए लोग वापस जा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर अभी गाड़ियाँ मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं, ये लोग पाकिस्तान से आए थे और यहाँ पर इंडिया में कोई रिलेटिव के यहाँ रह रहे थे, कोई इलाज कराने आए थे और कोई यहाँ पर किसी फंक्शन में आए थे और एक के बाद एक लोग यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। ये अल्टीमेटम जो दिया गया है 27 अप्रैल ये लास्ट डेट है, उससे पहले आपको देश छोड़कर जाना होगा और सभी स्टेट्स के सीएम को भी कहा गया है कि आपके स्टेट में अगर कोई पाकिस्तानी है तो उन्हें ढूंढिए, उन्हें वापस भेजिए 27 अप्रैल तक, और जो मेडिकल वीज़ा है उसे 29 अप्रैल तक एक्सटेंड किया गया है। उसके बाद अगर कोई यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान से आए लोग रहते हैं तो उन्हें फिर उनके खिलाफ लीगल एक्शन होगा। कहाँ से आए थे आप? इस्लाम पाकिस्तान में कहाँ से हैं?
हम जैसलमेर से आए। अच्छा पाकिस्तान तो लहर चलते
ये एक सेकंड,
आपका नाम?
तो ये लगातार मैं बार बार लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। अलग अलग लोग जो हैं वो आ रहे हैं। कुछ लोग जो अपने जो रिलेटिव हैं उन्हें रिसीव भी करने आ रहे हैं जो वहाँ से पाकिस्तान से आएंगे। उन्हें भी चूँकि 48 आवर्स दिया गया अल्टीमेटम, तो बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं पाकिस्तान से भी लौट रहे हैं जो यहाँ के रहने वाले हैं, तो उन्हें भी रिसीव करने बहुत सारे लोग आए हैं। कुछ लोग जो रिसीव करने आए हैं उनसे भी हम समझते हैं, लेकिन फ़िलहाल तस्वीरें देखिए। ये पासपोर्ट ये दिखाया जा रहा है। ये कहाँ से आए आप लोग सर? हम लोग
पासपोर्ट के मुंह में
कहाँ से आए?
कितने दिन भाई मोबाइल हटा लो यार।
45 डेज।
ठीक है। अच्छा, कुछ लोग जो यहाँ पर आपको दिख रहे होंगे ये लोग रिसीव भी करने आए हैं। जो पाकिस्तान से आने वाले लोग हैं उन्हें रिसीव करने आए हैं। तो एक के बाद एक ये अटारी बॉर्डर पर जो पाकिस्तानियों को भारत छोड़ने के लिए कहा गया है कि आप जाइए, आपके पास टाइम है। वीज़ा पर अगर आप आए हैं तो वो वीज़ा 27 अप्रैल तक ही आपको मान्य है, उसके बाद फिर वो रद्द कर दिया जाएगा। उसके बाद आप नहीं रह सकते हैं इंडिया में। और यही वजह है कि जितने भी जो पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं जो अलग अलग जगहों से, सुबह से मैंने देखा कुछ ईरान के लोग भी हैं, कुछ फॉरेनर्स भी हैं जो ईरान से आए थे वाया पाकिस्तान। एक लेडी मुझे मिली थी जो ईरान के तेहरान से आई थी, वाया रोड आई थी वो लाहौर होते हुए, वो भी वापस गई है तेहरान से, तेहरान के लिए निकली है। और ये पीछे गाड़ियों का जो गाड़ियों की लाइन आप देख रहे हैं, ये दरअसल वहाँ आगे जाकर डॉक्यूमेंट वेरिफिकेशन होता है, वहाँ पर चेकिंग होती है और ये पूछा जाता है कि आप किस वजह से आए थे, आपका वीज़ा कितने दिनों के लिए था, और ये सारी डॉक्यूमेंट वेरिफिकेशन के बाद फिर आगे उस बॉर्डर गेट पर जो क्रॉस करने दिया जाता है। और यही सिलसिला उधर से भी आने का है, वहाँ से भी पाकिस्तान के लोग जो हैं वो वापस इंडिया आ रहे हैं। तो ये सिलसिला लगातार जारी, 27 अप्रैल तक लास्ट डेट है। जो भी पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं उन्हें वापस जाना होगा। जी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुमित जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। वेल दैट वाज an exclusive report from Atari border where you can see how Pakistani nationals have been forced to leave the country following the cancellation of their visas, and this after the Pahalgam terror attack. Now in another breaking news that we're tracking, joint security forces have launched search operations across multiple locations in downtown Srinagar, targeting terror hideouts and associates in a relentless crackdown. And the operation, viewers, is directly linked to the ongoing investigations under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or the UAPA, intensifying efforts to dismantle and obliterate terror networks in this region. Raids are being carried out with precision and force, storming the homes of terror sympathizers, supporters and operatives who have been fueling violence and chaos in the valley. And the forces have shown zero tolerance for anyone connected to the web of terror. And this is a clear warning to all that no one will be spared. And this aggressive offensive marks a decisive escalation, viewers, in operations aimed at eradicating the influence of terror groups and their associates. There is zero tolerance against terror, with no room for negotiations. The security forces are hitting hard and fast to neutralize threats, seize weapons, explosives, and also uncover the full extent of the terror ecosystem that is operating in the valley. Zenith is also joining us on the phone line. Zenith, it's a massive operation that is aimed at dismantling the web of terror, also the machinery, the terror machinery operating in Srinagar. Tell us about these search ops that are currently underway.
Those are the courts that are being conducted in relation to the cases of UAPA. The cases are related to the UAPA. Again, it is a structure or a support to the terrorism for which the police has already been investigating. These are not new cases. All these cases have been there has been a FIR that has been registered and that FIR has come under UAPA. That is, these people have been supporting the terrorist structure on the ground. Today morning, as the raids are still continuing, that we see the action coming from the downtown Srinagar. This is one of the old streets of Srinagar where the action is being taken by the J&K police along with the paramilitary forces. The searches are conducted in the areas like Maharajganj, then you see Safakadan area, and all of the places where the security forces going inside in these bylanes, and bylanes is itself a challenge because these are the routes that are just 2 meter or the 3 meter routes which are very difficult. Even the narrow lanes you have to navigate to reach to these places. So we see an action coming from the Srinagar police in the downtown where the searches are being carried under the for those cases that are in relation to the UAPA.
Right, Zenith, thank you for joining me with those details. Raids are being carried out with precision and force. Viewers, it's a show of strength, sending a clear message that terror networks will be hunted down, crushed and obliterated. Anyone involved will face the full wrath of the law. And these are raids being conducted on those who have been charged under UAPA, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And the efforts have now been intensified to dismantle and crush all the terror networks in the region. Moving on, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has sent a stern message, and he has said that anybody taking pro-Pakistan stance will be booked under National Security Act. This is the latest that's come in from Assam Chief Minister. He has issued a no-nonsense fiery ultimatum to all those who are siding with Pakistan, sympathizing with Pakistan, sending out a stern message. And he has declared that anyone found taking a pro-Pakistan stance, whether through words, actions or support, will face immediate and uncompromising action under the NSA. This is a direct shot across the bow at those attempting to undermine India's sovereignty and stand with the enemy, and no one will be allowed to spread anti-national sentiment or incite hatred against the state. And this is the message that Himanta Biswa Sarma has sent out. Let's listen in.
ये भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली पाकिस्तान को सपोर्ट करेगा उनका ऊपर हम एनएसए भी लगा देंगे। ये भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली पाकिस्तान को सपोर्ट करेगा उनका ऊपर हम एनएसए भी लगा देंगे। ये भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली पाकिस्तान को सपोर्ट करेगा उनका ऊपर हम एनएसए भी लगा देंगे।
Anirudh is live with us. Anirudh, the gloves are off, and Assam Chief Minister's statement shows the iron fist policy that they are going to implement against all those Pakistan proxies, terror sympathizers and anti-nationals siding with Pakistan. NSA will now be charged against them. Tell us more.
Well, Deepak, so far at least 8 individuals have been arrested from different parts of Assam for directly or indirectly supporting the cause of Pakistan or taking the side of Pakistan on social media. And these 8 individuals also include Haji Aminul Islam, an AIDF MLA who had given a controversial statement. He had tried to give a sense that both the Pulwama attack as well as the Pahalgam attack were state-sponsored attacks, and he has also been arrested. Apart from Aminul Islam, 7 other individuals who had celebrated or who had supported Pakistan and the terror activities on social media have also been arrested. And Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has made it very clear today that the state government will be imposing NSA on those who have been supporting or taking the side of Pakistan. The terror sympathizers will not be spared. This is the message very loud and clear from the Assam Chief Minister. The Assam Chief Minister has also issued all the necessary instructions to the Assam police in order to, identify and nab those who have been taking side of Pakistan. The Assam police have been monitoring the social media very actively with the help of the Cyber Dome in the Assam police headquarters, and they have been scrutinizing all the social media posts and those which particularly have taken a side of Pakistan or have supported Pakistan. They are being identified and they are being put behind the bars. Deepak.
Right, Anirudh, stay on with me because we have more breaking news coming in as far as the arrests and crackdown on pro-Pak elements are concerned in Assam. So far, 9 of them have been arrested. 1 more person was apprehended. Assam is cracking down hard, and the message is loud and clear: no tolerance for anyone who dares to support Pakistan or glorify terror. 9 arrests have been made so far in the state for pro-Pakistan posts. And the clampdown is intensifying with no sign of slowing down. And the latest arrest was made in Sribhumi district last night, bringing the total number of arrests to 9. And this over a post on social media. In fact, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma took to platform X to reveal that the latest suspect was caught for posting a disgusting Pakistan Zindabad message on Facebook, further fueling the fire of sedition and betrayal. This is exactly what Himanta Biswa Sharma was talking about, Anirudh. All those who are siding with Pakistan, sympathizing with terror, will have no room in this country, and all those found supporting terror or glorifying terror will face the NSA. 9 people have been arrested, Anirudh. Will they all be charged under NSA?
Yes, Deepak, all will be tried under the NSA, and the latest arrest that you have mentioned has been made in Sribhumi district in Barak Valley. And Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has already made it very clear yesterday itself that the soil of Assam, from the soil of Assam, no one will be allowed to sympathize with Pakistan, or no one will be allowed to sympathize with the terrorist. And ever since the arrest of Muhammad Haji Aminul Islam, the AIDF MLA who had stoked a controversy after trying to color the Pahalgam incident as an incident that has been allegedly sponsored by the state. He was arrested, and after the arrest of Haji Aminul Islam, from 8 different locations, these people have been arrested. And it may also be mentioned that the controversial AIDF MLA Haji Aminul Islam has been sent to 4 days police remand. He is now being questioned by the Assam police for his controversial remark that he has made on camera.
That's right, Anirudh. This isn't just a crackdown. It's a declaration that treasonous acts will be charged under the NSA. There is zero tolerance by the Assam government. And that's the latest coming in. Total number of people arrested are 9. And Assam Chief Minister has also said that stringent NSA will be charged against all those who are sympathizing with terror. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break. We'll be right back with more live and breaking news updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
पैसा जुल दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন
হ্যাঁ
না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেতে চেতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারি না কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিসটেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. We're getting you all the details into the aftermath of the terror strike in Pahalgam, what's happening on the global front, inside India and also the diplomatic front. But first, here's a quick check on the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London.
Let us keep this area clear so that
Protests against Pakistan take to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi announces additional troop deployment in Kashmir, spooked by rising tensions. Pakistan moves tanks to the line of control. Stepping up pressure, the centre says it has formulated a comprehensive three-stage plan to ensure not a single drop of water flows into the Pakistani territory. Security forces demolished the houses of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants in full swing as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. The resistance force, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has unequivocally denied any involvement in the Pahalgam terror strike. Viewers, a huge controversy has erupted post the Pahalgam terror strike. Now, Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says there's no need to go to war. Karnataka Chief Minister says no point taking action now. Anger over Congress taking a soft line on Pakistan is only snowballing post this statement. Now, Congress had said that they will be hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder with the Modi government in its response to terrorism. However, Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that there is no need to go to war. And in fact, Karnataka Chief Minister said that there is no point in taking action anymore. Also being joined by my colleague Abhishek to get us more updates into the matter. Abhishek, speak to us about the recent statement where Siddaramaiah has now taken a soft line on Pakistan's terror strike in India.
Well, this is not only taking a soft corner on the Pakistan. CM Siddaramaiah has clearly mentioned that he had predicted that one of these incidents would happen because of the failure of the intelligence in the Kashmir area. And also, he mentions that instead of getting into the war, we can take another stand. What is the use of waging a war against Pakistan now is what he is claiming, directly showing that he doesn't want any war to happen, and also directly showing that he, in turn, is supporting or having a soft corner on the Pakistan. And also, we have seen him claiming that even if India wants to wage the war now, will the 28 has been lost? Will it be back is what he has questioned directly, showing that CM is not in favor of war, and also he has a soft corner on Pakistan. Yes, and this is going to surely bring an uproar in the state of Karnataka, because the entire citizens in the state of Karnataka and also in the country are demanding that we retaliate and give a proper answer to the Pakistan with respect to the incident that happened in Pahalgam. CM making such a statement at this are surely controversial cases.
Right, Abhishek. Thanks very much for joining in with those details. In fact, also being joined by our senior executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, to get us more updates. Niranjan, speak to us about the statement. Congress again downplays the entire grief that India is blanketed by, now says no action is needed anymore.
Well, that's not the, that may not be the most accurate interpretation of what said Kesu, but he has said that if they take action now, the lives of 26 Indians are going to come back. And he said there is no need, when asked the question, he says that there is no need to go to war. Now, the whole point is, yes, of course, the Congress party is stuck on the security lapse of our forces, which was their line during Pulwama as well. Were there security lapses that led to Pahalgam terror attack? Yes, there were a few lapses, and there are questions that need to be asked. These are legitimate reasons, and there is anger across India to retaliate, to avenge the killings of the 26 Indians. Now the question is, what action India should take is left to the government, is left to the forces, and they will respond. Of course, the final decision will be taken. The Prime Minister has said that we will go to the ends of the earth to find them, bury them, to ensure that their ecosystem is destroyed. But the question is, why is the Congress party against going to war with Pakistan? Why is the Congress party saying there is no point going to war with Pakistan?
Yeah.
Why is the Congress party saying there is no point taking action now? The whole country is angry, and people are just sitting back waiting for what happens next so that we punish those behind this terror attack. And the saddest part is, on one hand, you have leaders in Pakistan, ministers in Pakistan, Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan saying, yes, we did it. Some are saying, yes, they were freedom fighters. Some are admitting that, yes, we have funded terror groups for the last 30 years. We did your dirty work. And yes, and I mean, you have Pakistani terror groups coming out and saying, yes, we did it. And we have people sitting in India in positions of power saying, there is no need to go to war. There is no need to take, what is the point of taking action now? Now, whether he was sarcastic or whether said it in the context of whether we should have taken action earlier and there's no point taking action now because the lives won't come back. The question is, being a chief minister, and there is a lot of anger. There are, on one hand, you have leaders of...
Viewers, now Congress's Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that there is no point in taking any action now. In fact, he also said that there is no need to go to war at a time when India awaits action, when India awaits revenge over the attack, the cowardly, dastardly terror strike that hit Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. At that time, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that there is no requirement of action now. Viewers, shifting focus now, Pakistan's duplicity is completely out in the open. The resistance front has withdrawn its earlier statement, taking responsibility of the Pahalgam attack. In fact, now they've voiced unequivocally, they've said that they are not involved in the terror strikes. The Resistance Front now withdrawing its earlier statement where they took full responsibility of the cowardly Pahalgam strike. Pakistan's duplicity completely out in the open. The Resistance Front is now going back, making a U-turn on their earlier statement, claiming responsibility of the attack. Now they say that they have nothing to do with the cowardly terror strike and that they're only being blamed to malign their image. We're also being joined by my colleague Zeenat to get us more updates. Zeenat, the Resistance Front has now completely made a U-turn on its statement. They have said that they were not the ones carrying out the attacks. Talk to us about it, Zeenat.
See now, TRF, the Resistance Front of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a mouthpiece of Pak terror organization. Now they are doing a U-turn by claiming that they have nothing to do with it and it's a baseless allegation and they are not part, they have not carried this attack. But the day this attack took place, the Kashmir Resistance Front, which is again a mouthpiece of Lashkar, while giving the reasons for the attack, claimed in a way that the Pahalgam attack was carried because of the domicile certificates that were given to the people of different states in the Kashmir Valley. See, Pakistan is rattled, no doubt about it, after the measures that were taken by the Indian government. Indian government has been time long been talking about they will be taking the harsh measures like snapping the ties with the Pakistan in the most hard-hitting way. They have talked about the Indus water treaty in past also, but it seems that Pakistan has always taken India for granted, knowing that the World Bank is involved in it and the monitoring is being done by the World Bank, though India cannot touch Indus water treaty. But now the Indian government has openly kept this treaty in abeyance. That means Indian government is not only hitting Pakistan hard, it is hitting its economy, its water security, its food security. That means once the water is stopped or it is diverted, it will be a mayhem for the Pakistan, because this is one of the important treaty that was signed some 65 years between India and Pakistan. So India has taken a very drastic and an important step by snapping not only the ties but taking the MEA has taken the measures for withdrawing the diplomats or getting the numbers have been cut, and similarly the other things, the SAARC visa has been withdrawn. But this treaty, which has been kept in abeyance, is going to hit Pakistan in a hard way. That is why now we see the support, as Pakistan supports the terror outfits like Jaish and Lashkar, who have the base in Pakistan. And it has time again been proved that when Osama bin Laden was found there and the big terrorists of the Lashkar and the Jaish have shown their presence on Pakistan soil. Till now, the Pakistan was taking India for granted that India will not take this kind of harsh stuff. But as you know, this water flows through southwest of the Pakistan. The Jhelum connects you to the Pakistan, and once this water is diverted or stopped, it is going to be a water war in Pakistan, because Pakistan is completely dependent on this water for the economical growth, for the food security, and it is going to hit the economy, which is already in shambles in Pakistan. It will hit that economy more hard. So they are trying to build the pressure on the terror outfits. First they say that the attack was carried because government of India has issued, state government, Jammu and Kashmir government has issued domicile to the people in this number. That is why this kind of attack was carried. Indirectly they have pointed out, and now the TRF is openly saying that it has nothing to do with it. It's a false or the baseless allegation. That only tells you that every day with the actions on ground, with the actions on the Indian soil, we are seeing Pakistan is not only getting rattled, but inside also on the soil of Pakistan, it is becoming difficult for them to breathe, to have a normal breathe, because the pressure is building. It is not only about supporting terrorism. What about the economy of the Pakistan? How will they deal with the crisis that will emerge? Because it is not even easy that you will just do the flip-flop in the next 24 or the 48 or a week's time, that you will divert or stop the water that flows into the Pakistan. It's gonna take much time, but this is an indication, a clear indication that how the Indian government is responding to Pakistan. This time the kind of mayhem or the massacre that they have created in Pahalgams by Saran Valley.
Right. Zeenat, in fact, they've made it a complete child's play. They first took responsibility of the cowardly attack and they're treating this as something very normal. This was a terror strike, killed 26 innocent people, including one foreign national. And now it's so easy for the TRF, the resistance front, to now make a U-turn on their statement and say that they have nothing to do with it. Zeenat.
See, the Pakistan has been claiming that they have nothing to do with it, but you see that on the ground that apart from this Indus water treaty, as I mentioned, that this is going to give a very big blow to Pakistan economy, to their food security, to their economy. But as far as the insecurity for the Pakistan in Kashmir is now that the terror bells will be hit hard by the government of India. And the action has already started when this incident on 22nd of April happened. Since then, we have been seeing the multiple raids, searches going on. Jamaat-e-Islami members, their houses were raided, they were questioned. Then the searches were conducted in the fringes of the forest line, the houses that are quite close to snow-bound areas, even though those houses were touched, because they all connect you to the line of control, where we have seen the infiltration has been coming from Pakistan. One of the operations recently happened along the line of control in Uri, Baramulla sector. All these things are happening to hit the Pakistan in the highest form.
Right, Zeenat, thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, continue being with us. We're getting in some more breaking developments. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister has said that the country is completely ready for quote-unquote neutral investigation of the Kashmir attacks. This is the latest statement that comes in from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, who has said that now Islamabad is ready for a neutral investigation on the Kashmir attack. And viewers, make no mistake, this is not Pakistan's call for peace at all. After acting like an aggrieved neighbor, after sanctioning India back over the sanctions that India had placed after the deadly terror strike, Pakistan did not respond to the terror strike with any sympathy or even any empathy at all. And now they're saying that they're ready for a neutral investigation of the Kashmir attack. A completely heckled Pakistani face front out in the open after the Indus Waters Treaty was put on hold by India. Pakistan is shivering, it's quivering, and their authorities don't know better. And now they have said that they're ready for a neutral investigation of the Kashmir Act. Also comes closely following the condemnation of the attack by US President Donald Trump, who said that Pakistan and India should independently resolve the matter. Zeenat, circling back to you, Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif of Pakistan has said that they're ready for a neutral investigation of the Kashmir attacks, trying to hint that there is no involvement of Pakistan in the attacks to begin with. Zeenat.
See, if you see the layers and try to understand what is happening from the Pakistan side, first, they asked the TRF to openly come and say they deny their involvement in the attack. Now, Prime Minister Pakistan saying that they are ready for the neutral investigation. Even Iran has also put out a statement saying that they are ready to diffuse the tensions between India and Pakistan. Because as we know, India is emerging as a big superpower, and the kind of things that India hold at present, that is definitely going to give dent to Pakistan. Pakistan knows that this is going to be economy war for them, the way India is behaving towards Pakistan. As 3 days back also, I said that apart from all MEA measures that has been taken, but this Indus Water Treaty is a very big step that the government of India has taken, knowing that the World Bank is doing monitoring, and for which the Pakistan has always taken an advantage of this treaty, feeling that the India will never react because the monitoring is being done from some other place. But India has shown that it can go to any extent to hit the terror belts in the Pakistan. And now we're saying that Shahbaz Sharif knows that his economy is in shambles, and if India as India has taken the stand, it will further dent, will give further dent to the Pak economy. The bigger news point coming from the Kashmir Valley, now Pakistan Prime Minister has said to India that it is ready to give neutral investigation in the Pahalgam attack. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, Republic positive influencer Purnima Kotak shares how there is an unborn leader in all of us and how you can unleash that potential. So why wait? Let's watch this.
Republic positive influencer Purnima Kotak shares how there is an unborn leader in all of us and how you can unleash that potential. So why wait? Let's watch it.
I just want to share with you. Did you know that you were a brand? Yes, you are a brand. You are born a brand. Namaste. My name is Purnima Kotak and I'm India's first leadership branding coach. I'd like to welcome you to this powerful journey where we are going to be talking about what makes a leader not just visible, but also valuable, influential, and becoming unforgettable. Before we move ahead, I just want to share with you, did you know that you were a brand? Yes, you are a brand. You are born a brand. You have your own unique identity. You have your brand persona. You have a powerful tone of voice, and you already have a branding that showcases your clothing, the way you walk, the way you talk. Everything about you is part of a brand. And all of these aspects about you are always communicating. Hold on. While your brand is communicating, the world is listening. When the world listens, they make their notes about you mentally, either positive or negative. If we look around us, everybody is leading all the time. Children, parents, friends, colleagues, everybody is a leader. We lead with our words, actions, our energy, the way we take our decisions, etc. But when you talk about the professional or the formal format of leadership, their leadership branding becomes their power currency. Adding to this is the way people perceive you or trust and follow you. Everything, all of these factors add to your leadership branding. As a leader, you're always under the lens. People are always watching you. The way you walk into a room, the way you conduct meetings, the way you conduct online meetings, everything about you is being watched and people are experiencing you all the way through. So when people look at you, you're visible to them. More and more layering of this visibility leads to credibility. Remember, when these messages are layered in people's minds, one should be very careful to layer positive messages. Positive messages cannot be a drama or acting. It has to be coming from within. So if you are a positive person, you think very positively, that is when these messages are more authentic and get layered absolutely positively in people's minds. Consistent and intentional positive messages lead to building trust and credibility. So what I'm saying here is visibility is not vanity. It is a strategy. Many times people come and ask us, you're talking about the way we are presenting ourselves, appearance and this and that. And, we don't believe in fashion. We don't believe in, I'm a normal person. I will wear clothes the way I am. old. We tell them that it is not about dressing fashionably. It is being appropriately dressed to your role and appropriately dressed to the role that you're aspiring to grow into. And it is not just about clothing. You're visible through your body language. A slouched shoulder or a too upright position is not going to work. So visibility is not about being vain. It has to be a strategy for it to work for you. There are many, many parts of us which are visible. You are always sending a message. Whatever you're doing, whether you're working, even if you are sleeping at home, your branding is always giving out a message to people, even in their memory. So when people see you, your body language, the way you speak, the way you make your eye contact with people, your smile or the lack of it, your clothes, everything, even your energy is giving out a message. Even your silence is giving out a message. So when these messages that your aura, your branding is giving out consecutively and congruently, when these messages are going to people, it is layered in their mind, and that becomes your brand story in their mind. So it is very, very important to watch out for what messages you're giving to people all the time. And how the messages are layered in people's minds is the reflection of your future branding story. Now let's talk about intention, which is the root of all leadership. So a good leader with grace sets the intention of growing his or her team members along with growing his or her own self. Setting an intention for your leadership is the foundation on which your branding stands. It is visible. Your intention becomes visible through everything that you say, do, and even through your silence. So setting the right and positive intention is very, very important for leadership. Leaders who set a right intention or a good intention, they expand themselves and start including people in their teams and the matrix teams into their energy, and they become very, very popular among all their team members. In retrospect, leaders who do not set the right intention, when leaders think that, I am here because I want to grow into the next level, and they do not include their team members in their growth or help them also grow, they operate out of insecurities, ego, fear, etc., even frustration. All this is visible to their team members and everybody else in the organization, and their intention, since it is wrong, takes the branding all the way down, and it doesn't help them become a good leadership brand. So this brings us back to the topic of what is leadership branding. Leadership branding is about everything that I spoke to you right now and a lot more, which I will be sharing with you in the next few months to come. And when we talk about leadership branding, I would like to definitely talk about one iconic leadership brand that our country has seen. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He was not only the 11th president of India, his branding was seen through his wisdom, his humility, and his service to the nation. We're speaking about strong and powerful and positive leadership brands here. We also should look at those leadership brands that we see who are good in what they do. They might be skilled, but when it comes to positivity, they have lost probably people's trust because of the intention that they have probably put when they started off. So what we want to do is we want to put the right intention and build a branding based on that. Good leadership brand is the alignment of that positivity to your intention and working on that straight line. Conscious branding, my friends, is about putting your right intention, walking on that, being a role model to your people and accepting responsibility on your own shoulders as a brand. Remember, visibility leads to credibility, which leads to becoming a compulsive and a compelling leadership brand.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर गेंद है गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Afternoon, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and the Pakistan PM is saying that they are ready for a neutral investigation into the Pahalgam attack. That is one of the big stories we're tracking right now. As we track back-to-back updates coming in, let's first look at the headlines first. After backtracking, Pakistan Prime Minister now demands a neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Protests against Pakistan take to global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London and Copenhagen and Melbourne. Resistance Force, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has now denied any kind of involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Does a big U-turn. While 26 innocent lives were lost in Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants is full swing as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. And viewers, getting you back to what is coming in right now. Security forces have launched a massive combing operation across South Kashmir following the recent terrorist attack in Pahalgam. The focus of the operation is on the Anantnag district. That is what we're learning right now. Search operations are underway in multiple areas, including Kokarnak, the upper reaches of Pahalgam. Other areas, mostly the infiltration routes. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers. We'll try to connect to our colleagues in a short while from now, because search operations have been launched. The entire area has been secured. We know that the entire area has been secured ever since the past few days post the Pahalgam attack. But in the latest coming in, we're getting you back-to-back and specific information on the story. Massive search operation. Focus is on the Anantnag district. Many districts of Anantnag. We're putting those pictures out for you right now. Those pictures coming in on our screen as massive search operations have been launched in South Kashmir area. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Yes, Zinat, pictures coming in. Now, we know that the South Kashmir area has been on alert. The security forces and the Indian Army are in multiple places in South Kashmir, but those updates for our viewers is specific to Anantnag district. If you could take our viewers through how many districts are right now under the radar of the security personnel and the army. Multiple, I repeat, multiple areas, including upper reaches of Pahalgam. Yes, go ahead.
Shivani, we see that, as you said, that the multiple areas or the districts are concerned, the action has been seen on ground from the entire South Kashmir. South Kashmir comprises of around 5 districts from Kulgam, Shopian, Pulwama, Avantipora, or Pahalgam side, where you have, which falls under the jurisdiction of Anantnag. Taking the story further, we seeing the upper reaches of Pahalgam are witnessing a massive cordon on search operation, because there are some of the routes that are known as the infiltration routes. The infiltration that comes from the Kokarnak, from the Simthan Top, from the Hapatnar, or from the Verinag. These all areas or the ridges touch you close to the ridge of Baisaran Valley, where this attack has taken place. We are seeing the police, army, paramilitary commandos all are together and combing this operation. In fact, the drone services have been pushed to navigate this area to see if the perpetrators are still there, and also to avoid any future attack. This drill is being carried. The visuals that we are beaming on the screen comes from Hapatnar and the Kapran, where this infiltration, where this operation, the search operation is being conducted, because we all know what happened on the 22nd of this month. So all these operations, the drills, the surveillances are only being done. Those who carried this attack are still at large, and to neutralize the perpetrators or to hunt them down, the massive combing operations are being carried on even the infiltration routes. This time the focus focus in that where these terrorists had come from. Did they use the infiltration routes? Did they use those ridges that connects you to Baisaran, or it was from the Verinag or the Sirgufara routes that they managed to come inside this Baisaran valley? So multiple operations on the way. As of now, the threat has not been neutralized after Baisaran incident, and meanwhile we are seeing the operation, the demolition of the house of the active terrorists we have seen in Pulwama, in Shopian, and also in Kulgam. Simultaneously in downtown Srinagar, the searches were conducted to those people whose cases are being registered under UAPA. So a lot of action on the ground from the Kashmir Valley, where now the forces are searching and scanning the infiltration routes.
Okay, extensive search operations happening in South Kashmir area, but multiple areas are on your screen: Srinagar, Pahalgam and Rajouri. Speaking of Pahalgam, you will see a chopper flying there. A chopper is doing a recce. I want to go to my colleague from Pahalgam, Arawat, who has been in Pahalgam for the past few days. Pahalgam, the same area where the dastardly, cowardly attacks took place on innocent tourists. I want to go to you. What is happening at Pahalgam? We saw those pictures of the recce, which is happening by the choppers, but there are more security operations underway in terms of search operations. What are the security personnel looking for? Yes, Arawat.
Yes, absolutely, Shwangi. We have seen that there are a few new locations where the coordinated search operation has been launched by the Joint Security Forces. These locations are near to that very took we have seen that there are the nearby some locations the coordinated search operation has been launched. Also, we have seen in the morning hours that the helicopters are doing the recce in the entire area where this attack took place in the Pahalgam. And then after we have seen that the search are being carried out, the water bodies are being monitored very closely by the senior officers. Also, the dense forest where the ongoing operation is going on, the area is also being under surveillance through the drone and the choppers of the Indian Army. The senior officials are also visiting the spot where this incident happened. There is possibility that the more individuals might be detained today. Also, we have seen yesterday that there are in number of 70 individuals who were detained or called by the forces for the questioning, and we have seen that the development is expected today that the more individuals might be arrested or detained today in regarding to Pahalgam terror attack. Yeah, Shwangi.
Right, I will be coming back to you right now. Let's go ahead. I want both Zeenat and Arawat to stay on with us, because the Pakistan Prime Minister has also made a bizarre remark. And I just want to go to the new breaking update coming in for our viewers. Pakistan Prime Minister says that the country is ready for a neutral investigation of Kashmir attack. That is right. One more big update coming in right now on Republic TV. The Pakistan Prime Minister saying that they're ready for a neutral investigation of the Kashmir attack. And this is coming in as, remember, that Pakistan is on a big back foot as we speak. Already the Indus water treaty has been halted. And India saying that not even a drop of water, they don't even deserve one drop of water. In the midst of all this, feeling the heat, Pakistan goes into panic mode. Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says that Islamabad is ready for neutral investigation into the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. And said that Pakistan is open to participating in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation. Let's go to Zeenat, who's joining us on the story. Zeenat, you know, this is coming in as Pakistan definitely feeling the heat. And not just here in India, all over the world, the protests in different parts of the world, where Pakistan's habit of sponsoring homegrown terror is coming out in the open. And this is something India has been saying for a long time on international forums. Yes, go ahead. What does Sharif's remark really mean when he's saying he's ready for a so-called, quote-unquote, neutral investigation?
See, this is quite evident now that the Pakistan Prime Minister coming openly and saying that its country wants to be part of the neutral investigation of the Pahalgam attack. This means that the pressure button and the panic button has been there. It has been pressed, because seeing the India posturing for the Indus water treaty, obviously it is hitting the Pakistan under the belt, because if once this treaty is formally implemented, because it's not going going to take a 12 days or a month or a week. It will take time. But once it is done, it is going to hit economy of the Pakistan, the water security. It is going to impact their food security, because the southwest streams that are entering the waters from the India towards the Pakistan, once they are diverted, once they are stopped, that means there will be a water war inside the Pakistan, which is already having the economic crisis and are going every time to IMF for the funds. Though Pakistan has taken India for granted when India would say that it would implement the decisions in past, but then Pakistan knew well that the funding is coming from the World Bank that is monitoring the entire treaty, so Pakistan don't have to worry. But this time India giving a very strong message and taking a very bold stance by saying that they are going to keep the treaty in ambience and the waters will be diverted, it will be stopped. Once the India start constructing dams, because constructing a dam takes around 2 decades or more than a decade, then what will happen to Pakistan? Because this is a treaty that was signed between the two countries around 65 years back, if we go precise about the dates. So this is going to be a very strong measure that is coming from the government of India to the Pakistan. Meanwhile, we see that the Iran has also sent a message that it is ready to neutralize the tension between the two neighboring countries.
Right, and I want to go straight across to some breaking news coming in. Zeenat, I wanted to hold on because this has been a big twist and a U-turn which has come in a short while back. This is breaking news coming in. Pakistan's duplicity once again out in the open. The TRF has withdrawn its earlier statement taking responsibility of the Pahalgam attack. That is right, viewers. Absolutely strange turn of events and a big U-turn. I repeat, a big U-turn which has been made. I just want to take our viewers through what really happened. Now, this is the TRF. Resistance Front, the shadow group of the banned LET, Lashkar-e-Toiba, has denied any role in the Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 26 innocent lives. But what is to be noted here, earlier this week, the terrorist organization had claimed responsibility for that attack that took place in the Basiran meadows of Anantnag districts. So the statement has come out, and the statement says TRF has denying any involvement. This is the statement in the Pahalgam incident. Any attribution of this act to TRF is false and hasty. Let's go across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Zeenat. Zeenat, a very bizarre statement from the TRF, which by the way is a banned organization. They have done a big U-turn, and the only question I want to ask you is, how is that even possible?
See, the TRF has already claimed through one of his shadow outfits through the Kashmir Resistance Front, giving the reasons for the attack, justifying that the domicile certificates were allotted to around 83,000 people and the repercussions are on the ground. Now that the India has taken a strong measures through its MEA by withdrawing the visas and taking the bigger pushes and also hitting the Pakistan under the belt, definitely it has rattled the Pakistan. Pakistan has gone into a panic mode. There will be a revolt by the people of Pakistan itself to their government now, because if you don't have the water, what will you do? It is one of the essential components of the life. What will you do without water? Your food, your economy, your every livelihood will get affected if the Pakistan faces water scarcity. So in a way, Pakistan is trying to neutralize or to telling its outfits, because we all know that the Pakistan has been a great supporter of the terror networks, terror outfits, whether it's the Osama bin Laden, who was neutralized by the US government at Abbottabad itself, is a bigger proof. And then whether it is a Hafiz Saeed or the other people who have been claiming the terror attacks in India. Even you remember the Kandahar, when this happened, obviously that time the terrorists were taken out from the jails and they were handed to...
Yes, Zeenat, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, because I want our viewers to have a look at this new update, and it's very important because as Pakistan is backtracking and going into panic mode, let's take a look at Indian Army's messages. But we're getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. Before that, after Tari Vaga, BSF is downscaled the beating retreat. Let's first have a look at the Indian Army's messages, and then we'll get you more updates. right, we have some breaking news coming in. Like we told you, after we come to know that after Atari Wagah border, focus is now on the Jammu border. Okay, so what we're learning right now is that after Atari Wagah, BSF has downscaled the beating retreat ceremony at Jammu international border. No, I repeat, no cultural program to be part of beating retreat ceremony. Decision was taken in view of the increasing tension with Pakistan post Pahalgam attack. BSF is conducting beating retreat ceremony. Now this is coming in Jammu on Saturday and Sunday. So we see that the BSF has downscaled, I repeat, the BSF has downscaled the beating retreat ceremony, and this is an appropriate response which is coming in from the side of India. I want to go straight across to my colleague. If we have Gursimran, let's go to Gursimran, who's joining us right now. What we're learning is that the BSF has said it has scaled down the beating retreat ceremony held at multiple locations in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. And I just want to come to you and take our viewers through the entire update in terms of the BSF scaling down the beating retreat ceremony. Yes, go ahead. Yes, Gursimran.
Yes, Shivangi, a decision has been taken by the Border Security Force that after the Wagah borders ceremony, that the beating retreat ceremony that was downscaled, now the ceremony that will take place here at the Indo-Pakistan international border in Countrywide this evening, because here at the international border it happens twice a week, that is on the Saturdays and Sundays. This too has been downscaled. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that this is the Border Security Force Countrywide border outpost that has been restricted for the civilian population, as the civilians are not allowed to move towards the 0 point. The gates have been closed since yesterday, and now the decision that has been taken is that it is the downscaling of the ceremony, that there will not be any cultural programs or the celebrations that usually takes place during the ceremony. We are told that this ceremony that will take place this evening will be very sober ceremony, and during this ceremony the tributes will be paid to those fallen heroes that have made the supreme sacrifice. Important to mention that the senior officers of the BSF, they are already at the borders. I'll request Gaurav to show you that as we speak, the Deputy Inspector General of the BSF, he too has arrived at the Countrywide border. It's the DIG of the BSF, Chitrapal, who has arrived at the Indo-Pakistan border, because the border tensions, they are also prevailing. The Pakistan side, we know that have already increased the deployment of the Chenab Rangers at the Indo-Pakistan international border. There have been manifold deployment that has been done here at the Indo-Pakistan border by the Pakistani side, be it the 13 Chenab Rangers, 14 Chenab or 26 Chenab. That is from the Jammu, Kathua, Samba. They have increased the deployment, and Gaurav is showing you the visuals of the senior BSF official, that is the DIG of the BSF, this sector. He has arrived here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. Important to mention that keeping in view the entire security scenario that is there, the senior officers are camping on the ground. We are told that earlier also he was at some other border that is the next unit to this, and now he has arrived at the Countrywide border outpost, where the ceremony that is slated to take place later this evening has been downscaled, and no cultural activities or any celebration will take place. It will pay a solemn tribute to those 26 civilians, those who have made the supreme sacrifice during this deadly terror attack in Pahalgam.
That is right, Gursimran. BSF scaled down the beating retreat ceremony. Handshake with Pakistan soldiers has also been suspended. Okay, I want to go straight to some of the breaking updates coming in right now. Gursimran, you stay on with us. But the entire world is siding with India. Protests are happening in many countries against the brutal killings of the 26 Indians. And on your screen, you will see pictures coming in from Nepal. These are getting in visuals of protests near Embassy of Pakistan in Kathmandu against the Pahalgam terror attack. So these are the pictures coming in. And remember that there are protests in multiple parts of the country and in all over the world as well against Pakistan and the brutality that we are seeing. Worldwide support, I repeat, worldwide support coming in from India, whether it be Melbourne, whether it be London, or whether it be any other part of the country and the world, including Kathmandu. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Deepak. Deepak, you know, global protests erupt against Pakistan in different parts of the world. And now the latest coming in is Kathmandu. These pictures coming in from Kathmandu, where multiple protesters are condemning the attack on innocent tourists. Yes, go ahead, Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi, from London to Copenhagen, from Kathmandu to Melbourne, a wave of grief, rage and resistance is being witnessed across the globe, and protests have erupted in solidarity with the 26 lives that have been snatched away in the horrific terror attack in Pahalgam. And this was not just an attack on India, it was an attack on humanity. And this is not diplomatic pressure, Shivangi. This is the power of the people that is being witnessed on the streets across the globe. And it's a world standing shoulder to shoulder with India. It's a global indictment of terrorism and of those who shelter it, sponsor it, and then pretend to be innocent, like what we've seen Pakistan do time and again. And today as well, they've made a massive U-turn. While some are busy issuing denials and even cooking up theories that it was the Indian cyber warfare system that put out a message on TRF, the global public isn't buying all these narratives, because the anger is real and the solidarity is also very fierce. These protests, Shivangi, reflect a growing consensus that enough is enough, and the time is right for condemning from a distance. And this time, concrete action and accountability is being sought by people across the world. The Indian diaspora, activists and people from all walks of life are joining in solidarity. And the chorus is very, very simple, and the demand is also loud, that action must be taken against those perpetrators, and terror has no justification. We've seen how in London, when Indians were protesting, we've seen how the defense attaché of Pakistan made throat-slitting gesture. This goes on to show how hate has been institutionalized in Pakistan, and the proof was right out there in London when the Pakistan defense attaché came out of the Pakistan High Commission and gestured hate. And this must be taken note in the United Kingdom, and action must be taken against these individuals.
Yeah, Kathmandu, London, Melbourne or Copenhagen, the world stands with India at this point of time, like Deepak is saying. I'm going to go ahead, viewers, because we're getting some breaking news coming in right now. Let's go to the breaking news coming in right now. There's a deadline. Pakistan nationals have a deadline to leave India. Pakistani nationals are leaving from the Atari border right now. Breaking update coming in. Okay, we'll put those pictures out for you also in a short while from now, where Pakistani nationals have started arriving in the Wagah-Atari border ahead of their deadline to leave India in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. And we'll put those pictures out. Okay, those are out on your screen. So what do you see Pakistani nationals leaving from Atari border? Let's go straight across to Sumit, my colleague from Republic Bharati, who's joining us live from the ground. Sumit, pictures aa rahe hain. Pakistani nationals are leaving India. They're leaving Indian soil, and deadline, and it's a deadline. Before the deadline, they have to leave, and the process is happening as we speak. Yes, Sumit, over to you.
बिल्कुल 27 अप्रैल यानी 27 अप्रैल तक का अल्टीमेटम है। और ये देखिए गाड़ी एक और आ गई है। एक एक करके गाड़ी जो है उसमें सवार होकर पाकिस्तानी आ रहे हैं, अलग अलग देशों, अलग अलग राज्यों से, कोई इंदौर से, कोई लखनऊ से, कोई मुजफ्फरनगर से। और यहाँ आगे आप देख सकते हैं भारत पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर लिखा हुआ है 1 किलोमीटर आगे, लाहौर 23 किलोमीटर। ये गाड़ी जो आप लगी हुई देख रहे हैं, जो गाड़ी लगी हुई देख रहे हैं, वो पाकिस्तानी इसमें हैं जिन्हें वापस भेजा जा रहा है, जो वापस जाने के लिए कहा गया है। और अभी कुछ लोग, आप लोग कहाँ से सर? हाँ, अच्छा, घूमने आए। कुछ लोग घूमने भी आए हैं, लेकिन जो ये गाड़ी आप देख रहे हैं मेरे पीछे, कुछ देर पहले तक हमने उनसे बात की। किसी के घर में शादी थी, आज ही शादी थी, लेकिन उन्हें वापस जाना पड़ा है कोई इलाज कराने के लिए। यहाँ पर मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए कोई आया था 45 दिन की वीज़ा पर, लेकिन उन्हें 10 दिन के अंदर, 15 दिन के अंदर वापस जाना पड़ रहा है। ये वही गाड़ियाँ हैं, वहाँ पर डॉक्यूमेंट वेरिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है, भारत पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर। इसके बाद वहाँ से उन्हें अटारी बॉर्डर से वापस भेजा जाएगा। BSF के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात हैं लगातार, और कुछ देर बाद उधर से भी लोग भेजे जा रहे हैं। जो इंडियंस हैं जो पाकिस्तान चले गए थे, उन्हें भी, चूंकि पाकिस्तान सरकार की तरफ से भी ये कहा गया है कि आप वहाँ से निकल जाइए, तो पाकिस्तान से भी भारतीय आ रहे हैं। 2 दिन में, पिछले 2 दिनों में करीब 300 से 350 से भी ज़्यादा, 350 से भी ज़्यादा जो भारतीय हैं वो पाकिस्तान आए थे, और 287 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी वापस जा चुके हैं। आज भी जाने का सिलसिला जारी है। लगातार इस बड़ी खबर पर हम बने हुए हैं, लगातार ये कवरेज जारी है। एक छोटा सा ब्रेक।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गई है गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
After backtracking, Pakistan Prime Minister now demands a neutral probe on Pahalgam terror strike. Pakistan defense attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Protests against Pakistan take to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. The Resistance Front, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has unequivocally denied any involvement in the Pahalgam terror strike. While 26 innocent lives were lost in the Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister downplays the terror stance. Security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants in full swing as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals have been detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Viewers, quickly cutting across to this fresh breaking news that we're getting into. Now, the DIG of BSF has reached the Indo-Pak border in Jammu for security assessment. This comes as security has been heightened in and across Kashmir Valley.
They are also prevailing. The Pakistan side, we know that have already increased the deployment of the Chenab Rangers at the Indo-Pakistan international border. There have been manifold deployment that has been done here at the Indo-Pakistan border by the Pakistani side.
The live visuals that we're getting for you from the ground of action in Jammu, the Indo-Pak border in Jammu. DIG BSF reaches Indo-Pakistan border in Jammu for security assessment, and now this comes as security has been heightened. It's been beefed up in and across the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. In fact, this follows closely in relation with the security forces' crackdown over infiltration attempts from the line of control. Also being joined by my colleague Gursimran to get us more updates into the matter. Gursimran, speak to us about this integral move. Now, DIG BSF has reached the Indo-Pak border for security assessment.
Yes, as we speak, it's the Deputy Inspector General of the Border Security Force here in Jammu frontier. It's where the DIG has arrived a couple of minutes back. Right now, we are outside the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Countrywide, and the senior officers have arrived. It is the commandant of the unit along with the Deputy Inspector General who has arrived, and as per the reported, they are in the operations room for now. It's a general assessment of the situation, keeping in view the alert that has been sounded on the Indo-Pakistan international border, keeping in view the heightened activity from across the border, because if we speak of last 2 to 3 days, there has been a heightened activity across, be it from the 13 Chenab Rangers, 14 Chenab Rangers, or the 26 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed in the Jammu, Kathua and the Samba sector. So keeping that in view, the Deputy Inspector General has arrived here. That is what we saw in the visuals as well, that he is at present in the ops room of the Countrywide border and is reviewing the situation. A general assessment of the situation is being done, because see, it is a regular affair that the BSF keeps a tab on the border, but now the situation is altogether different. The adversary is of the view that they might face some backlash over what has happened in the Pulwama, the way the civilians were killed brutally by the Pakistani terrorists, and that is why we are witnessing that the BSF here is also maintaining a highest level of alertness, because what we have seen in the Kashmir line of control, where the Pakistan is provoking India time and again for the last 2 days, there have been ceasefire violations that are taking place. So that's why the BSF is leaving no stone unturned and taking nothing at chance, and that's why the senior officers are here at the Indo-Pakistan international border for the security assessment.
Yeah. Thanks very much for getting us those key details, Gursimran. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Rakshita, right at the Lal Chowk in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. Rakshita, take this forward, please.
Yes, Getu, thanks so much. And yes, we are reporting from Srinagar, and remember, Republic TV is getting you each and every update as India continues to fight back against terror. Viewers, we continue to get you more updates. In fact, the latest update is that how a Pakistani defense attaché, Pakistan defense attaché, Colonel Taimur Rahat, was caught making a throat-slitting gesture towards Indians in London. Viewers, this is a video that is going viral, and it actually exposes Pakistan's ugly face once again. Its ugly, evil face once again. This is a person who is part of the Pakistani forces. And we are playing those visuals of Colonel Rahat of the Pakistani army, who threatens Indians. You see this gesture, this action of his that has been caught on camera. And he also holds Abhinandan's poster. He also holds Wing Commander Abhinandan's poster behind Park Officer mocks India with the chilling gesture, and he is threatening Indians. He's mimicking the slitting of throat, and there is diplomatic outrage. Pakistani officer signals violence clearly against Indians abroad. Yes, so viewers, there you have the visuals coming in. You can see the hatred, and there is of course a lot of outrage on that as far as this Pakistani Pak Army colonel is concerned. He is publicly gesturing to slit Indian posters. You can see after the Pahalgam attack, Pakistani Army Defence Attaché gesturing to slit Indian protesters throughout publicly, and he's Colonel Taimur Rahat, the Pakistani Army Air and Army Attaché Pakistan's mission in UK, and he also was holding a placard with a picture of Indian Air Force Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman in his hand, and members of the Indian community were staging a protest, which of course provoked him, which he was of course could not take very easily, and he made that provocative gesture in fact instead. And also we have some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers, as we speak. Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has said that it is that Pakistan is ready for neutral investigation of this terror attack. Now he's calling for neutral investigation. Again, this is Pakistan's way of bringing the Kashmir problem or the Kashmir issue to the international level. This is what Shahbaz Sharif is saying. He says that the country is ready for neutral investigation of the Kashmir attack. And this is Shahbaz Sharif, of course, viewers. Again, he is trying to provoke once again, and he's asking for a neutral. He's talking for a neutral investigation. This is typical of Pakistan. Typical of Pakistan, viewers. Not the first time we've seen this, and we see that Shahbaz Sharif says that it's a brazen attempt, of course, from him to take up their so-called Kashmir issue, of course, to the global platform and repeat the rhetoric of demanding the plebiscite. There you have, viewers. In fact, we can listen into what exactly Shahbaz Sharif has said.
The recent tragedy in Pahalgam is yet another example of this perpetual blame game, which must come to a grinding halt, and now, continuing with its role as a responsible country, Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
And in fact, my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, well, this is of course a typical Pakistan attempt, a typical Pakistani attempt by Shahbaz Sharif, typical of them to drag, more countries here, to drag this issue to what they call the Kashmir issue to the international platform. And now you have Shahbaz Sharif. I mean, we do know that chills are right now running down the spine of the Pakistanis as they know that India will retaliate. They fear India's retaliation, and now they're calling for a neutral investigation.
See, the retaliation will come from Government of India, and Government of India has already announced in the bold way that how they are going to deal with the Pakistan terror on Kashmir, or for that matter in the entire India. We know about it, and we have seen that measures that have been taken by the MEA. Now, after the Government of India decided to keep this Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, we are seeing the ripples coming out from the Pakistan when the Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif is openly saying that the Pakistan is ready to investigate into the neutral investigation regarding the Pahalgam attack. This Pahalgam attack has definitely given a dent to the entire Pakistan, and also in India we are seeing that the rage among the people. We have been seeing a lot of action on ground as far as the Pahalgam's Baisaran incident is concerned. Meanwhile, I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals of the Government of India and the Government of Jammu Jammu and Kashmir's action in dealing with the Pakistan terror on Kashmir soil. We are reporting from Kulgam. This is the residence of the Zakir Ahmed, who's a part of Lashkar-e-Toiba. He has joined the outfit long back, and tonight, his house was razed to ground by the administration along with the security apparatus. This tells you a strong and a clear message coming from the administration that the Pakistan terror will not be tolerated on the Kashmir soil, for which the government of India has taken an action, and it is clearly aimed at disincentivizing local terrorism or any kind of terrorism or any support to terror. It's a stern reminder to local youth, that if they pick up the gun and join terror ranks, their families will have to pay the price. The families will also be denied government benefits like passport clearance, jobs and other things. This is a part of centre's broader strategy to deal with the terror, like zero tolerance for terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Although we are seeing the family members of Zakir, they are collecting their belongings, the articles that they are able to retrieve from the rubbles of this very house. The family members have chipped in, but this is also a stark reminder to those who support terrorism on the ground. All these actions are coming at a time when Jammu and Kashmir police and the other state investigating agencies are dealing and investigating and trying to take out the layers of the Baisaran incident.
Right, in fact, this is, of course, very typical of Pakistan, the way they have responded. But tell us more about what you're picking up, Zeenat, along the border. We understand that there has been doubling of the deployment. The Pakistanis, of course, are right now scrambling for everything possible they can do because they fear massive retaliation, a bigger strike from India more than ever, like what they can't even imagine. And that's why we see, on one side, we see their ministers continue to admit and expose their face that how they have been doing evil things for years. They have been doing dirty things for years. But we saw Khwaja Asif speaking to foreign media and speaking very outrightly exposing themselves. But at the same time, what is happening along the borders and what is the Pakistani army doing right now?
See, as far as the borders are concerned, the borders along the line of control from this or the other side, the borders are completely up. They know that there will be some retaliation that will come from the government of India. The government of India has made a very strong posturing against Pakistan this time, and Pakistan has been seeing mobilizing the infrastructure, their machines, their ammunition and their tanks and other things that have been stationed just near the line of control. So this tells you they know well that after when Barbaric happened, the India carried a strike which has taken Pakistan aback because that was a surprise strike. Knowing the posturing of India and the hard stance towards terrorism by the Narendra Modi government, the Pakistan is ready, but we have seen, if you go through the history, always the Pakistan has made a blunder and they have lost almost all wars to India. And this time also we will see in coming time the Pakistan will do escalation, again will initiate, and the Indian government will retaliate. There have been multiple measures that have been taken by the government of India at present to boost the confidence of the people of the country and to give assurance to the people of the country that the Modi government is with them, and whosoever has carried this kind of attack, the perpetrators will be given a body blow.
Absolutely. Zeenat, in fact, stay on with us. In fact, we continue to get more updates, viewers. In fact, we also have Pakistani nationals that are being deported from across the length and breadth of the country. The latest visuals we have are from the Attari border, viewers, where Pakistani nationals are being deported. They are being sent back. That's the latest update we have right now from the Attari border. We're getting in more updates as we speak. I think we are playing that story, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not wrong, we're playing that. All right. Shifting our focus, viewers, now. The Pak Defence Attaché Colonel has now made us a very provocative gesture. He has threatened Indians publicly on camera. This is visual coming in from London. If you can just play that visual from London, viewers, where Colonel Taimur Rahat was caught making slitting throat gesture, pointing towards the Indians who are protesting outside the embassy, the Pak embassy, Pak High Commission there in London. And he also was holding a placard which showed Indian Army officer, Group Captain Abhinandan as well. He was mocking in the Indians with this gesture. He was making death threats to Indians, and he was mimicking, he was showing that he'll slit the throats. That's what he has said. And it's of course there is outrage among the Pakistani diplomats, Pakistani officers, army officers signaling violence against Indian abroad. So you can clearly see, viewers, what Pakistani army, they will always disown, they will always expose themselves. On one hand, they will always show their real faces, and this is the real face of Pakistani army. This is the real face of Pakistani army, and that is what we are showing right now. And I think we have our reporters also on ground. If we can go across to them. If I'm told what do I have, I can go across to whatever we have, viewers. If we have somebody from somewhere we can talk to, we can have a defense expert also on this, because this is an outrageous story. Outrageous gesture by the Pak diplomat. Of course, they have all the reasons to get enraged. They are, of course, right now scared, and they are in shambles. They don't know what to do. So all they can do is try to do these juvenile actions. In fact, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. We'll just go across to visuals coming in from the Atari border. Amritsar, Pakistani nationals leaving from the Atari border. Remember, there are many of these Pakistani nationals who have overstayed. You know, there are so many of them whose visas have expired, and even if those visas are valid, as India's diplomatic strike has directed, they all need to be deported. Sumit, my colleague, joins us live in the broadcast for more. Sumit, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ सामने है आपके इर्द गिर्द, कितने लोगों को अभी तक डिपोर्ट किया गया है?
बिल्कुल, मैं इस वक्त अटारी बॉर्डर पर खड़ा हूं और ये मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं जो गाड़ियां हैं। आपसे कुछ देर पहले यहां से गाड़ियां अंदर भेजी गई हैं और वहां जो गाड़ियां रुकी है वहीं पर डॉक्यूमेंट वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है, पासपोर्ट और वीज़ा देखा जा रहा है। बहुत सारे लोगों से हमने बातचीत भी की सुबह सुबह। उनमें से कई लोग थे जो ये कह रहे थे कि उनके पास वीज़ा था, और यहाँ कुछ लोग भी आए हैं। सर, एक सेकेंड शीशा नीचे कीजिए। यहाँ एक और आप देख सकते हैं, ये पाकिस्तान से आए हुए हैं, इन्हें वापस भेजा जा रहा है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट वेरिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है। एक सेकंड सर, आप तो ये एक सेकंड, ये डॉक्यूमेंट दिखा सकते हैं? एक सेकंड, ये पाकिस्तान के, आप कहाँ से आए, किधर से आए? भेजा पाकिस्तान में कहाँ से आए? तो ये एक और जो पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स हैं उन्हें अंदर भेजा गया है। वो उनके पास वीज़ा था, लेकिन चूंकि 27 अप्रैल ये लास्ट डेट थे और उधर से भी लोग आ रहे हैं, अब चूंकि इंडियंस जो पाकिस्तान में थे उन्हें भी अब उधर से भेजा जा रहा है। तो करीब 2 दिनों में 300-350 से भी ज़्यादा जो लोग हैं वो पाकिस्तान से आ चुके हैं, और यहाँ से भी 287 से ज़्यादा लोग, 287 से भी ज़्यादा लोग पाकिस्तानी नेशनल जो हैं वो यहाँ से पाकिस्तान वापस जा रहे हैं। अभी भी गाड़ियों के आने का सिलसिला जारी है और दोनों तरफ से आप देख सकते हैं मेरे पीछे ये लगातार गाड़ियाँ आ रही हैं। कुछ लोग हैं जो बात कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग बात नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन कई ऐसे पाकिस्तानी हैं जिनसे बात हुई हमारी। उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि हम शादी में आए थे, यहाँ पर रिलेटिव हैं, उनकी शादी थी, फंक्शन थी, लेकिन आज ही शादी होनी थी और आज ही हमें वापस जाना पड़ा है शादी अटेंड किए बगैर। और कुछ लोग हैं जिनका मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट होना था, वो यहाँ से वापस पाकिस्तान जा रहे हैं, चूँकि अल्टीमेटम दे दिया गया है। कल ही एक बड़ी बैठक बुलाई थी गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने, होम मिनिस्टर ने साफ तौर पर सभी राज्यों के सीएम को, सभी स्टेट के सीएम को कह दिया कि आप अपने स्टेट में देखिए कौन कौन पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं, उन्हें ढूंढिए। उनकी लिस्ट सौंपी गई है और उन्हें वहां से डिपोर्ट करने के लिए कहा गया, उन्हें वहां से डिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है और लगातार ये सिलसिला जारी है। क्योंकि
जी सुमित, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। जी हम आपके पास आते रहेंगे. We'll continue to get more updates as the Pakistani nationals are being deported from across the country. Viewers, now shift our focus. We'll continue to get you all the updates with regards to this dastardly attack. Viewers, we shift our focus to this towards the end of our segment on the positive influencer program led by Republic TV. Viewers, now we are telling you how a positive influencer Robha Abhyankar is sharing, is talking about the Gita, and how the teachings of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the teachings of Lord Krishna can help us in daily lives.
Robha Abhyankar tells us about the wisdom of Gita and how the teachings of Krishna can help and guide us in our daily lives. Let's watch.
Namaskar. My name is Robha Abhyankar. Thank you for tuning in to watch this video. The Srimad Bhagavad Gita is a powerhouse of wisdom, and tapping into this very wisdom requires a little bit of study. The study of scriptures, the study of our environment, and how this wisdom could help us make better decisions in life, and also to lead a more peaceful life in the midst of this humdrum. So how about we try and decode some of this knowledge and also try to apply it in our own lives? Let's get started then. It's not just 1 or 2 shlokas that leave a mark behind, but all 700 of the shlokas of the Bhagavad Gita teach us about ourselves, about our surroundings, our mind, and believe it or not, about people as well. Day in and day out, we experience all kinds of emotions. Some good ones, but let's be honest, mostly bad ones most times. And these feelings have a tendency to reflect on our mood. We tie in these emotions with any action that we're doing. We make these emotions a part and parcel of our personality. Do you know what ties us to these emotions? Shri Krishna helps answer this question right at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita in the 2nd Adhyay or chapter, aptly titled Sankhya Yoga. What does the word Sankhya mean? Sankhya is an analytical approach. We use knowledge and our own understanding when dealing with things. Yoga, in the simplest of terms, is coming together. And to understand this, we have Shri Krishna guiding us all through the way. Going back to our emotional roller coaster ride, the one thing that fuels this roller coaster is attachment. Attachment, in the simplest sense, is fondness, affection, or even sympathy. But the study of psychology takes this one step further. It defines it as a bond between 2 individuals. And mind you, not just any bond, but a bond that provides a sense of security, a sense of trust. And this bond has the capacity to impact our emotional development as well as relationships. Now you might stop me here and say, but Roma, what's this got to do with my life? And I'll get straight to it. You see, attachment is not just to people or things. We could even be attached to experiences, to situations. And when it gets out of hand, it might create trouble for us. The purest form of attachment one sees in life is the beautiful bond between a mother and a child. Have you noticed how teary-eyed a mother gets seeing her child off to school for the very first time? The atmosphere is charged with emotions in this setting, and that moment captures something which can't be easily explained in words. Most of us have furry friends, our pets at home. If you travel for work or leisure, you might have had to leave your pet behind with a friend or family, or even at a pet hostel. I'm sure you've dreaded that. Watching your furry friend's eyes as you say goodbye stirs something inexplicable in you. That is attachment. Even if you aren't a parent or have no pets, I can assure you that you still have had attachment to things around you. If I could run your memory over to your days at school, I'm sure you couldn't do without a favorite pen, a compass box, a lunch box, or even an outfit you love to wear often. Now that you have a sense of the concept of attachment, let's jump straight into the Bhagavad Gita and see what Sri Krishna has to say. Karmanye vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana Ma karma phala heturbhur mate sangostva karmani. This is the explanation of the shlok. One has the right to work, but one is not entitled to the fruits of the action. Be not motivated by the fruits of your action, nor be attached to inaction. This is the 47th shlok of the second adhyay, and a shlok that you will hear very often. In the simplest of words, Shri Krishna is advising Arjun to do his work, fulfill his duty, and not be attached to the fruits of his actions. Sounds easy, but a tad bit difficult to implement, right? Let's decode the shlok in a way in which we understand, in a contemporary sense, shall we? Shri Krishna advises Arjun to practice detachment. The word detachment might seem like an antonym or the opposite of attachment, but we're not in grammar class, so it won't be that easy. If attachment is emotional involvement, is detachment not doing anything at all? No, not one bit. And this is where we might falter in understanding the true meaning of the word detachment. When we say we must detach ourselves from something, it means we are detaching ourselves from the emotional involvement. We are not detaching from doing the action. We are not detaching from fulfilling our responsibility. A lot of times, one tends to interpret the shlok to mean that now I can sit back and do nothing. I can do the bare minimum. I don't have to take the efforts. I can get away with a small contribution. Well, I have to break it to you. It doesn't mean all this at all. In fact, it means just the opposite. Shri Krishna's advice in this shlok is to give your 100% to whatever is at hand, but don't focus on the result. Put your best foot forward, but don't ask the question, what's in it for me? At this point, we're conditioned to ask, if there's nothing in it for me, why should I waste my time? And that's a valid question. Sometimes we have to do things because they are a part of who we are. They are our responsibility. They are our duty. They are our dharma. Your dharma can be viewed as the duty you have, a duty towards yourself, a duty to the community at large, a duty towards the greater good. And fulfilling it is your responsibility. The fruits, the outcome of our actions are many a times beyond us. They may be dependent on other factors like other people or even the environment. They may be defined by time and therefore meant to be received later in life. Why stress and fuss over the things we can't control? You know what you can control? You can control your actions. You can control your reactions. You can control how you view things. And isn't control what we all want as humans at the end of the day? I know this is a lot to take in the first go. I'll leave you with these thoughts.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गेंद है गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কালাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, so very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra reporting from Srinagar right now. And we are getting you all the latest update that we're getting in as India continues to fight against terror. Let's get started with the headlines right now.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
After backtracking, Pakistan Prime Minister now demands a neutral probe on Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché issues threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Protests against Pakistan takes to a global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrate outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. The Resistance Force, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has unequivocally denied any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. While 26 innocent lives were lost in Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah downplays terror stance. Security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. Crackdown on illegal immigrants in full swing as 500 Bangladeshi illegals detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. And viewers, our forces are on ground and they are leaving no stone unturned to hunt down the terrorists and those supporting them. And this is the latest update we have. There are massive combing operations that are right now being conducted across South Kashmir. In several locations of South Kashmir, the combing operations are underway. And the focus of the operation is on the Anantnag district. Anantnag district is on focus right now as far as these operations are concerned. It's an all-out war against terror, viewers. All-out war against terrorists. Search operations are underway in several other areas of South Kashmir as well, like Kokanag, the upper reaches of Pahalgam, Hapadnar, Kapran, Verinag and Shigufwara as well. These are the routes which in fact have witnessed a lot of infiltration. Joint security forces are also going inside the dense forest at Pahalgam. That's one big update we have. My colleague Aravat is joining us live from Pahalgam. Aravat, tell us more about this operation that is going into the dense forests of Pahalgam.
बिल्कुल जिस तरह रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पहलगाम के घने जंगलों में पहुंचा है, जहां पर आतंकी गतिविधि हुई, उसके बाद यहां पे स्पेशल कमांडोज को जो है बुलाया गया है। फिरदौस, अगर आपको यहां से विजुअल्स दिखाए किस तरह से फोर्सेस जो है लास्ट स्टेज पर पहुंचे हैं, यहां पर जितने भी घने जंगल है उन घने जंगलों पर जो है इस तरह के सर्च ऑपरेशन जो चलाए जा रहे हैं, जितने भी यहाँ के एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं उनको कम्प्लीटली सील कर दिया गया है। और लगातार आप देख सकते हो, फिरदौस आपको विजुअल दिखा रहा है किस तरह से पूरे पहलगाम की अगर हम बात करें, इस तरह के पूरे घने जंगल जो है वहाँ पर इस तरह का जो है ऑपरेशन अभी चल रहा है। इससे साफ तौर से जाहिर हो रहा है किस तरह से सुरक्षा बल के जवान जो हैं वो लगातार पूरे इस एरिया में पहुँच चुके हैं और सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है बड़े पैमाने पर चल रहा है। हालांकि सुरक्षा एजेंसी एजेंसीज को सूचना मिली थी कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में जो है वो आतंकी जो है वो मौजूद है और लगातार यहाँ पे जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन को बढ़ा दिया गया है। रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क आपको ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स दिखा रहा है पहलगाम से, जहाँ पर ये आतंकियों ने हत्या की 26 लोगों की। और पूरे एरिया में जो आप देख सकते हो यहाँ से किस तरह से फोर्सेस जो है फॉरेस्ट से बाहर आ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट लोकेशंस पर जा रहे हैं। पूरे इस एरिया को जो है वो कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया है। जितने भी लेटेस्ट वेपन्स है वो सुरक्षा बलों के पास है और बल्कि इतना ही नहीं बल्कि एयर सर्वेलेंस भी जो है वो रखा जा रहा है। ये घने जंगलों में ऑपरेशन करना काफ़ी हैक्टिक है फोर्सेस के लिए, बट हम लगातार देख रहे हैं आज 5वां दिन है और लगातार इस सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है पूरे इन इलाकों में जो है वो चल रहा है। फिरदौस आपको यहाँ से दिखा रहा है, यहाँ से these are the visuals right now. You can see here in the visual how the Jawans are moving towards the more forests. You can see the latest weapons that forces are having here in the Pahalgam, where the deadly terror attack happened 22 April, and then after we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. You can see the forces alertness, and these are the special forces who are doing the operation here in the Pahalgam. Right now, we believe we have told by the sources that 4 to 6 terrorists were involved in the deadly terror attack, and there is possibility these terrorists are hiding these dense forests. After that, you can see the special forces are doing the search operation in these dense forest areas of the Pahalgam, where we have seen and we have seen multiple teams of the CRPF, Rashtra Rifles, Jammu and Kashmir police are going to locations where they have received the intelligence that there might be the presence of some terrorists in the area, and the massive coordinated search operation is going on. You can see the forces are moving toward the forest where the ongoing operation is going on. It's day 5, but we have seen that the special forces are doing the combing operations here in the Pahalgam forest, where you can see here in the visuals that Firdaus is showing you. These are the exclusive visuals. Republic Media Network is on the ground and showing you the visuals. These are the latest weapons that the forces are having in these operational times in the forest areas. Also, we have been told that the air surveillance and the water bodies are also being monitored by the forces in these lush green mountains. You can see the forces are doing the operation. Also, we have been told by the forces that there are the dozens of teams who are doing. Also, the few teams have gone inside to these dense forests where the ongoing operation is going on. Republic is showing you all the pictures from the ground, how the forces from this place to from 200 meters ahead, the forces are there and they are doing the massive anti-terror operations. It also indicates the alertness of the forces, how forces are alert here in the Pahalgam, and we have seen that the back-to-back operations are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. Not only here, but we have seen across the Kashmir Valley these type of anti-terror operations are going on. But Republic is showing you these are some exclusive visuals that Republic is reached the location in the deep dense forests where the ongoing operation is going on. The Jawan and the special commandos holding the AK series weapons in their hands and other latest gadgets to fight the terrorists in deep forests. And you can see the different movements of the forces here, and you can see after the combing operation these forces are going toward to upside where it's possible that terrorists might hide it there. We have seen that the instructions were received by the forces not to spare anybody whosoever is involved in this terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's the OGWs. We have seen the crackdown on the OGWs and other networks here in the Kashmir Valley, but this time Republic has access to reach the forests where this terror attack happened. Also, this is the same location where there is the possibility that the terrorists might have believed to be trapped in these forest areas, where we have seen the forces are doing the operation in the forest areas here in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see there, for those showing the visual, this is the entire forest area that have been cordoned off by the joint security forces. Also, you can see here in the visuals that how these are the tactics of the forces here in the Pahalgam, that forces are moving toward the locations where you can see different types of the tactics that the ambushes are here. Also, you can see that the forces are also traveling here on the ground, and after observing some suspicious movement, the forces are doing a different kind of the drill in the entire area. This is the ongoing operation. These are the deferred visuals that Republic is showing you right now from the Pahalgam, where the ongoing operation is going on. And you can see here in the visuals that how the forces are doing the operation and other things. And you can see here in the visuals that the more forces have been rushed toward these locations where the ongoing operation is going on. You can see the weapons that the forces are having in these difficult forests. Also, these forces have been trained for such things, and you can see here in the visuals how the forces are doing operation here in the Kashmir Valley. And also, if my VG can pan camera this side, we have also seen these kind of operations early in the Kashmir, but this time this operation is much serious. And also we have seen that the seriousness of the forces in the Kashmir Valley, that how they are doing this anti-terror operations. We have been also told that there are the 66 individuals who have been called for the questioning or detained related to this terror attack that happened here in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that 26 civilians was killed by the terrorists. And then after, we have seen that the senior officials are also monitoring the ground situation, how this terror incident happened and who is behind this attack. That's being investigated. Also, we have seen that the national investigation teams have also visited this location, and they have collected the samples and other contents from the bullets here in the Pahalgam. And you can see the ongoing operation. We have seen this operation has started this morning, and we have seen that the special commandos have also been pressured to this location here in the Kashmir Valley. And also, if my VG can pan camera to this side, and you can see that how forces are doing the traveling and other activities here in the valley. These are the tactics that you can see here in the, for those showing the visuals. These forces are capable to deal with the forest areas, with the terrorists, no matter how trained they are. But our forces are capable to revenge the terror attack that happened here in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the forces are going towards the safer locations here. We have also been told to follow all the precautions. That's why we have wearing the BP jackets and other things. We are following the protocols here during this operation. Also, you can see, if my VJ can show this side, and you can see there are the 200 meters from these locations which have been cordoned off by the joint forces, how the forces are doing this operation in the Pahalgam area. Also, these are the visuals that you can see, and this is the weapon that forces are having in these forest areas where the ongoing operation is going on. Also, if we'll talk about not only here, these kind of operations are taking place, but we have seen in the entire Kashmir Valley, there are the dozens of the locations where these type of the operations are going on in the Kashmir. Whether we will talk about a line of control area in the North Kashmir or the Central Kashmir, we have seen that the downtown area where a lot of happened today. We have seen the multiple locations were also raided by the forces this morning. Also, if we'll talk about the Pahalgam, where the ongoing terror operation is going on, if we'll talk about the South Kashmir Shopian, dozens of the locations are there where the ongoing operation is going on. And the same kind of operations is going on right now here after the deadly terror attack. This is the entire area that has been cordoned off by the forces here in the Pahalgam. And we've seen this. In fact, media has only been told to move to this location only. After that, we have seen there are multiple more companies of the forces who are doing the anti-terror operation here in the Pahalgam. And if my VJ is able to see you, these bit difficult for the forces to conduct operation in these difficult and dense forests, but we have seen the forces are capable to do every operation in these difficult situations in the Pahalgam. Also, you can see that the forces are holding the position, and also we have been told that there is the movement seen. Then after this operation was conducted by the forces here in the Pahalgam. These are the exclusive visuals that Republic is showing you from the location where this anti-terror operation is going on. It's day 5, but we have seen that the operation is still on here. Also the line of control areas, if we'll talk about the North Kashmir's Uri, where we have seen that the ceasefire violation took place during the night, but we have seen the Indian Army has given the befitting reply to Pakistan, unprovoked firing, and the same kind of the high alertness have been advised to be followed across the Kashmir Valley. That's why these kind of operations is going on in the valley. Yes, back to you, studios.
Aravat, thank you so much for joining us with those details. These are deferred visuals that we are showing viewers, but that's how the forces are on ground and trying to hunt down each and every terrorist and their supporter on ground zero, viewers. Now we'll shift our focus to the latest provocation, and more of a laughable provocation, but that's the true face. That's the true face of Pakistan, viewer. This is a Pakistani defense attaché, Colonel Taimur, who was in London, and he was facing protests. Pakistan is facing protests from across the globe, and there were Indian and Jewish protesters outside the Pak embassy. This man you see on screens, he was making a gesture to the Indian protesters. He was gesturing that he is going to slit the throats. He's going to slit the throat of Indians, and also not just that, he was also holding a placard of Group Captain Abhinandan of the Indian Air Force, and this is clearly the evil face of Pakistani army that is exposed. They expose their own selves. On one hand, they call for a neutral probe, but across the globe they go, they make statements, and they show how they are behind every terror attack. And in fact, we will continue to get you more reactions on that, because we was 26 innocent Indian lives have been lost, but this is how Pakistan reacts. Pakistan army, Pakistan's government, they're all the same. You see Pakistani army officer in UK caught on camera making death threat. It's a death threat to Indians. This is a death threat to Indians, and now Pakistan does not know, as usual, what to do. A desperate Pakistan looking for options, at the same time trying to deflect blame and say they have nothing to do. On the other hand, you have their defense ministers who say that Pakistan has been involved in evil, dirty things for a long time. And now we clearly see what is the mindset. For all those who say that we do not know who is behind this attack, needs to see this visual, viewers. Needs to see this visual. Whoever has any doubt, whoever wants to look away, and point fingers here and there, not call out, not expose Pakistan, they should see this. They should see this, what is happening. You can see this video. It has gone viral. It's a Pakistani officer. He's a colonel rank officer. And look at his juvenile actions. He's facing protesters, but this is what he does. This is what he does. The radicalist face, fanaticism, the evil face, the lack of a better word, because it's worse. And more than 500 members of the Indian Jewish communities in UK have participated in the demonstration, viewers, waving Indian flags and holding placards that called out Pakistan's support for terror outfits. And protesters also chanted slogans demanding justice, accountability, urging the UK government to in fact take diplomatic actions. And in fact, we have some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. There's a stern warning now that has been issued by BJP's firebrand leader and the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath.
भाई साहब लट गए लट गए और आज भी ऊंचा वीडियो ने कड़ी वायरल कर दियो करके फोन आओ किसी क्या हो एक बात को प्रधान जिस टाइम आत्मा झंडे के डंडा ठालोगे नहीं उस दिन नहीं रोना नहीं पड़ेगा एक बार सारे बोलेंगे क्या बोलेंगे हिंदुस्तान भारत माता की भारत माता की भाई मोर्चा ज्वाइन करने के लिए कुछ भाई थे मेरे यार दोस्त क्लेटन तो नहीं आ सके, सेंट किल्डर तो नहीं आ सके, मेरा भाई हेमंत है न्यूजीलैंड था रहा, ठीक है ना भाई, हमारा फ्लाइट पकड़ के 2-3 भाई आ रहे हैं, ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ऐसे भाइयों का जज्बा चाहिए। भाई ऋषि भाई अपना काम छोड़ के आ रहे हैं, भाई साहब बहुत दूर से आ रहे हैं, तो भाई सारे भाई अगले जाए ना, मेरे भाई खड़े वीर साहब और सारे भाई अगले द्वारा बोलेंगे जा भारत जा लट गेल ले भाई, ये लट गेल या कौन न्यू नहीं सुधरती, ये सुधरेगी सुधर से लट गेल। ओके लिसन, तो पहले आज एक बार मेरे साथ सारे बोल कर दिखाएंगे, चुप है ना साइड कितना तक आवाज जाएगी, जगह शिव शंकर भोलेनाथ भाई बोल रहे हो कि बात होगी, दूसरे दस्तारे हुए अगर महादेव होगा द्वारा बोले जगह वीर बजरंगे हर जैसे आज ये आवाज एक हुई है कैसे
It is the Jewish Sabbath and therefore I will not use a microphone. Okay. And that is the reason. But I'm here to tell you that after the 7th of October, the worst killing of Jews since the Holocaust, the Australian Jewish community was lost. It was in despair. We were grieving and we were angry. And there was a community that stood with us. The community that stood with us was the Australian Indian community. You stood with us against terror, against Islamist terror, and we were so grateful. So now, when you are a victim of Islamist terror, when you feel despair, when you feel loss, when you feel grief, when you feel anger, know that the Jewish community of Australia stands with you. We are with you, we stand with you, and we stand against terror. Thank you.
So visuals from across the globe, viewers, visuals from London coming in and Melbourne also. The Indian diaspora there stands united, chants of Hindustan Zindabad and Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoing across these cities from Europe to Australia. We're getting in visuals from Melbourne where you see the tricolour in the hands of these protesters, these massive rallies that are being held in places like Melbourne, and this is unity, a show of strength, show of unity, show of solidarity with the victims, with the country, with 140 crore Indians for their safety, integrity of the nation, and calling out Pakistan's nefarious designs. This is not new, but India demands that this bloodshed should stop. This bloodshed that India is witnessing for decades should stop now. Anger mounting against Pakistan, protests breaking out across the globe, and Republic TV getting you each and every voice on ground zero as the nation stands in solidarity. Those on Indian soil, those outside the country. In fact, now viewers, we will be now continuing to get you more reactions as people, the common man, the Indian diaspora also is showing solidarity, and the leaders here. We have the firebrand BJP leader and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issuing a very stern warning, saying that if you needle us, we will not spare you. A strict warning. A big message being sent out from Yogi Adityanath to Pakistan that if you needle us, we will not spare you. Take a listen.
गांव में कायराना आतंकी हमले की निंदा करते हुए
उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से उन सभी परिवारजनों के प्रति जिन्होंने अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को खोया है, उनके प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करते हुए दिवंगत आत्माओं के प्रति विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। सभ्य समाज में आतंकवाद के लिए कोई जगह नहीं हो सकती, अराजकता के लिए कोई जगह नहीं हो सकती। भारत सरकार की सुरक्षा, सेवा और सुशासन का जो मॉडल है वह विकास पर आधारित है, गरीब कल्याण पर आधारित है और सबकी सुरक्षा पर आधारित है। लेकिन अगर कोई सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाने का दुस्साहस करेगा तो उसके लिए जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति के तहत उसको जिस भाषा में समझेगा उस भाषा में उसका जवाब देने के लिए आज ये नया भारत तैयार है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये नया भारत किसी को छेड़ता नहीं, लेकिन अगर किसी ने छेड़ा है तब उसको छोड़ेगा भी नहीं।
All right, viewers, we continue to get you each and every update. We will continue to get you the latest on the anti-terror operations that are underway in several locations of South Kashmir. We'll be right back with more.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms, ammunition, rations and medicines, which keep them going. And so this is the place, and now they've started with the new modus operandi of,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की इंडिया
कुंडी कुंडी बेटी कुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন
হ্যাঁ
না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে, আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল, আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে। আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো, হঠাৎ কি হলো। আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি, একটা লোক
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking with me, Raksha Mishra, reporting from the Lal Chowk at Srinagar. And the anti-terror operations are underway in full swing, viewers, as India vows revenge as 26 innocent Indian lives have been lost in the Pahalgam terror attack. We will get you more on the latest breaking news that we have, but first, the headlines.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
After backtracking, Pakistan Prime Minister now demands a neutral probe on the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Force, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit, has unequivocally denied any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché issues that threats, makes throat-slitting gestures at Indians in London. Protests against Pakistan take to global stage now. Reach the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pak High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. While 26 innocent lives were lost in Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah downplays the terror stance. The security forces demolished the house of 3 more terrorists in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. And crackdown on illegal immigrants in full swing as over 500 Bangladeshi illegals detained in Ahmedabad and Surat. Viewers, the fight against terror continues. Our forces are there on ground zero and not leaving any corner of Jammu and Kashmir, especially South Kashmir. There are multiple locations where the search operations, the combing operations on a large scale are being conducted. Earlier today, we showed you the visuals coming in from the dense forest of Pulwama. Special focus in the Anantnag district, of course. The operations are underway in Kokarnag, Pahalgam, the upper reaches of Pahalgam especially, and Hapatnad, Kapran, Verinaga and Shigufwara. And the joint security forces are going inside the dense forces of Pahalgam forces, along with the latest weapons and gadgets are conducting the combing operations. Gursimran Singh joins us live in the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about these operations that are right now underway in several locations of South Kashmir, especially in Anantnag and the dense forests around Pahalgam.
Anantnag police has said that they are launching a massive anti-terror operations in the areas around Pahalgam, and especially after the attack that has taken place on 22nd of April, in which 26 innocent lives have been lost in this drastic terror attack. And the terrorists, they are still at large, and the forces are continuing the crackdown to neutralize these terrorists. Anantnag police in its statement has said that they have detained 175 individuals so far to trace out the route and the entire terror ecosystem that is there in the Anantnag district. Those who have helped the terrorists in carrying out this brutal terror attack, one of the deadliest attacks on the civilians in last 3 decades in Jammu and Kashmir, especially the tourists that have been attacked by these Pakistani terrorists and those who are running on the tunes of the Pakistan. And now, as we speak, there are massive combing operations that are underway in the forest area of the Anantnag, because there is a high possibility that the terrorists, since they have come out from the dense forested area, they might have gone to the dense forested areas once again, to some hideout that is there, that are natural caves that exist in the upper reaches of the Anantnag, because Anantnag connects to the district of Kishtwar in the Jammu region. So there are natural caves that acts as hideout for these terrorists and a safe haven for them. So that is what the security forces want to rule out, and that's why we are witnessing that the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the CRPF and the Indian Army, they are carrying out these large-scale combing operations in the area to neutralize these terrorists. Also, the prime focus of the forces also remains on the overground network of these terrorists, because this ecosystem of the terrorism has been one of the reasons that the terrorists are not dying in Kashmir. Because they see one commander is getting killed, but the other commander that gets a ground cadre support, that makes it altogether a different ball game, because they are getting the ground support from the radicalized cadre of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen in Kashmir. That is what the security forces are now aiming to completely dent upon. They want that this entire ecosystem be wiped out, because see, the change that has happened in the many parts of the Kashmir are because of this, that wherever the ground cadre of the terror groups is wiped out, there is no trace of the terror group reviving in that part of the Jammu and Kashmir. But where the ground cadre is there and the top commanders are killed, the new commander is taking over with the active support of the ground cadre, and now the ground cadre is on the radar of the security forces, and that's why we are witnessing that how hundreds of locations are being raided on every single day, so that each and every overground worker or the suspect who is believed to have helped the terrorists, they do not get a time to get back to their handlers or those sitting across the border to tell them that what is happening. That also disconnects the terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists, from their ground support, and eventually they will be neutralized by the security forces. So the prime focus of the forces is first to get the perpetrators, but also side by side to wipe out this entire ecosystem of Pakistan that is working in Jammu and Kashmir, to revive the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and also to give them an edge to carry out attack and then to escape from the area by getting the local assistance from these overground workers. Rakshita.
Right, so just stay on with us. We also have Zeenat, who is en route Shopia. Now, Zeenat, we have learned that more terrorists, of those who have been connected with the terrorists behind this terror attack, their houses are being demolished, and one such case coming in from Shopia, as well as the search operations also continue.
See, Rakshita, first of all, in the Anantnag operation, as of now, 175 individuals who have the links with the terror outfit have been detained for the questioning. This action is coming because of the civilian massacre in Baisaran village of Pahalgam's Anantnag district. 175 suspects. That is not a small number. It's a 3-digit number which has been detained for the questioning. This is the result of the coordinated search operation, the door-to-door search. The people were questioned in 2 days, and finally they are under detention. This is for the Anantnag operation that is underway. Meanwhile, today in Anantnag, it was seen that the infiltration routes was scanned and searched by the joint parties. In fact, the aerial surveillance through drones to navigate the area was done, and also the modern, heavily equipped boys were sent on these patches to see that the terrorists who carried the crime, where they are located. As of now, there is no trace of those who have carried this barbaric attack. Meanwhile, as far as the today's day is concerned, yes, during midnight there were the operations, the demolition drives that were carried by the administration and the security operators. One was in Pulwama, another in Shopian, and one in Kulgam. All the three are the districts of this South Kashmir. This is South Kashmir range, and the attack has also taken place in South Kashmir rage. So we are seeing that government is coming heavily on the terror support structures, terror activities, and those who are giving a support structure. It is not only that the boy who's joining the terror ranks, he will be paid through his nose, but the family members are now paying the price heavily. The boys who have left their home 4 to 8 years back, now we are seeing their houses are being demolished, even who have not even met the family or in touch with them. But this is the act of terror for which you are getting an action coming from the administration. You see that it has been made quite clear by the government of India. The central government's policy is zero tolerance towards terrorism on the ground. You will be snatched by the government benefits, be it your
Absolutely. In
passport
fact, Zeenat, you just gave us a big breaking news. Yes. Stay on with us. Stay on with us. You know, this is the breaking news. Zeenat is also telling us more about it. And at least 175 individuals have been questioned. 175 suspects have been detained for questioning as part of the efforts to dismantle the support networks who have been aiding the terrorist activities in Anantnag. My colleague Zeenat continues to throw more light on that. So, yes, do continue telling us more about this, because yesterday also we got to know about at least 66 OGWs were being questioned and were detained, and now 175 people at least in total have been questioned, because you know, Zeenat, clearly it's now or never. You know, India cannot waste any more time. They have to dismantle, demolish this entire ecosystem.
See, Rakshita, as I already mentioned, that this time the digits are in three-digit numbers that we are seeing. 175 is a huge number which are lodged in different police stations. They are being questioned, they are being grilled, they are being interrogated, so that the more layers that will lead you to the exactly to the one, those perpetrators who have carried this barbaric act in the meadows of Baisaror village. As of now in Anantnag, we see that 170 individuals are undergoing questioning and they are being interrogated by the Anantnag police. All these have been interrogated. Many of them are still undergoing through their thorough questioning, and some of them have also taken the leads from these people in order to reach the hideouts of the terrorists. Yesterday evening, two of the individuals, two of the OGWs, or rather 3 individuals were arrested by the Kulgam police. As I mentioned, that Kulgam again is a part of South Kashmir zone, and we also witnessed action in other parts of the Kashmir Valley. Overall, the crackdown on the terror network we see incoming in a mammoth order as far as destructing the terror support on the ground. We are seeing the actions coming from the Pulwama, Shopian, Kulgam and Anantnag. Obviously, the Vishes has one of the important districts at present, and everybody from Delhi to Srinagar is keeping an eye on Anantnag. What is happening in Anantnag and for how long it will take the government to neutralize the threat that has carried this barbaric incident.
Yes, stay on with us, Gursuman and Zeenat. We also have more stories to, in fact, bring to our viewers. This is a woman from Rajasthan, viewers, who was in Pahalgam for vacations. Her name is Ekta Tiwari. She has in fact now said on camera, she has claimed that she does identify one of those terrorists in the sketches that were released by the police. And now what we know is that she has revealed that she saw that man making a call and inquiring about number of people going towards the meadows in Baisaran and about the ponies there. Take a look at this report.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to Republic, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as poniwalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज Plan A break fail ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था.
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें बेच दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में बेच दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है. घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था.
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
Well, viewers, our forces are risking their lives and they are all out fighting against terror on ground. Now what we are getting to know that sitting here in the comforts of their offices, Karnataka Chief Minister, politicians like Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is saying that there's no need to take action right now. 26 lives, innocent Indians have lost their lives. Families have been destroyed. Those people will never come back. But Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says no point taking action now. And there's a massive anger over Congress taking this soft line on Pakistan. Not the first time we've seen that the Congress party takes a soft line on Pakistan. But now you have a Karnataka Chief Minister. You have Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah saying no need to go to war, no point in taking action now. Listen in.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
So this is the same Congress party, viewers, who has questioned our forces in the past. Remember what happened during the Pulwama attack. Now this very, very deadly attack. This is one of the most heartbreaking tragedies that the valley has witnessed, that India has witnessed in its history. And we have Karnataka Chief Minister who continues to politicize the issue and says that there's no need to take action. And we will continue to get more details on that. And we will connect with our reporter on ground from Bengaluru as we will throw more light as to how the Congress party, instead of standing united with our forces who are on ground zero. In fact, Abhishek is joining us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, well, this is with what we see that is not unusual from Congress party. But yes, it's very, very sad at this point in time. A Karnataka sitting chief minister, Congress senior Congress leader like Siddaramaiah makes such statement.
In fact, when the entire country wants India to retaliate and revolt against Pakistan for its cowardly attacks, CM Siddaramaiah very clearly mentioned that he is not ready to and he is not in phase with waging a war against Pakistan, and also he's showing the soft corner on the Pakistan as of now very clearly. And he also says instead of waging a war against Pakistan, it is in fact the government should make sure that the security in the borders and in the city of Kashmir and in the state of Kashmir should be increased, whereas waging a war against Pakistan would be of no use at this point of time. Instead, he would always want the union government to maintain peace with the Pakistan borders as of now. And this has clearly brought in the uproar in the state of Karnataka, where we clearly see CM Siddaramaiah supporting indirectly the Pakistan supporters. And also, his intention is very clear that he doesn't want.
His intention is very clear that he doesn't want to wage a war against Pakistan, and also they are against the union government. In fact, CM Sidramaya and the AICC leaders also previously said that they are in the decision with the union government whatsoever they would take. But apparently the Sidramaya statement seems to be haywire, and we'll also have to see what the AICC leaders and the state Congress leaders will have to talk about this, and also on Sidramaya's reaction. Back to you.
Right, viewers. Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us. And now we viewers, as the Pakistan continues to scramble and it tries to look for options and it exposes itself, Indian Army has sent out a very, very strong message. Take a look.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So
Republic positive influencer and CA Kannan Behl decodes the Blue Smart scandal that shook the nation earlier this month.
The interim order by the markets regulator SEBI against Gensol Engineering Limited has sent shockwaves through the investing community and startup community. It is extremely concerning because public shareholders have lost over 3,000 crore rupees in value in this company. In the last year, the share has corrected by almost 90% from 928 rupees to 111 a share. Many allege this as a pump and dump story, as you can see that the number of shareholders increased from just 408 in March 2022 to more than 94,000 in December 2024. But a strange finding out of all this is that the Enforcement Directorate of Raipur now holds over 5,20,000 shares. But the SEBI order was recently only released, right? This shareholding was acquired in December 2024. ED already know about the scam that was going to get unfolded in Gensol? Or is it something else? It is actually the Mahadev trading app scandal that has its roots linked to Gensol Engineering. Stay with me until the end of this video to understand what the scam was about. The Mahadev betting app was an illegal online betting and gambling platform based in Dubai, primarily operated by Saurabh Chandrakar and Ravi Uppal, both from Bhilai, Chhattisgarh. Chandrakar and Uppal previously ran small businesses, a small juice shop and a tire shop. The app facilitated gambling on various games, including cricket, football, poker and card games. and was implicated in a massive money laundering scandal with estimated proceeds of crime of around 6,000 crore rupees. But what happened with Mahadev app? The Mahadev app, launched around 2017, grew significantly during the 2020 pandemic, becoming a popular platform with over 10 million users. It operated as an umbrella, managing multiple illegal betting gambling apps and websites, allowing users to bet on live games and sports. The app functioned by franchising panel branches to associates on a 70-30 profit ratio, enrolling new users, creating user IDs, and laundering money through a complex network of Benami proxy bank accounts. It reportedly generated 200 crores daily. Chandrakar and Uppal operated from Dubai, with networks extending to India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The app used a complex web of Benami bank accounts to launder money. Panel operators across India, which were around 4,000 to 5,000, facilitated user enrollment and betting, transferring funds through fraudulent or loaned bank accounts to UAE-based promoters. Accounts were sourced from unsuspecting individuals, particularly from lower income groups who were paid small commissions for providing their UPI ID. These accounts facilitated large-scale transactions with approximately 1,100 crores funneled into the stock market. The ED alleged large-scale hawala, that is underground banking operations to siphon betting proceeds to offshore accounts in the UAE, Mauritius and other jurisdictions. An estimated 5,000 crores was diverted through such transactions. The scandal came under scrutiny after Chandrakar's lavish wedding with a budget of 200 to 250 crores in the UAE in Feb 23, which was attended by Bollywood celebrities and involving private jets to ferry guests. This event raised red flags about the source of funds. The Enforcement Directorate began investigating money laundering allegations prompted by FIRs filed in Chhattisgarh and other states, as well as reports of large-scale online fraud and gambling. The ED conducted multiple raids across cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, Raipur and Jaipur, recovering incriminating evidence, including 417 crores in proceeds of crime in September 23, 5 crores in cash and 15.59 crores in bank balances in November 23 and December 24. Assets worth 2,300 crores were frozen, attached or seized. Now, these assets included Gensol Engineering shares. So you must be thinking, so what? Mahadev app must have made illegal money and they invested in Gensol and got confiscated by ED. What's the big deal? But here is where it gets interesting. In 2024, the ED uncovered that the proceeds of crimes were used to manipulate Indian stock market. Kolkata-based businessman Harishankar Tibrewal, a partner of Chandrakar and Uppal, allegedly injected funds into stocks via foreign portfolio investments, that is FPIs, causing temporary price fluctuations in those shares. Security worth 1,200 crores were identified, with 580 crores attached in India. It is also being reported that some of the promoters of these listed companies were also involved in the Mahadev trading app stock rigging machinery. So did it involve Gensol too? Well, only time will tell. SEBI has initiated orders of a forensic research in Gensol. So what happened next with Mahadev betting app? 11 individuals were arrested. Chandrakar and Uppal were detained in Dubai in 24 based on Interpol red notices issued at the ED's request. The ED is seeking their extradition or deportation to India. The ED alleged that the app's illicit funds were used to bribe high-ranking politicians and bureaucrats in Chhattisgarh, notably claiming that promoters paid 508 crores to former Chhattisgarh CM as well, although the ex-CM denied these charges as politically motivated. Bollywood celebrities like Ranbir Kapoor, Kapil Sharma, Huma Qureshi and others were summoned for promoting the app or attending Chandrakar's wedding. Ranbir Kapoor was questioned for appearing in advertisements. Business figures like Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti and Dabur Group's Mohit and Gaurav Verman were also linked, though Ease My Trip denied any association. That is why I always believe in the old adage that goes by, if something is too good to be true, it probably is. You just can't keep on making easy money all the time. Hence, do not fall for any app that promotes betting or gambling in any manner whatsoever, even if that app is disguised as a gaming app. Keep following Republic and CA Kanan Behel for more such interesting videos. Thank you. If you like this video, do share this with your friends to spread large-scale awareness. Thank you and Jai Hind.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
चलते यार तुम मौत की कश्मीर की गुंडे गुंडे मेरी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন? না জানি না।
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন।
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, welcome back. You're watching Republic, and I'm Rakshita Mishra reporting from Srinagar's Lal Chowk. Massive anti-terror operations are underway, viewers, while at the same time, the Pakistanis are also now showing their real face once again. We'll get you all the latest that we are getting in from India, from across the globe. First, the headlines.
Is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London. Protests against Pakistan take to global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pak High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operation underway in South Kashmir. And India seeks revenge for its 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says no need to go to war against Pakistan. has only intensified now, and what we are getting to know is that the joint operation by the CRPF, by the Jammu and Kashmir, the CRPF, the Rashtra Rifles, is underway, and the Special Operations Group is also underway right now as we speak. Security forces have increased the search and cordon operation along the Sangam Highway corridor, and in the interiors of Sirhama, Kirama, Marhama, and Shalgam villages. Now the operations are aimed at apprehending the terrorists and dismantling their support infrastructure. Joint operation underway, viewers. Special focus Anantnag today in South Kashmir, counter-terror operations. And in fact, my colleague Aravat joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Aravat, tell us more details, please, about this operation underway in Anantnag.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the operation is going on here in the parts of the South Kashmir. We have seen the operation was launched this morning after receiving the intelligence-based inputs. We have seen also the operation was also carried in the deep and dense forests here in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the deadly terror attack. Thereafter, we have seen the special forces are doing the operation in the deep and dense forests of the Pahalgam, where we have seen the ongoing operation is going on. Republic has also reported from the ground, where we have seen that the special operations have gone into deep and dense forests. It's day 5, and we have seen that the air surveillance is also being done in the entire area, where we have seen that the choppers of the Indian Army and helicopters are doing the recce of the entire area. Also, the water bodies of the area has also been watched closely. We have seen the senior officials are also on the ground. Yes.
Important search operation that is right now underway in Anantnag, also in Kokarnag, upper reaches of Pahalgam as well. And we are showing you visuals, viewers. This is a very, Arava, tell us more details about this, because the way our forces are on ground zero, and it's a very difficult and a very challenging, situation when such operations are conducted. There are multiple risks that these forces, our security personnel face. The way they have been going out everywhere, checking each and every corner of these properties. It is very, very difficult, and it's very challenging.
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen it's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct the operation, because we have seen it's the dense forest, and there are the difficult terrains where it's unable to walk there in the dense forest. We have also tried to go inside where the operation is there, but it's very much hard for the common people to walk there where the ongoing operation is going on. And that's why the operation is taking time. It's day 5, but we have seen the alertness of the forces. Also, the special commandos are also there on the way, and we have seen the ongoing operation is going on in the entire area. Also, we have been told that the more forces have rushed to there. Also, we have been told that there are the breaking news that is coming as of now. We have seen the search was launched in the South Kashmir's Kolgam, where we have heard that the intelligence-based input has received by the joint security forces after receiving the credible intelligence that the presence of some terrorists in the area. Then after, we have seen the coordinated search operation is going on right now in the Kolgam. Earlier, just 3 days back, we have seen there took place an exchange of fire, but then after we have seen there was no fresh contact. But as of now, you can see here in the visuals that the forces are moving continuously to these locations, where you can see the forces movement here in the Anantnag, where the ongoing operation is going on. As of now, the breaking is coming from the South Kashmir's Kolga, where we have seen that the coordinated search operation is going on, and there is high possibility of the exchange of fire. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Arawat. In fact, as we are telling our viewers, that's it's a joint operation with advanced weapons as well, Arawat. It's a Sangam highway corridor that we are learning about, and in the interiors of Sirhama and other villages as well. So tell us more about the significance of this. Why is this location of utmost significance?
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. The ongoing operation is going on the areas which is close to line of control, particularly if we start from the line of control Uri, where we have seen which the close area to line of control area, and we have seen the search operation is going there also. And the same if we move towards the central Kashmir, we have seen that there are the couple of the locations where we have seen in the morning the search were carried out the forces. Then around at 11 a.m. this morning, we have seen the search operation is also going in the Sirhama and the Marhama and other locations like Sangam area in the South Kashmir's Pulwama district, where forces received the credible intelligence and the technical input. There is presence of the militants. Then after we have seen that the search operation is going on, these areas are close to line of control. That's why the importance of operation is very much, Rakshita.
Right, Rawat. In fact, Gursimran Singh also joins us live in the broadcast. He is at the Indo-Pakistan border. What is the situation like there at the international border, Gursimran? Because we see South Kashmir is witnessing a large-scale, massive combing operations, search operations. But what's the update from the border?
Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan border in Arnia, where we have seen that this area has been most affected with the Pakistan shelling in 2017 and 2018. But now with the situation also going grim here, I'll request Sir Gaurav to show you a 360-degree view of the area. That this is a community center in the Bishna area, that is the Treva Panchayat. Here the people have started activating their bunkers. These bunkers are the community bunkers that are now being activated once again. These bunkers have been totally defunct for last 5 to 7 years, but now once again the people have started activating these. I'll request Gaurav to come this way so that we can show you that the people there, they have started activating this, and this has been started so that in case of any contingency or eventuality, they are in a position that they can save themselves from the Pakistani shelling, because we are witnessing in the last 48 hours there have been cross-border shelling along the line of control in the Kashmir sector. But in the Jammu, Arnia is a plain terrain where the people are hit with the very first bullet being fired, and that's why these bunkers are being activated. I'll request Gaurav to show you that how strong these bunkers are. These are built of hard structure so that if any mortar shell comes from the adversary, that attempt can also be fired. I am joined by the Sarpanch here, Balveer Kaur. I'll speak to her. Madam, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आप लोग बंकर्स दोबारा से एक्टिवेट कर रहे हैं, क्या रीज़न है?
देखिए भाई साहब, आपको भी पता होगा कि जैसे अभी पहलगाम में हुआ, तो शेलिंग हमेशा अनप्रेडिक्टेबल रही है, तो हम लोग शेलिंग होती है पता नहीं चलता, क्योंकि हम लोग वेदर फोरकास्टिंग देख सकते हैं, बट शेलिंग का कभी पता नहीं चलता. बट जो पहलगाम में हुआ, अगर आज वहाँ पे हुआ है तो हिंदुस्तान रिटेलिएट तो करेगा ही करेगा. तो हम उसी आस में बैठे कि आप लोग अपना काम कीजिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं, कि बॉर्डर वासियों की आप लोगों को टेंशन नहीं लेना चाहिए. बॉर्डर वासी सक्षम है अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए, तो हम अपने लोगों को सेव करने के लिए, सेफर जोन में लाने के लिए, जैसे ये कम्युनिटी बंकर्स, इनको सेव करने के लिए, कि कुछ भी हो सकता है इन फ्यूचर, अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है, जैसे हालात बने हुए, तो हम उसका सेफ साइड लेके चल रहे हैं कि ये वाले बंकर्स जितने भी हमारे कम्युनिटी बंकर्स हैं उनको रेडी कर रहे हैं. सिंगल हाउस होल्ड बंकर्स हैं, वो ऑलरेडी हमारे रेडी टू वर्क रहते हैं, वो तो लोग यूज़ करते ही करते हैं. बट ये जो बंकर्स होते हैं, इनको हमें ऐसे टाइमों के लिए रेडी करना पड़ता है. तो आज हमारी यही प्रायोरिटी है कि हम अपने लोगों को सेफर जोन में कैसे लेके जाएं.
जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान LOC पे एस्केलेशन कर रहा है, आपको ये भी डर है कि यहाँ पर भी सिविलियंस और फोर्सेस को टारगेट किया जा सकता है?
100% होगा, क्योंकि वो कुत्ते के पूंछ है, वो कभी सुधर नहीं सकता. वो सोचता है कि बेटा बाप से बड़ा हो जाएगा, वो तो कभी होगा नहीं. कितनी भी एज रहे, कौन सी भी एज रहे, वो हमेशा बेटा ही रहेगा, बाप नहीं बन सकता. तो जो बेटे को सजा देनी है अब बाप ने, तो ऑब्वियसली वो भी थोड़ा सा बोलेगा, करेगा, तो उसके लिए हम लोग रेडी हैं.
तो कितने कुल बंकर्स जो हैं आपकी पंचायत, इस त्रेवा पंचायत में हैं, जो अर्निया में पड़ते हैं?
अगर मैं सिंगल हाउस होल्ड बंकर्स अगर मैं आपको बताऊं तो मेरे पास सफिशेंट बंकर्स हैं. मैं अमाउंट नहीं बताना चाहूँगी, मेरे पास सफिशिएंट बंकर्स हैं जो सिंगल हाउस होल्ड हैं, बट जो
अपनी पॉपुलेशन के लिए
सफिशिएंट बंकर्स है, एंड कम्युनिटी बंकर्स जितने हैं उनको हम रेडी कर रहे हैं. हमारे पास कम्युनिटी बंकर्स वो हैं जहां आसपास जैसे कोई राशन लेने आता है, जहां कुछ ऐसा होता है तो कुछ हो जाता है, तो ये बंकर्स उस चीज़ के लिए काम आएंगे.
मुझे एक बात और आपसे पूछनी थी कि लगातार अगले इलाकों में कटाई का भी सीजन चल रहा है, उसको आप लोग कैसे एक्सपीडाइट कर रहे हैं?
हम लोग देखिए पहले किसान हैं, तो आप अगर बॉर्डर पे जाएंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि हमारी रात 3 साढ़े 3 बजे तक हमारी कंबाइंस वर्क कर रही हैं. हम लोग विदिन 2 और 3 डेज के अंदर हम अपना कंप्लीट कर लेंगे, हमारा बॉर्डर क्लियर हो जाएगा. सो दीज आर द बंकर्स. एक्चुअली दिस इज द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द बंकर, बिकॉज आई विल कम दिस वे एंड शो यू दैट दीज आर द बंकर्स दैट आर हार्ड इनफ टू टैकल एनी कंटीजेंसी, बिकॉज इफ देयर इज अ फायर फ्रॉम द पाकिस्तानी साइड, these bunkers can bear. Only it is the artillery fire that can actually sneak through this structure. Otherwise, for the 80 mm or 120 mm mortar shells, it's next to impossible to breach through these bunkers, and that's why we are witnessing that these community bunkers are being activated again here at the international border in Jammu's Arnia, where the people have gathered here in the large numbers. Now they are preparing themselves for this, so that any of the contingency can be tackled in such a manner. If we have seen in the past as well, there have been n number of incidents that have taken place where the provocation from the Pakistani side has come at first, and now this time the people, they do not want to give Pakistan a chance, and that's why they are preparing these bunkers to tackle the Pakistani threat. Yes, Rakshita, back to you.
Yes, absolutely, Gursimran. We also have Zeenat who's joining us live on the broadcast. She's en route Shopian. Zeenat, well, we see that there are multiple terror operations happening across South Kashmir. Tell us, what are you picking up as you go towards Shopian?
See, Rakshita, as far as the entire scenes are unfolding on the ground, we are seeing a massive search and cordon operation. If we take into account of Pahalgam district only, we have been seeing the counter-terrorism grid of Jammu and Kashmir has been active, and they are carrying the interior searches in Anantnag from Khirhama to Sirhama, and which are interior roads that are leading to Anantnag. Now they are being frisked and they are being scanned. All this is being done to apprehend those terrorists who have carried, or to neutralize the threat on the ground, or to dismantle the terror network in Anantnag district, for which now we are seeing the SOG Anantnag along with Indian Army, the Rashtriya Rifles, and also the paramilitary troops of CRPF in action. This is one. The another is 175 people have been detained for questioning in relation to by sudden attack. As far as Shopian is concerned, Shopian has also witnessed demolition drive of a terrorist house being rubbled down. It has been razed to ground. Now we are also picking that a gun shot was heard in Kulgam a while back ago, and this is a Gudar village. The Gudar village in Kulgam, where the gunshots were heard by the locals. As per the reports and the source-based information we are picking up, it was a suspicious movement that was observed during this CASO and security forces, the joint forces, fired a few shots in response to the suspicious activities. Though there are more details that are emerging in this Kulgam incident, because since this incident had taken place, we are seeing that a multiple layer of coordinated search operations have been going on in the districts of the South Kashmir. A suspicious movement was observed in Kulgam's Gudar village, where the forces fired few shots in the air. More forces have been rushed to the spot, and the searches and the cordon and the search continues in the Kulgam district of South Kashmir.
Right, Republic's network reporters are getting inputs from several locations as the forces continue to fight. The agencies, of course, continue to fight as India vows revenge. We are also showing you, we are reporting from Lal Chowk, viewers, and you can see the day next to the attack, of course, there was an abominable lull here. Everything was shut, but then it's back to normal. You see that there are tourists here, as we show you around. There are tourists, and I'll just show you because you know, viewers, those elements, the anti-national forces want Kashmir to come to a standstill. But the people of this country, the people of this soil will not let it happen. You see this right behind me. This is a tourist association, Central Lal Chowk, who have organized this for the tourists, that your safety our priority. Welcome to paradise. They're serving tea, biscuits, free tea, biscuits, water, free refreshments like tea and water for tourists. Only for tourists. That is the Traders Association Central Lal Chowk, and you can see there are many of them who have gathered here. There are many tourists today. We have met many of them who are from several parts of the country, and they are checking out shops over here. They are taking selfies. They are shooting videos at the beautiful Lal Chowk with the tricolour that is there atop the Ghanta Ghar, that is the clock tower. So yes, viewers, we continue to show you what's happening in Srinagar, the heart of the entire action. Just 2 days back, there was a lot of action, but everything was shut. There was a lot of disappointment among the traders, among the travel industry stakeholders as well. But now we see that Indians do believe that we will not stop. We will not let what the terrorists want, what those sitting across the border want. We will not let it happen. While we speak, we have some more breaking news coming in. At least 175 individuals have been detained for grilling, for questioning, viewers, and that's what we are sharing right now. Their suspects, 175 suspects, viewers, have been now detained, and they are being questioned as part of the efforts to dismantle the support networks aiding the terrorist activities in Anantnag. That's the big breaking news we are getting in right now. Around 175 suspects have been detained for questioning, right from those who are the OGWs to anyone who has given shelter to these terrorists. And this is something that India is right now not going to spare anyone who has any sort of support. Even remotely supported, even any sort of ideological support to the terrorists, to those killers, to those cowards who have bled those innocent Indians. Zeenat, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, well, it's a huge number, of course. 175 individuals have been questioned. They have been detained. And all this in a bid to dismantle this entire system that shelters and supports the terrorists.
Of course, Rakshita, this is a huge number. See, you can understand the kind of exercise that went on the ground to detain 175. This is a 3-digit number that we are breaking. That it takes a lot of courage, lot of time, the exercise, the inputs to identify among hundreds of people this digit number, and then you start questioning. A large-scale exercise was observed in Anantnag by the Anantnag police, where they have detained 175 individuals for the questioning in relation to this by-siren attack. A lot of combined operations are also taking place from South Kashmir's Kulgam to Shopian and to Pulwama. Even in Avantipora, the places are being touched, and those who have a link with the terror network, they are being questioned. Pulwama police is questioning only the listed OGWs so that the public in general do not face inconvenience. So everything is being taken into account. The public convenience and public inconvenience is also being thoroughly checked, that people do not complain, they don't feel any hassle on the ground, while the investigating agencies are working to take the leads on this by-siren case. This is coming at a time that today is the 4th day when the by-siren attack took place in Pahalgam, where some 26 people lost their life and many suffered critical injuries.
Right. Yes, Zina, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to more news that we are that we're tracking from the national capital. But before that, we will get you more updates on another anti-terror operation that we are picking up about from Kupwara now. This is a big breaking news we have, and a big success for the Indian Army. The Kupwara police, in fact, with the Indian Army, it's a joint operation of the Kupwara police and the Indian Army. They have busted a terrorist hideout in the Machil sector, in the Machil area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. And a large cache of arms and ammunition was recovered that includes 5 AK series rifles, 1 pistol, ammunition, AK ammunition. And the operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs, and combing operations are ongoing in the area to ensure that there are no additional threats. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Across South Kashmir, viewers, there are a lot of operations that are underway right now, but the latest we have is this joint operation we're picking up from Kupwara, where the Kupwara police along with the Indian Army has busted a terror hideout in the Machal area. This is in North Kashmir's Kupwara district. So while there is a lot of operations happening, anti-terror operations in South Kashmir, but every nook and corner of Jammu and Kashmir is very much active, and this is Kupwara that falls in North Kashmir, where a joint operation has led to the seizure of a large cache of arms and ammunition, 5 AK series rifles, 1 pistol AK ammunition, and this is after the agencies received some specific intelligence inputs. I think Zeenat is with us. Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast. I think I'm told that Zeenat is joining us live. All right, we'll go across to her later on, but we'll just shift our focus to other updates that we have right now. This is, of course, our special segment on positive influences. Viewers, positive influences have sent in their videos and their ideas to Republic, and we will get you one such story.
Republic positive influencer Astha Kotari talks about the 5 different forms of journaling. Let's watch it.
A very important and fundamental aspect of mental and emotional wellness is something called self-awareness. And there are many tools that can help us to build this sense of self-awareness. But one of the most important ones is something called journaling. Did you know that there are 5 types of journaling, each with a different intention and each working uniquely on the individual? So let's explore them. The first one is something called gratitude journaling. And quite literally, it forces us to just focus on the positive things that happen to us on a daily basis and that we might tend to ignore in the stream of things. For example, today, I'm truly grateful for the fact that my friend called me up and took the time out to check up on me. Choose 3 to 5 things that are unique and specific to that day and really try and feel that sense of appreciation for them. The second one is called emotional journaling, and this is particularly helpful for people to deep dive into their emotions and answer uncomfortable questions such as, why am I feeling this way and what triggered me to move into this mental state? Is it from my past or is it something specific that has been bothering me? What can I do to change how I feel about this situation? The third one is something called affirmative journaling, and the intention behind this is to build a sense of self-belief in overcoming challenging situations. If you're dealing with a tough phase in your life, it might help you to remind yourself of your capabilities. So writing down your strengths or writing down statements like, even though I am going through this particular difficult phase, I know I will overcome it with grace. Repeating this and using the power of repetition can really build a mindset shift in such cases. The fourth one is a little more fun, and it's dream journaling. The basic premise of this is to silence your analytical and logical mind and to vividly recall details about your dreams, the people you were talking to, what you saw, the color of the clothes that they were wearing. Remember, there's no right or wrong. Journaling is a very personal process, and the entire intention is for you to strengthen the relationship with your mind. The fifth one is for all the art lovers, and it's called art journaling. It involves bringing out all the crayons, colors, watercolors, and just letting your creative mind flow. Observe the colors, absorb them. There's no masterpiece that you need to create. The entire point, once again, is just to build the creative mind and watch how art can really do therapy. If you are a parent watching this video, these are great activities for you to do with your child over the weekend and to help them to explore themselves a little better. I really hope that you try these out and that this video has added value to you. So happy journaling.
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH. As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so, keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गेंद है.
गुंडी बेटी गुंडी আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে
Welcome to the Positive Influencer Show. Over the next 30 minutes, you're going to be with me, Tanvi Sood, and we're going to go through positive stories from across India, curated by our content creators, the Positive Influencers. We're bringing this to you from the splendid campus of Republic Media Network. Pahalgam is on every Indian's lips. Positive Influencer Vishal Khandelwal takes us through the real history of Pahalgam. He dives into history, he goes into the ancient scriptures to tell us what the real history of Pahalgam was about. Here it is.
पहलगाम की बेसरम घाटी में 26 मासूम पर्यटकों को आतंकवादियों ने अपनी गोली का निशाना बनाया. ये वही खूबसूरत वादी है पहलगाम की, जहाँ ये 26 लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आनंद लेने आए थे. लेकिन अब से जब भी जिक्र होगा इन खूबसूरत वादियों का, इन 26 मासूम लोगों की हत्या का भी जिक्र होगा, क्योंकि इन्हें कहाँ पता था कि जहाँ ये आनंद लेने आ रहे हैं वहाँ पर मौत इनका इंतजार कर रही है. आखिर क्या है इतिहास पहलगाम का? क्यों आते हैं इतने लोग पहलगाम घूमने? आइए जानते हैं. हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल. हिंदू पुराणों के हिसाब से पहलगाम का मतलब होता है बैलों वाला गांव, जहां भगवान शिव ने अपने वाहन नंदी को पहलगाम में छोड़ दिया था अमरनाथ जाने से पहले. उसके बाद उन्होंने अपने सर पर जो धारण चंद्रमा था उसे चंदनबारी में छोड़ा, गले में जो सांप था उसे शेषनाग झील में छोड़ा, और पंचतरणी में जो 5 नेचर के एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, आकाश, अग्नि, वायु, जल, धरती, उन्हें वहां त्याग करके फिर अमरनाथ की गुफा में गए माता पार्वती को अमरतत्व की कहानी सुनाने के लिए. एक इतिहास ये भी कहता है इससे इतर कि चक वंश का राज था कश्मीर और पहलगाम के आसपास के इलाकों में. और इस कहानी की शुरुआत होती है 1561 AD में, जब चक वंश के पहले राजा बनते हैं कश्मीर में गाजी शाह चक, जो हराते हैं शाह मीर के वंश को. और उसके बाद से लगातार 1589 तक चक वंश का राज रहता है कश्मीर में, जिनके आखिरी राजा थे याकूब शाह चक, जो अकबर के हाथों हार स्वीकार करते हैं क्योंकि उनकी खुद की ही प्रजा उन पर दबाव देते हैं उनके निर्णयों के कारण. इसके बाद मुगल एरा शुरू हो जाता है कश्मीर में, जहां पर अकबर अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब, ये सभी ही पहलगाम और आसपास की खूबसूरत वादियों को अपना शाही ग्रीष्म स्थल बनाते और लगातार इस जन्नत का लुत्फ उठाते हैं। और यहाँ तक किसी ने कहा था कि इस दुनिया में अगर जन्नत है तो वो सिर्फ यही है, यही है, यही है। लेकिन आज यही जन्नत कांप रही है दहशत से, क्योंकि इस नरसंहार के बाद लोगों के मन में ये भय जरूर बैठ गया है कि अब अगर हम वहां जाएंगे तो अगली गोली का शिकार हम तो नहीं। लेकिन बात सिर्फ इतनी सी नहीं, चक वंश से पहले भी पहलगाम के आसपास बहुत ही ज्यादा रिच हेरिटेज और कल्चर था, क्योंकि पहलगाम से 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है अवंतीपुर टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर 9वीं शताब्दी में राजा अवंती वर्मन ने बनाया था, जो उत्तर भारत के प्रमुख शासकों में से एक थे। यहाँ पर 2 मंदिर है, एक भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और एक भगवान विष्णु को। अभी भले मंदिर की स्थिति ऐसी नहीं जैसे पुराने समय में थी, लेकिन ये मंदिर की नक्काशी देखकर ये जरूर बताया जा सकता है कि ये मंदिर बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राचीन है। इसके बाद आता है मार्तंड सूर्य मंदिर। इसे 8वीं शताब्दी में राजा ललितादित्य मुक्तापीड ने बनाया था, जो कारकोटा वंश के महान शासक थे। ऐसा कहा जाता था कि इस मंदिर के चारों तरफ 84 स्तंभ थे, जिन्हें देखने के लिए लोग दूर दूर से आते थे। इसके अलावा आज भले मंदिर खंडर की स्थिति में, लेकिन इसे देखकर अंदाजा लगाना बड़ा आसान है कि उस समय इसका स्थापत्य एक अद्भुत ही दिशा में दिखा होगा। इसके बाद आता है मामलेश्वर मंदिर। ये मंदिर 12वीं शताब्दी में बनाया गया था और ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर अपने शिवलिंग के गर्भगृह के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसिद्ध है। इन सभी स्थलों को देखने के बाद एक बात तो साफ है कि पहलगाम और उसके आसपास की जितनी भी घाटियां है, वे सभी आध्यात्मिक और ऐतिहासिक धरोहर से भरी हुई है। और अंत में जाने से पहले जो लोग मरे हैं उनके आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे, अपने चरणों में जगह दे और उनके परिजनों को, उनके अपने परिवार के लोगों को शक्ति दे अपने आप को संभालने के लिए। ये कठिन समय है, पूरा भारत उनके साथ खड़ा है, हम भी उनके साथ हैं। और अंत में आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं। हमें सुझाव देते रहिए कि किन विषयों पर हमें वीडियो बनाने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Positive influencer Captain Yashika Tyagi so passionately narrates this next story. It's the story of a barefoot Naga bringing the Pakistani army to its knees in Kargil. Watch her narrate it and get inspired.
नागालैंड के हेडहंटर्स का एक ऐसा गांव जहां के योद्धा अपने दुश्मनों के सिर काटकर गांव के बाहर लगा देते थे। इसी गांव में जन्म हुआ एक शेर का। इस वीर योद्धा का नाम था कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे, जिसने आगे चलकर कारगिल की लड़ाई में वो शौर्य दिखाया कि उन्हें महावीर चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया, और जिनकी कहानी शौर्य टेल्स में आज आपको सुनाना मेरे लिए बहुत फख्र की बात है। दिन था 28 जून 1999। द्रास के ऊपर क्लेफ ब्लैक रॉक नाम की जगह, जहां दुश्मन की एक मशीन गन पोस्ट थी, उसे ध्वस्त करने की ड्यूटी मिली कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे, जो घातक प्लूटून के कमांडर थे। अपनी 2 राजपुताना राइफल के रण बांकुरों के साथ आगे बढ़ते जा रहे थे। घातक प्लूटून एक ऐसी प्लूटून होती है जिसमें किसी भी इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट के सबसे बहादुर और काबिल योद्धा शामिल किए जाते हैं। राजस्थान के रण बांकुरे जिन्हें लीड कर रहे हैं नागालैंड के एक वॉरियर, तो आज पाकिस्तान की बिसात नहीं थी कि वो जिंदे बच जाते। जैसे जैसे ये प्लटून दुश्मन के सामने आगे बढ़ती गई, रात का अंधेरा भी बढ़ते जा रहा था। टेम्परेचर -10 डिग्री से भी नीचे हो रहा था। द्रास की उस एरिया में कोई पेड़ नहीं, सिर्फ चट्टानें, जहां ऊंचाई पर बैठा दुश्मन बहुत आसानी से नीचे से ऊपर बढ़ने वाले फौजियों पर आराम से नजर रख सकता था। स्टेल्थ मेंटेन करते हुए यह प्लाटून आगे बढ़ती जा रही थी, लेकिन जंग का समय था, दुश्मन भी चौकन्ना था। हल्के से पत्थरों के गिरने की आवाज हुई और दुश्मन ने जनरल डायरेक्शन में एक फायर खोल दिया। एक गोली का स्प्लिंटर आकर नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे के पेट में लगा। उनके जवान, जो उन्हें प्यार से नीबू साहब कहते थे, उन्होंने कहा, साहब आपके पेट में गोली लग गई और खून बह रहा है। नीबू साहब ने कहा, चिंता मत करो, मैं बेल्ट थोड़ा कस कर बांधता हूं। आगे बढ़े, पेट से खून बह रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी। आगे बढ़ते गए और फिर पाया कि एक खड़ी चट्टान है जो बर्फ से फिसलन भरी है। नीबू साहब ने कहा, मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं और रस्सा बांधता हूं। किसी मजबूत चट्टान पर जब यह रस्सा बंधे तो बाकी के प्लाटून मेरे पीछे आए। इंडियन आर्मी का ऑफिसर हमेशा आगे बढ़कर अपने जवानों को लीड करता है और कहता है, फॉलो मी। नीखे जाकू कैंगरू से उस चट्टान पर चढ़ने की कोशिश करने लगे तो बार बार उनका पैर फिसलता जा रहा था। जूतों की वजह से उन्हें ग्रिप नहीं मिल रही थी। उन्होंने इतनी आउट ऑफ बॉक्स थिंकिंग यहां दिखाई, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग का नमूना दिखाया और ऐसा अनथिंकेबल सॉल्यूशन निकाला जिसे सोचना आपकी और हमारी समझ से भी परे है। नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे ने -10 डिग्री के टेंपरेचर पे अपने जूते उतार दिए, सॉक्स उतार दिए, जिससे कि नंगे पैरों वो उस चिकनाई भरी पहाड़ी पर आराम से ऊपर बढ़ सके। जैसे जैसे वो ऊपर बढ़ते गए, यहां थी बर्फ की चट्टान, हाथों से खून निकलने लगा, घुटनों से खून निकलने लगा, नाखून टूटते जा रहे थे। लेकिन कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे एक तरफ रॉकेट लॉन्चर, एक तरफ असॉल्ट राइफल और कमर पर कमांडो नाइफ लगाए ऊपर बढ़ते गए। जैसे ही वो उस क्लेफ के ऊपर पहुंचे, उन्होंने रस्सा बांधा और अपने जवानों को ऊपर आने का संदेश दिया। अब आप सोचिए उस बहादुर योद्धा को जिसका ऊपर से नीचे तक शरीर घायल हो रखा है, पेट से खून बह रहा है। उन्होंने कंधे से अपना रॉकेट लॉन्चर निकाला और दुश्मन के बंकर के ऊपर फायर किया। 1, 2 ऐसे करते करते उन्होंने दुश्मन के 4 बंकर उड़ा दिए। दुश्मन जब तक भागता और अपने ऑटोमेटिक गन्स से फायर ऑन करता, तब तक नीखे जाकू कैंगरू से बहुत नुकसान कर चुके थे। 2 पाकिस्तानी दौड़ते हुए आगे आए, उनके ऊपर फायर खोला, लेकिन यहां से नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे ने अपनी राइफल निकाली और 2 पाकिस्तानियों को मारा। तब तक उनके हाथ में गोली लगी, बंदूक छूट गई। उन्होंने अपने कमर से कमांडो नाइफ निकाला और सामने से आने वाले 2 पाकिस्तानियों को अपने हेड हंटर ट्रेडिशन की बखूबी उन्होंने लाज रखी और एक की गर्दन को यहां उड़ाया और दूसरे की गर्दन को वहां उड़ाया और पाकिस्तानियों के दिल में एक खौफ बिठा दिया। अब हमारी 2 राजपूताना पलटन की जो घातक प्लाटून थी वो ऊपर आ चुकी थी। दुश्मनों ने भी अपना ऑटोमेटिक गन से फायर खोला और नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे को ऊपर से नीचे तक भून दिया। फायर इतना जोर का था कि कैंगरूसे का शरीर यूं उछला और 200 फीट नीचे खाई पे जाके गिरा। लेकिन राजपूताना राइफल्स के जो ये बहादुर रणबांकुरे थे, उन्होंने बाकी बचे हुए पाकिस्तानियों को छोड़ा नहीं, एक एक को मौत के घाट उतारा, तिरंगा झंडा लगाया और उस सरसराती हुई हवा में सल्यूट करते हुए यही कहा, नीबू साहब, ये आपकी जीत है। मरणोपरांत कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे को महावीर चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया। जय हिंद की सेना।
Adaptability, a word that is ingrained in the Indian Armed Forces, a training that is embedded, that it almost becomes instinctive, whether it is changing bases or it is acclimatizing to new climates. Watch positive influencer Varleen Panwar take us through the training that the Indian Armed Forces have to go through to become adaptable. Here it is.
Jai Hind everyone, I'm Squadron Leader Varleen Panwar and I'm proud to be collaborating with Republic TV as a positive influencer in defense sector. I often talk about various soft skills and survival instincts that armed forces have instilled in me. But today, I want to highlight a very important quality that in my opinion can help you navigate in any space, whether it's corporate, creative, or even personal life. And the quality, as per me, is adaptability. The armed forces train us every single day to be individuals who adapt, not in a month, not in a week, because we don't have that much time, but the moment we walk into a room or in any situation. Whether it's a different city, culture, role, or even a crisis, we adapt mentally, physically, and also emotionally. So how does this adaptability come to us? I'll tell you. Because in the forces, we live a nomadic life. Every few years, we move from one place to another. Sometimes from the deserts of Rajasthan to the snow-clad mountains of Kashmir, or from the thick jungles of the northeast to the humid coast of the south. Each place brings a new language, new terrain, new challenge, and of course, a new team. And we don't get time to settle. We step in, absorb, adapt, learn, and of course, deliver. This constant shift does not teach you to survive, but it teaches you to thrive. It makes you emotionally intelligent. You learn to read the energy of a room. It makes you empathetic. You understand when to listen and when to lead your team. And most importantly, it gives you the strength to evolve without losing your identity. And to me, it is very important. And that's why today, whether I'm working with corporate leaders, Women Premier League, or training actors on military movies, I never show up as a rigid version of myself. I show up as someone who's ready to understand, adapt, and create an impact. Hence, I always say, we 4Gs don't just survive, but we thrive wherever we go. Jai Hind. Hope this helps.
A head full of thoughts, a heart full of emotions, meltdowns, anxiety. How does one deal with the everyday emotion? Positive influencer Roma Abhyankar takes us through the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita to tell you how to deal with the everyday emotion, how to deal with things like detachment and attachment. Here's her video.
Namaskar. My name is Roma Abhyankar. Thank you for tuning in to watch this video. The Srimad Bhagavad Gita is a powerhouse of wisdom, and tapping into this very wisdom requires a little bit of study. The study of scriptures, the study of our environment, and how this wisdom could help us make better decisions in life, and also to lead a more peaceful life in the midst of this humdrum. So how about we try and decode some of this knowledge and also try to apply it in our own lives? Let's get started then. It's not just 1 or 2 shlokas that leave a mark behind, but all 700 of the shlokas of the Bhagavad Gita teach us about ourselves, about our surroundings, our mind, and believe it or not, about people as well. Day in and day out, we experience all kinds of emotions. Some good ones, but let's be honest, mostly bad ones most times. And these feelings have a tendency to reflect on our mood. We tie in these emotions with any action that we're doing. We make these emotions a part and parcel of our personality. Do you know what ties us to these emotions? Shri Krishna helps answer this question right at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita in the 2nd Adhyay or chapter, aptly titled Sankhya Yoga. What does the word Sankhya mean? Sankhya is an analytical approach. We use knowledge and our own understanding when dealing with things. Yoga, in the simplest of terms, is coming together. And to understand this, we have Shri Krishna guiding us all through the way. Going back to our emotional roller coaster ride, the one thing that fuels this roller coaster is attachment. Attachment, in the simplest sense, is fondness, affection, or even sympathy. But the study of psychology takes this one step further. It defines it as a bond between 2 individuals. And mind you, not just any bond, but a bond that provides a sense of security, a sense of trust. And this bond has the capacity to impact our emotional development as well as relationships. Now you might stop me here and say, but Roma, what's this got to do with my life? And I'll get straight to it. You see, attachment is not just to people or things. We could even be attached to experiences, to situations. And when it gets out of hand, it might create trouble for us. The purest form of attachment one sees in life is the beautiful bond between a mother and a child. Have you noticed how teary-eyed a mother gets seeing her child off to school for the very first time? The atmosphere is charged with emotions in this setting. And that moment captures something which can't be easily explained in words. Most of us have furry friends, our pets at home. If you travel for work or leisure, you might have had to leave your pet behind with a friend or family or even at a pet hostel. I'm sure you've dreaded that. Watching your furry friend's eyes as you say goodbye stirs something inexplicable in you. That is attachment. Even if you aren't a parent or have no pets, I can assure you that you still have had attachment to things around you. If I could run your memory over to your days at school, I'm sure you couldn't do without a favorite pen, a compass box, a lunch box, or even an outfit you love to wear often. Now that you have a sense of the concept of attachment, let's jump straight into the Bhagavad Gita and see what Sri Krishna has to say. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phala heturbhur mate sangostva karmani. This is the explanation of the shlok. One has the right to work, but one is not entitled to the fruits of the action. Be not motivated by the fruits of your action, nor be attached to inaction. This is the 47th shlok of the second adhyay, and a shlok that you will hear very often. In the simplest of words, Sri Krishna is advising Arjun to do his work, fulfill his duty, and not be attached to the fruits of his actions. Sounds easy, but a tad bit difficult to implement, right? Let's decode the shlok in a way in which we understand, in a contemporary sense, shall we? Sri Krishna advises Arjun to practice detachment. The word detachment might seem like an antonym or the opposite of attachment, but we're not in grammar class, so it won't be that easy. If attachment is emotional involvement, is detachment not doing anything at all? No, not one bit. And this is where we might falter in understanding the true meaning of the word detachment. When we say we must detach ourselves from something, it means we are detaching ourselves from the emotional involvement. We are not detaching from doing the action. We are not detaching from fulfilling our responsibility. A lot of times, one tends to interpret the shlok to mean that now I can sit back and do nothing. I can do the bare minimum. I don't have to take the efforts. I can get away with a small contribution. Well, I have to break it to you. It doesn't mean all this at all. In fact, it means just the opposite. Sri Krishna's advice in this shlok is to give your 100% to whatever is at hand, but don't focus on the result. Put your best foot forward, but don't ask the question, what's in it for me? At this point, we're conditioned to ask, if there's nothing in it for me, why should I waste my time? And that's a valid question. Sometimes we have to do things because they are a part of who we are. They are our responsibility. They are our duty. They are our dharma. Your dharma can be viewed as the duty you have, a duty towards yourself, a duty to the community at large, a duty towards the greater good. And fulfilling it is your responsibility. The fruits, the outcome of our actions are many a times beyond us. They may be dependent on other factors like other people or even the environment. They may be defined by time and therefore meant to be received later in life. Why stress and fuss over the things we can't control? You know what you can control? You can control your actions. You can control your reactions. You can control how you view things. And isn't control what we all want as humans at the end of the day? I know this is a lot to take in the first go. I'll leave you with these thoughts.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. It's a Saturday afternoon. We have a lot lined up for you. We see that Lashkar affiliate TRF is panicking now and is saying it has no, I repeat, no involvement in the Pahalgam attack. A big U-turn being made as Pakistan is panicking and sweating and is scared. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
Is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement and denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan take to global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne and Kathmandu. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says no need for war against Pakistan. That is right, viewers. We're getting some big updates coming in. Forces have demolished House of Terrorist Shahid in South Kashmir, Shopian. This is a big update coming in right now, viewers. Remember, many homes of these terrorists have been razed down, blown up, And in the latest coming in right now, viewers, we see that the house of an active, I repeat, an active top Lashkar terrorist commander has now been raised by our forces. That's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. And those pictures showing you multiple homes associated with these terrorists razed and blown up. Let's go to Zeenat. Zeenat, pictures coming in of multiple homes associated with these terrorists, which has been razed. In the latest, we have seen forces have now demolished house of terrorist Shahid in South Kashmir's Shopia. Take us to the background of this terrorist Shahid. Who is he? What is his background?
We are reporting from Sidhu. This is Shopian district of South Kashmir, and this is the house that you see has been razed to ground. This is a house that belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. He joined LET outfit, the terror outfit, and is giving a local support to the Pakistan-based terror organization. The visuals that you see, that we are beaming on the screen, the house belongs to Shahid Kutte. The demolition was taken up by the administration of UT along with Jammu and Kashmir police and the other joint forces. The house that you see has been razed to ground completely. One can see the metal rods, the rooftops, the wooden structure has come down. This is a demolition drive that has been carried by the joint forces along with the administration. One can see the smashed window panes, the furbishing on the ground, and also the structure has been demolished. The walls of this very house itself is depicting the pictures what all has happened, because this is an attack on those who are supporting terror and the terrorism on the Kashmir, in the Kashmir Valley. Although the inmates of this house have left and we cannot find anybody present here, the house has been left in shambles now. There is nobody around, and no article has also been taken out from this very place where the demolition drive had taken place. One can find the furbishing articles, the glass windows, and also some footwears are around, the cables that are lying on the surface of this very house. So overall, nobody is here, and it depicts the tale of the demolition that was carried by the administration along with the joint forces. As far as Shahid Kutte is concerned, one of the suspect and his role has been in the Baisaran attack case, for which the action has come heavily on his family. Although it's quite clear, the message from the administration, from the Delhi and the forces, that if your child is joining the terror ranks, is a part of terror ranks, then also the family will have to pay the price. And this is also a center's initiative and a policy for the zero terrorism on the ground. Nobody will be spared. Nobody is above the law. Wherever you are, whosoever you are, you will be dealt as per the law. Although the villagers here have gathered to see what is happening all around, the neighborhood is buzzing with the people who are coming here to see, because this is also a message that is going inside the society, that you can also face the same fate. You will also face this kind of action if your child takes the path of terrorism. Terrorism will not be tolerated, for which the counter-terrorism units have been activated. We are seeing the searches, door-to-door searches. We have been seeing this infiltration routes being scanned, the modern technologies being used, aerial surveillance is being done, digital evidences are being picked up, and many people are being questioned as far as this case of massacre in Baisaran is concerned. Yes,
Shweta. And you're showing that house. This is the first and exclusive only on Republic TV, where my colleague Zeenat is, where the terrorist Shahid's house has now been destroyed. Now, I just want our viewers to understand, and Zeenat, please take our viewers to the other terrorists. Now, we know, and we had those pictures coming in, whether it's Pulwama, whether it's different parts of Kashmir, whether all these homes have been absolutely destroyed. Shopia, Kulgam, Pulwama, much more, many terrorists. Now, there are at least 4 or 5 terrorists whose homes have been absolutely either blown up or destroyed by our forces or razed to the ground. If you could take our viewers through who these other terrorists are, just to give our viewers a recap of those homes. And those pictures are also on our screen. Tral, Shopia, Kulgaon, Anantnag, Pulwama. Yes, Zeenat.
The number of demolition drive and the structures that have been demolished and razed to ground stands 5. Yesterday, the action was witnessed in Tral and also in Anantnag. Taking today's count is from Shopian, Kulgaon and Pulwama. The total number of the demolition drive, the destruction that had taken place, the houses that had been razed to ground is 5. This is an attack on the 5 terrorists who, as per the police, have provided a logistic and the other support to the terrorists who have carried this very attack on 22nd of this very month. I can, my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals of the very house where the demolition drive had taken place. One can see the vacant rooms, nobody around, the home has been left behind. It is a complete demolished structure now. Everything here is broken. The window panes, the glass sheets, the furbishing, and also the articles, household articles have been left behind. And nobody is here in this very house. The inmates, it seems, have left the place. This is an action which has been taken by the administration of J&K. And this is Shopian, this is Sidhaut Shopian, where this action has been faced, and this action has come to the terrorist who is a part of LET. The LET terrorist who is a part of the Viceroy attack, he is there. Here one can see the writing on the wall. It says, "Love you, Shahid." Yours, it's RRR something. But yes, one can see the image of heart, the handmade image of heart, and which is writing on the wall is "Love you, Shahid." Let's do it harder, Shahid. To Shahid with love from never forget, never forgive. This is what the identity of this house is. Never forget and never forgive. And this message is for Shahid. Shahid is the same one, Shahid Kutte of LET. LET terrorist whose involvement has been found in Viceroy attack that has left 26 people dead and around 17 injured. One can see also the notice that has been pasted here on the wall. The court, and this notice has come from the special judge of NIA designated court, where it has, the complaint has been made before that one, the Shahid Kutte, he is from Shopian, is suspected to have committed offences in the case FIR number 22. And the notice has been pasted in regard to the case that was registered in the year 22. And in this regard, the Shahid Kutte has been informed to appear before the court or the investigating officer. So the notice has also been pasted, and this comes from NIA Kulgaon. Yes. Very much clear writing on the wall that the notice has been pasted by the NIA Kulgaon. That means that Shahid Kutte has other cases also in his name. Apart from that, he is in a big mess this time because he has been the part of the Viceroy terror attack, for which now his family is also paying through the nose.
That is right. Okay, thank you, Zeenat, for getting those details. But stay on with us, Zeenat. Stay on with us, because it's been just a couple of days since the cowardly and dastardly attack on tourists by terrorists in Pahalgam. Now the Indian Army has successfully busted a terrorist hideout in the Himachal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms. Ammunitions have been recovered, including AK series rifle, 1 pistol. The operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs. That is right, viewers. Army bust terrorist hideouts in Kupwara, because our security forces are still conducting anti-terror operations across the valley. Apart from houses of active terrorists being demolished overnight, we have one more story where we see the Kupwara police seizing arms and ammunition and busting terror hideouts. Let's go back to Zeenat. Zeenat, our viewers are watching these pictures. These are first and exclusive only on Republic TV of the arms and ammunition which has been recovered, including AK series rifles, pistols, lot of bullets, I think, can be seen as well. Take our viewers through the latest coming in the story.
See, we have already carried this Kupwara story, but I'm just updating the details about the Kupwara incident or this operation that was carried by Indian Army. The 12 Siklai was part of it. This was an intelligence-based specific operation where the hideout was busted in Vatsal sector of Kupwara. It is quite close to the line of control. Kupwara has more than 6 months winter time and hardly sun is quite visible usually when people go to Matsal, but it has very less facility but close to line of control, a border area where a terrorist hideout was busted. What was recovered from the hideout includes the 5 AK-47 rifles, 8 AK-47 magazines, 1 pistol and a magazine with 660 rounds and AK-47 ammunition, 1 pistol rounds and 50 rounds of M4 ammunition. This is what has been recovered in Kupwara in the Matsal sector operation. The operation was carried by Kupwara police along with 12 Siklai regiment of the Indian Army who busted this terror network and recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition, and in a way we can say the threat has been averted along the line of control in Matsal sector of Kupwara.
All right, stay on with us, Zeenat, because I also have with us Arawat and we also have my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, over to you right now, because Rakshita has been getting us all the top updates coming in, especially now she's outside Lal Chowk. What is happening there? Rakshita, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, we are reporting from Lal Chowk and we see that there is the shops have started opening, their restaurants are functioning, the tourists are all across. Of course, the locals are also enjoying the weather out here in the afternoon, but there are also tourists from other places as well who we see are here and spending their vacations with the families. And of course, there are gestures being made by the Traders Association as they want tourists to come back. They want more tourists to come and not make any cancellations, because it's a direct attack on the social fabric of the country and also, of course, the economy of Kashmir that has been reviving. The idea of Naya Kashmir that was being actualized and not just visualized anymore. And viewers, as we continue to get you more updates, there are anti-terror operations, viewers, that are happening kilometers away from us in South Kashmir, especially with the focus on Anantnag, viewers. Also in Kupwara, as my colleague Zeenat was just telling, was informing about the seizures that have been made, the terror hideout that has been busted. So we continue to get you more updates about that. And we continue to send you more ground reports, viewers. There is a lot of the responses that are coming from the leaders. A stern message being sent out by Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, that we will not spare if you needle us. We will never spare you. And that is what our forces are actually. That's the job they're on. That's the duty they're on. And there are leaders like Siddaramaiah who say that this is not the time to, in fact, take action. That is the saddest part, that Congress, not the first time, but still it continues when the valley has witnessed the deadliest attack. We continue to show you more, but I think, Shivangi, we have some more breaking updates also.
That is right. We are getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. But before I go to that, I just want to go across to my colleague who is in Pahalgam. Pahalgam, the same place where the dastardly attack took place. Arawat, go ahead, take our viewers through what you're learning of.
Yes, absolutely, Shwangi. We are here at Pahalgam right now, and we have seen that this deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that 26 lives were lost by the terrorist attack. And also we are here at the house of the Nazakat, who is here in the Pahalgam. He was there present at the time. We are at the house of Nazakat. You can see here in the visuals, this is the residence house of the Nazakat, where you can see he was the tourist guide there, and he was also the cousin brother of the Adil, who was present at that time. And then after, we have seen that the operation is also still underway there when we have seen this deadly terror attack took place here in the Pahalgam. Also, we will also try to speak with the Nazakat in some time now. Also, we have been told that we had already conversation with the Nazakat. He has told us about the situation, what happened at that very time. Also, I'll request my VJ to take you through this side. Also, this is the residence house of the Nazakat, who will speak to us in a while from now. Also, Yes, exactly. We are here in the Pahalgam. Also, we'll gonna speak with the eyewitness who will tell us about the situation, what happened on the same day in Pahalgam, and he has told us all the happenings, what happened at the same day. The peoples are coming to his home and they are meeting him and and advising him what happened at that very day. Also, we will try to speak with he is the cousin of also Adil, who was all shot by the terrorists multiple times there in the Pahalgam. Also, the people and the relatives are coming to his home. As of now, you can see in the visuals that the people are coming him because he had a very narrow escape with the terrorists. At that very time, he has also tried to snatch the weapon of the terrorists. We have seen already the Adil who tried to snatch weapons and has saved multiple tourists there. Then after, we have seen that the terrorists came and fired multiple rounds on the Adil. At the same time, there are multiple people here in the Kashmir Valley who has saved the various tourists that time, and right now we'll also try to speak with the Nazakat who was present at that very time there, and he has told us about the whole situation, what happened that day exactly. We are also gonna speak with the Nazakat. He will tell us the whole situation, how many persons was there at that time when this terror attack happened, and also he will tell us how many tourists were present at that very time. And right now, yes.
All right. I'll come back to you. We will talk to some eyewitnesses, but I'll come back to you on that. Getting some big breaking updates coming in. Search operations have started in South Kashmir, Kulgaon. Big update coming in right now, viewers. A search operation is starting in many areas, including Kulgaon right now. That's what we're learning of. And we have those pictures coming in for you. These are pictures coming in from earlier today from Kulgaon. First and exclusive only on Republic TV. 4 days after the devastating terror attack in Pahalgam, security forces are conducting search operations and anti-terror operations across, I repeat, across the valley. Across the valley, we are seeing multiple search operations being conducted. We showed you pictures also of the search operations which are happening right now. Getting some more updates, exchange of fire between forces and terrorists. Getting some more updates on this. Zinat, search operations underway in South Kashmir, Kulgaon. If you could take our viewers to latest coming in, because you know the South Kashmir area has multiple forces, multiple battalions, multiple security forces in all corners. Take us to latest coming in. Yes, go ahead. Zina.
Shivani, the visuals that we beam are from the Gudar village of Kulgaon. This is the part of South Kashmir, where 3 days back also there were the exchange of fire between the security forces and the terrorists. Though then the security forces revealed that the terrorists managed to escape, but still the cordon is intact in Kulgaon district of South Kashmir. The visuals that we are beaming are from the Gudar village of Kulgaon, where the joint forces have observed a suspicious movement of the terrorist, suspicious movement, and they fired few shots. Although there has not a retaliation from the terrorist side, we are waiting for more details on it. But this tells you that the operations, anti-terror operations, CASO, search, DASO, hideouts being busted, the terrorist house being demolished, or whatever the action is required from the agencies or from the administration, everything is going well, and the administration and the joint forces are penetrating inside the hideouts of those who are part of terror network or part of terrorism, who are disturbing the peace on ground and are supporting the terror networks. We are seeing that this time the Kulgaon is in news, where the suspicious movement was observed by the joint forces. Some aerial shots were also fired, and then after the firing shots were heard, the more reinforcement was rushed to the Gudar village of Kulgaon.
That was right. Zinat getting a stop updates coming in right now. Search operations underway in Kulgaon, and like Zinat is telling us, it's happening in multiple parts because the hunt for terrorists is continuing. It's still continuing in multiple parts. Security forces on high alert. Massive search operations are underway. All right. We're going to some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Let's go to the new breaking news coming in. MOS Defense Sanjay Seth has now said that the entire world is standing with India and the terrorists will not be spared. Citing PM Modi's statement, Sage said PM has promised to teach Pakistan a lesson and that the nation is with the Prime Minister Modi. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Now, MOS defense, the terrorists will not, I repeat, will not be spared. A strong message coming in. India has already sent a very strong message when it comes to Pahalgam attack. We also have the entire statement of the MOS defense clearly saying that the whole world is with India and the terrorists will pay for what they did.
देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और होगी, क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है। देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और होगी, क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है।
We're getting some update coming in, viewers. We have got to know a card from the Pakistan High Commission was seen at the Ministry of External Affairs. A staff member from the Pakistan High Commission came out from that vehicle, inquired about the status of a letter submitted here. Details of that, we're still trying to find out what the details of that are. And then was informed by the guards that it is a holiday today. He left post that. So this is an update coming here in Republic TV, viewers, about what has happened a short while back. And let's go straight across to my colleague Soumya from the South Block. Soumya, coming across to you right now, that these are some initial reports coming in. There was a vehicle from the Pakistan High Commission outside the Ministry of External Affairs. A staff member came out and he wanted some kind of an update on some letter, and then he left. And I want you to take our viewers through what did you find out about this incident?
Yes, well, Shivangi, this happened at around 1:30 p.m. Earlier today. The car belonged to the Pakistan High Commission. A man parked the car right here outside the main gate of the Ministry of External Affairs headquarters here in the South Block. He came out from the car. He was in a Pathani salwar that made it look like he was a staff member from the Pakistani High Commission, and then he went up to the main building of the MEA headquarters and later inquired about a letter. A letter was submitted a few days back from a Pakistan High Commission's end here at the MEA headquarters, and for that purpose, that what is the update right after the submission of the letter, he had come here to inquire about the updates. However, he was informed by the guards and security personnel who are present here at the moment that it's a holiday today and the concerned officials and the officers are not here at the moment here inside the MEA headquarters, and was asked to return. And after 10 minutes of staying here and waiting, and after he was informed by the security personnel that he could not be helped today because of the holiday, he was asked to return. So these are the developments that we are picking up from outside the MEA headquarters. The details of of the letter are still unknown. These are some high-level letters that have been exchanged. An important point to note here is that on 23rd April, senior official from the Pakistan High Commission was summoned here at the MEA headquarters, and these developments came after that summon. So the details are still unknown. However, this was the development that we picked up from here. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Soumya, for getting those details from South Block in New Delhi. Already we saw massive outrage after we saw somebody carrying a cake to the Pakistan High Commission just a day or two back. But let's go to Rawat. Rawat, I'm coming across to you right now. You have some eyewitnesses with you, and they will speak to the Republic exclusively. Yes, go ahead, Rawat.
Yes, absolutely, Shrangi. I'm joined by Nazakat, who is right now present with me. He was present there in the Pahalgam when the deadly terror attack took place. Nazakat, आप मुझे बताइए, आप कहाँ थे तब जब वहाँ पर टेररिस्ट आए और उन्होंने जो गोलियाँ चलाई वहाँ?
जी, मैं तो वहीं था, वहाँ बाईसरन वैली में। हम मतलब 22 तारीख को सुबह ही मतलब वहाँ चले गए थे, मतलब घोड़े से 10 बजे, और 12 बजे करीब हम मतलब 1-1.5 घंटा चढ़ने में लगता है, तो 12 बजे हम पहुँच गए थे वहाँ। मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड, जिसको बाईसरन वैली बोला जाता है, मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड बोला जाता है, वहाँ पे चले गए थे। और अंदर हम ग्राउंड में ही थे, मतलब आधे कस्टमर लोग ने हमारे ने जिप लाइन कर ली थी, आधे रील बना रहे थे, वही माहौल था, खुशी का माहौल था। मतलब हम सारे अंदर ही थे, मतलब वो बच्चों के साथ खेल रहा था मैं उस टाइम। तो पहले क्या हुआ कि 1-2 फायर हुए, तो 1-2 फायर जब हुए तो मतलब वो टूरिस्ट ने मुझे पूछा ये क्या हुआ। मैंने सोचा शायद पटाखे फूट रहे हैं, तो ये अंदाज़ा किसी को नहीं था कि फायरिंग होगी। तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि धीरे धीरे वो फायरिंग बढ़ी। जब वो फायरिंग बढ़ी तो सारे लोग मतलब ज़मीन पे लेट गए, तो मैं भी ज़मीन पे लेट गया उनके बच्चों को लेके। तो सारा चीख पुकार हो गया, मतलब वहाँ पे माहौल पूरा डर का हो गया। तो उसी दौरान क्या हुआ कि जब वो फायरिंग बढ़ते बढ़ते आगे गई तो मैंने पीछे से मतलब उनके बच्चों को उठाया और वो जो लकी भैया हैं उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और फिर मैं वहाँ से निकला। तो वहाँ से निकला और दौड़ते दौड़ते 8 किलोमीटर में गाड़ी के पास पहुँचा, तो जंगलों में से उनको लाया, फिर उनको गाड़ी में बिठा के वहाँ होटल पे लेके गया, होटल एक्सीलेंट में। और उसके बाद जब मुझे पता चला बदकिस्मती से हमारे 2 कस्टमर पीछे हैं, तो फिर मैं गाड़ी से उतरा, फिर मैं वापस गया नेथुरसोही की तरफ से पैदल गया, और आगे से मतलब वो लोग कस्टमर, वो लेडीज़ 2 भी आ रहे थे, उनको थोड़ा नीचे पहुँचे तो उनका नेटवर्क आया, BSNL नंबर था, उसको मैंने कॉल किया कि आप सेफ़ हो। बोला हाँ हम सेफ़ हैं, नज़ाकत हमारे बच्चे सेफ़ हैं। मैंने बोला हाँ बिल्कुल सेफ़ हैं, सबको मैंने ले आए हैं, आप ही 2 पीछे हैं। जब वो आए, वो होटल में बहुत मतलब डरे हुए थे, रोने लगे, तो उनको उठाया, हमने श्रीनगर ले गए। श्रीनगर जब हम पहुँचे, लेट पहुँचे, मतलब उन्होंने डिनर किया। उसके बाद मुझे घर वालों ने फ़ोन किया कि मतलब ये कि जो आदिल हुसैन शाह हैं, जो मेरे कज़न ब्रदर हैं, मामा के लड़के हैं, वो भी नहीं रहे इस दुनिया में, वो भी शहीद हो गए उसी दौरान। तो फिर मतलब अगले दिन मुझे आना था जनाजे में, तो उनकी फ़्लाइट नहीं थी, 24 तारीख की थी उनकी फ़्लाइट, तो मैं उनका जनाजा भी बदकिस्मती से नहीं पढ़ पाया जी। तो सेफली उनको पहुंचाया और वो अपने घरों में इस टाइम सेफ पहुंच गए। जो
आदिल की अगर हम बात करें, आपने देखा आदिल ने क्या कुछ किया, आप वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, क्या कुछ हुआ, वो हमें बताइए।
जी, आदिल से पहली मेरी मुलाकात मतलब वही करीब 12:30 बजे हुई थी, तो वो मुझे बता रहे थे चाय के लिए, तो मैंने उनको बोला पहले मैं टूरिस्ट को घुमा लूँगा, फिर हम बैठेंगे चाय पीने। तो उसके बाद ये हुआ कि जब वो वहाँ पे मतलब डर का माहौल हो गया, मतलब वहाँ पे मतलब इंसानियत का सरोसर कत्ल हुआ, तो मैंने खुद नहीं देखा, मैंने सुना कि आदिल ने जो वहाँ पे मतलब वो दरिंदे आए थे, उनसे एक से मतलब उनने वेपन भी छीनी है। वेपन छीनने के मतलब वो उसी दौरान उसको मतलब उन्होंने फायर मारे हैं, तो वो उसी दौरान वो शहीद हुआ है टूरिस्ट को बचाते बचाते, क्योंकि उसने अपनी जान दे बैठा लेकिन टूरिस्ट को बचाया और उसने एक इंसानियत का मिसाल ज़िंदा रखा। आदिल हमारे बीच में अभी भी ज़िंदा है, उसकी इंसानियत ज़िंदा है। वो पूरे कश्मीर के लिए, पूरे इंडिया के लिए वो हीरो है इस टाइम आदिल, जिसने मतलब टूरिस्ट को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान दी।
और बात करें कितने पर्यटक जो है तब वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, क्या आपने देखा कितने टेररिस्ट आए और कहाँ कहाँ उन्होंने गोलियाँ चलाई, कौन सा वेपन उनके पास था?
जी, मतलब ये सारा तो मैंने नहीं देखा, मतलब मैंने यही देखा मतलब वहाँ पे डर का माहौल था, मतलब सारी मतलब गोलियाँ, ये समझ आ रही थी गोलियाँ चारों साइड से आ रही हैं, क्योंकि वो मतलब जो मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड है वो जंगल के बीच में एक छोटा मतलब वो पिकनिक स्पॉट है जिसको मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड का लक़ब भी दिया जाता है। तो वहाँ पर वही समझ आया कि चारों साइड से गोलियाँ आ रही हैं। फिर मतलब वो जो जिप लाइन के बैक साइड से मैंने सोचा वो लाइन सेफ होगी, उसी लाइन से मैं टूरिस्ट को निकाल के लेके गया, भागा वहाँ से।
तो कैसे आपने उनको नीचे ले आया? कितने तब गिरे हुए टूरिस्ट थे वहाँ पर जिनको आपने रेस्क्यू किया, या आपकी टीम के साथ कितने लोग थे वहाँ पर?
जी मैंने मतलब एक उनके बच्चे को गोद में लिया, एक को पीछे उठाया और जो लकी भैया था उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और मतलब कीचड़ बहुत था जहाँ पे हमारे शूज़ भी वहीं रह गए, और मतलब उनको मैंने निकाला, और जो आधे लोग रास्ते में थे उनको भी मैंने भगाया अपने साथ साथ, और हम बिल्कुल मतलब लगभग 12 से ऊपर मतलब 15-20 लोगों को मैंने रेस्क्यू करके नीचे लाया पहलगाम तक।
आपने कोई कॉल वगैरह भी किया पुलिस को तब रेस्क्यू के लिए जब वहाँ पर हुआ अटैक हुआ?
जी मैंने कोई कॉल, मैंने उस टाइम मतलब यही बेहतर, वहाँ पे ऊपर तो नेटवर्क आते नहीं है जहाँ बाइसरन है, और उस जंगल में बिल्कुल नेटवर्क नहीं आते हैं नीचे पहलगाम जब पहुँचे तो मुझे दूसरा
All right. Okay, so we're getting those that entire narration from eyewitness there, where he was trying to explain what exactly did he see, how outing of tourists turned into a nightmare. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We will be right back, and we will continue to be live and breaking.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads. The terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in, they basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind,
Very warm welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Dr. Mishra. I'm reporting from Srinagar's Lal Chowk, and around us we can see a lot of tourists coming in. As you can see, clicking pictures here. Just 2 days back we saw that it was a very traumatic to see how these shops were shut, but today we see public transport, traffic is in full flow, the shops are fully operational. There are people from across the country who are in fact exploring and soaking in the culture of Kashmir. Of course, this has been a big attack, and there is a lot of sorrow as well in Kashmir about what has happened with those 26 innocent Indian lives. Because Pakistan is on back foot again, and our forces are on ground fighting against terror, as no one is going to be spared. The message is loud and clear. We will get you more updates, but first the headlines.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent, and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens the civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan taken to global stage now. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pak High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. The forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. While India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says no need to go to war against Pakistan. The action against Pakistan is only intensifying. The crackdown on terror continues, and the latest we have is from Kulgam, where the security forces have launched a search operation along with the security forces. The CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are conducting this anti-terror operation in Kulgam. My colleague Jatin has in fact filed a report from Ground Zero, Kulgam. Take a look.
इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है वो अंदर रिसर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पहुंच रही हैं। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो इक्विपमेंट्स है सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए चाहिए, तमाम जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की जरूरत है वो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो यहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जिसमें सीआरपीएफ के जवान शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के जवान शामिल है, एसओजी के जवान जो है वो शामिल है और साथ ही जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो भी यहां पर मौजूद है। और आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट यहां पर हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं आशंका इस बात की है कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका, और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया, इस पूरे इलाके को जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया, आवाजाही यहां पर रोक दी गई है और उसके बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन बड़ी तेजी से चलाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा रहा हूं, अगर मेरे विजय पंकज आगे जाएंगे तो आप देख पाएंगे कि जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट यहां पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हो रही है वो तमाम अति आधुनिक जो उनके पास हथियार हैं वो लेकर वो लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ की तमाम गाड़ियां आपको यहां पर नजर आ जाएंगी, जो यहां पर फोर्स है उनकी मूवमेंट को आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम जो बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद है और हर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को जो सैनिटाइज किया जाए। आप देखेंगे घने जंगल यहां पर मौजूद है, फोर्स के जवान जो है यहां पर तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां जो है वो आगे की तरफ आपको मूव करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छुपे होने की आशंका है और यही कारण है कि बड़े स्तर पर कुलगाम में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन इन झाड़ियों में किया जा रहा है, बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण ये सर्च ऑपरेशन है और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ के जवान हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस हो, इंडियन आर्मी की टुकड़ी हो, साथ ही एसओजी जो कि स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप है, ये चारों मिलकर बड़ी संख्या में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो चला रहे हैं।
The report, and we have now reports coming in from the Attari-Wagah border where more Pakistani nationals are being deported back to Pakistan. In fact, Pakistani nationals are leaving. We have the visuals. My colleague Sumit Jha joins us live on the broadcast from the Attari border. Sumit, tell us more. What are you witnessing? कितने लोग अभी तक जो हैं वापस भेजे गए हैं पाकिस्तान?
बिल्कुल, मैं सुबह 9 बजे से ही लगातार यहाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ और पाकिस्तानी जो यहाँ से जा रहे थे उनमें एक खामोशी ज़रूर थी, लेकिन गुस्सा भी था और किसी बात का जवाब सीधे मुंह नहीं दे रहे थे। उनमें ये परेशानी थी कि साहब मुझे जाना पड़ा है, लेकिन मैंने जब पूछा कि कई लोगों से कि भाई पाकिस्तान से आए आतंकियों की वजह से लोग मारे गए हैं, आप वहाँ की सरकार को कुछ कहते क्यों नहीं, तो कुछ भी बोलने से कतराते रहे। नंबर्स की बात करें तो करीब 300 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी पिछले 2 दिनों में और आज भी करीब 70 से 80 पाकिस्तानी इसी बॉर्डर से होकर गुजर चुके हैं। सबके पास जो पासपोर्ट और वीज़ा, ये करीब कोई किसी के पास 30 दिन का वीज़ा था, किसी के पास 45 दिन का वीज़ा था, और उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने 15 दिन 20 दिन बिताए थे, 5 दिन बिताए थे। किसी के यहाँ शादी थी, आज ही शादी होनी थी, लेकिन शादी में अटेंड करने आए थे, शादी में अटेंड किए बगैर वो वापस जाने के लिए यहाँ से मजबूर हुए। और इसी बॉर्डर से अब से कुछ देर पहले, चूँकि अब यहाँ बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी का वक्त हो गया है और वो उसके लिए जो लोग हैं, पर्यटक हैं, वो देखने आते हैं, तो अब उसका वक्त हो गया है। तो सुबह 10 बजे से 9 बजे के बाद से ही जो एंट्री का सिलसिला था वो अब थमता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। पाकिस्तानी के पास कल तक का वक्त है, 27 अप्रैल तक का अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है, यानी कल तक का वक्त है। कल भी बहुत लोग आ सकते हैं जो बहुत अलग अलग जगहों पर हैं। हमने कुछ लोगों से बात भी की तो वो पाकिस्तानी कुछ इंदौर के थे, कुछ लखनऊ में थे, कुछ मुजफ्फरनगर में। और यहाँ दिखाइए ज़रा, ये उधर से भी, उस बॉर्डर से भी जो भारत के लोग हैं वो गए थे, वो लोग भी लौट रहे हैं। और इनमें से कई ऐसे भारतीय थे जो वहाँ पर भी गए थे और वापस इन्हें लौटना पड़ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी चेक यहाँ पर लगातार हो रहे हैं, चाहे वो पर्यटक हो या कोई भी हो, उनसे लगातार पूछे जा रहे हैं कि आप क्या यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट बनकर आए हैं। टूरिस्ट है सर? अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल, ये आईडी चेक कराई जा रही। तो ये सारे टूरिस्ट हैं। कुछ देर पहले तक पाकिस्तान के लोग यहाँ पर आए थे, पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स, और उन्हें वापस डिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है। लेकिन अब यहाँ से टूरिस्ट के आने का सिलसिला शुरू हो गया है, जो रिट्रीट सेरेमनी होगी अब से कुछ देर बाद। हालांकि उस सेरेमनी में, अटारी बॉर्डर की सेरेमनी में ज़रूर अब तक गेट खोला जाता था, हैंडशेक होता था, लेकिन वो अब नहीं हो रहा है इस पहलगाम अटैक के बाद। बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर ये भी देखने आए थे कि ये पाकिस्तान के लोग जा रहे हैं और इनके मन में क्या कोई ऐसी बात है। हमने भी समझने की कोशिश की कि पाकिस्तानी लोगों की सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान कैसे सोचता है। तो वो कई ऐसे पाकिस्तानी मिले जो इस बात पर आर्गू करने लगे कि नहीं साहब, अभी हम कैसे ब्लेम कर सकते हैं पाकिस्तान को यहाँ रहकर। ये मुझे हैरानी हुई। कई ऐसे लोगों को हमने पूछा कि आपकी सोच क्या है इस अटैक के बाद। अटैक को लेकर वो गलत कहते हैं, लेकिन पाकिस्तान की जब बात हमने की तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये अभी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा, पाकिस्तान को आप कैसे ब्लेम कर सकते हैं। आप समझिए, भारतीय सरजमी पर, इंडियन लैंड पर खड़े होकर पाकिस्तानी ये कहते हैं और पूरी हिम्मत से। तो वहाँ के लोग और कई लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं, ये अमन चैन होना चाहिए, लेकिन अमन चैन अब एक तरफा नहीं होगा और इसीलिए पाकिस्तानियों को वापस भेजा जा रहा है। कई ऐसे पाकिस्तानी मिले जो समझिए कि 5 दिन 4 दिन का वक्त सिर्फ बिता पाए। उनके पास 45 दिन का वीज़ा था और वो फिर वापस यहाँ से उन्हें भेजा गया है। कई ऐसे लोग अभी भी हैं जो अलग अलग इलाकों में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर इंदौर से भी लोग आए, मुजफ्फरनगर से, यूपी के कई इलाकों से लोग आए, पाकिस्तान के जो लोग थे, मेरठ से आए, लखनऊ से आए, दिल्ली से भी आए और राजस्थान से भी कई लोग आए, जो कि इस बॉर्डर से ही आवाजाही मैक्सिमम होती रही है अब तक। वीज़ा के आधार पर आपको इस बॉर्डर से ही एंट्री मिलती है। कुछ लोग ऐसे मिले मुझे जो एंट्री कर चुके थे और उन्हें तुरंत सीधे अब ये न्यूज़ मिला, उन्होंने कहा कि खबर मुझे मिली और मैं अब सीधे यहाँ पर आ गया हूँ क्योंकि अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है। 27 अप्रैल तक वीज़ा आपके पास, चाहे 15 दिन का हो, 30 दिन का हो, 45 दिन का हो या फिर कोई भी वीज़ा हो, 27 अप्रैल तक आपके पास ये वैलिड भी होगा, नहीं तो फिर वो अनवैलिड होगा। उसके बाद अगर आप पाकिस्तानी हैं और यहाँ पर रहते हैं तो कोई भी वीज़ा होगा, आप पकड़े जाएंगे, आपके पास लीगल एक्शन होगा। और ये 29 अप्रैल तक मेडिकल वीज़ा, 29 अप्रैल तक मेडिकल वीज़ा के आधार पर आप रह सकते हैं। ये कल ही निर्देश दे दिया गया है। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को साफ तौर पर कह दिया कि लिस्ट आप बनाइए, लिस्ट तैयार रखिए और लिस्ट को लेकर आप कहिए, जाइए, ढूंढिए उन पाकिस्तानियों को और सीधे सीधे डिपोर्ट कीजिए। तो अब ये कड़ा संदेश यहाँ से, और साथ ही साथ बाकी एक्शन जो लिए जा रहे हैं वो तो लिए ही जा रहे हैं ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट से, जो हम अपने सहयोगियों के ज़रिए रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से कुलगाम में या कुपवाड़ा में, अनंतनाग में आतंकियों को ढूंढ कर मारा जा रहा है। लेकिन उसके अलावा उन पाकिस्तानियों को भी ढूंढ कर निकाल कर भेजा जा रहा है। और ये संदेश देने के लिए कि साहब, अब रिलेशनशिप, संबंध, प्यार, मोहब्बत, ये सब एक साथ नहीं चलेगा। आप गोली बारूद बम बरसाएंगे और साथ में प्यार, तो ये आप एक साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं। और यही कड़ा संदेश देने के लिए अटारी बॉर्डर पर मैं भी खड़ा हूं और ये संदेश कड़ा जा रहा है अटारी बॉर्डर से।
संदेश बहुत जरूरी है। बहुत शुक्रिया सुमित हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स, एज वी कैन सी, a message been sent out by the tourists also who are here in large numbers at the Lal Chowk. You can see they are all clicking selfies. A while back they were all in groups and talking about where to go. So yes, the message is out and loud. Before we show you more about what's happening here, is some breaking news coming in, viewers. A very wrong message that has been sent by the Congress party. Once again, whenever there is a tragedy, whenever there is a terror attack, you have now the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who has said that there's no need to take any action right now, that there's no need to go to war. And this is, of course, not the first time we've seen the Congress party reacting in such a way when there is an attack. We saw what happened in Pulwama. Questioning the forces has been a template followed by the Congress party. And now we have Siddaramaiah saying that no point taking action now, as if they're giving a clean sheet to Pakistan and we Indians should take it lying down. What has happened, the innocent lives that have been lost. Well, take a listen to this reaction coming in from Siddaramaiah, viewers.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewer. The search operation has now started in South Kashmir's Kulgam. This is, of course, an important update. We have seen that there was a lot of focus on Anantnag. Now, Kulgam viewers also now witnessing a very important search operation. And remember, the security forces, the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are conducting this anti-terror operation, and the action has only intensified. I think my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Kulgam. I think she is connected with us right now. Zeenat, what are you picking up as the activity there is intensifying, the operation is intensifying in Kulgam?
See, this is Gudar village of Kulgam in South Kashmir, where the party was observed some suspicious movement and they fired some shots in the air. Although no fire shot were exchanged in this moment, but yes, reinforcement has been rushed to the area because of the suspicious movement that was observed by the joint forces in Gudar village of Kulgam. Apart from Kulgam, we are seeing most of the action taking place in Anantnag district of South Kashmir today. From infiltration routes to the villages in Kulgam, most of the places were searched and scanned by the counter-terrorism units of Jammu and Kashmir police and Rashtra Rifles and the paramilitary troopers like CRPF and the intelligence agencies. 2 houses, rather 3 houses were also demolished. Those belong to the terrorists of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. The action was seen in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. All these 3 terrorists who are on run have been involved in the Baisaran attack, as the security agencies and the investigating agencies are revealing they have been part of it, and that has been confirmed by the intelligence agencies, sending a strong message not only those who are part of the terror ranks, but also the families are going to pay through their nose. This is an action against a family of the terrorists, where we see the house have been demolished, a complete structure has been brought down and it has been razed to the ground. At 2 places the families were not seen, but at one place, which is Kulgam, where the family was seen taking those belongings that have been left. They were trying to scan through the rubble, through the debris, whatever was left behind. Although it was the heart-wrenching scenes, but then you are sending a strong message to those who are supporting the terrorism on the ground, and the message is coming from the Delhi this time. Earlier we have seen that not the demolition drives, but we have seen the house of the terrorists or the OGWs getting attached under UAPA, and the family inmates would allowed be to live inside those premises. But now seeing the demolition and giving a strong message to others also, because as of now the 16 terrorists, the local terrorists, have been identified by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the 3 districts that are active at present. So now the fear has also been created among the population. Their kith and kins or their son is in the terror business. Now they are fearing that whether their homes, their residences, their places will also be hit, because yesterday the 2 residences, 2 places, one in Tral, another in Anantnag, was demolished, and then midnight another operation was carried in the South Kashmir's districts where 3 houses were demolished. There will be a demolition drive tomorrow also? That only the time will tell, because the security forces, the intelligence agencies are quite convinced that whoever has carried this attack, they will be reaching to the logical conclusions till they arrest them, nab them, neutralize them. Ultimately, the country is looking to avenge the death and of those who have been killed in the Baisaran attack. Yes, Rakshita.
Yes, thanks so much, Zina, for joining us. But in fact, we have some more breaking news coming in. Viewers, at least 14 active terrorists have been identified by the forces and the agencies. That's what we're breaking. 14 active terrorists from Srinagar, from Shopian, from Pulwama. Security forces have identified these local terrorists. These are active local terrorists across various districts. And this list includes individuals affiliated with the groups such as the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Hizbul Mujahideen, and the resistance from the TRF. So these are at least 14 active terrorists that have been identified by the security forces, and that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. Zeenat, I think Zeenat is back with us. Zeenat, well, of course, very important to identify these active terrorists, but also, of course, hunt them down. Tell us more, please, about these 14 terrorists.
See, Rakshita, now we are seeing that the security agencies are zero in as far the local terrorist network is concerned. They have identified 14 terrorists, and those all hail from Srinagar, Shopian and Pulwama. That means one is from the central Kashmir, and the 2 districts that have been touched are from the South Kashmir. When it comes to the local terrorists who have been active, most of the terrorists come from Jaish, Lashkar, and 1 or 2 from the Hizbul Mujahideen, which is a homegrown terror network or the terror outfit. From Sopore, they have identified Adil Rahman, who's a 19-year-old boy and has been active since 2021. That means in the terror business for around 5 years, and he's also the district commander of LET. Then we come to Avantipora, part of Pulwama, South Kashmir, where Asif has been identified, who's active since 2022. From Pulwama, it is Abdur Rashid Sheikh and Haris Nazir. Again in LET terrorists active since 23. That means they joined the business 2 years back. Then as far as Shopian is concerned, Asif Khande, who is from Hizbul Mujahideen, a homegrown terror network, active since 2015. That means a decade-long time he has given in terror business, and quite active and a commander of Hizbul Mujahideen. Then again a Shahid Kutte, who's active since 2023, and again we saw a demolition drive at his residence today. Zubair Wani, he's from Anantnag but with the HM. And Harun Ganai, he's active since June 21. Kulgam Zakir Ganai. Yes, Zakir Ganai is the same person, same terrorist who's active since 2023, active with the LET outfit, and whose house has also been demolished. These are the numbers and the figures and the identity of those 14 active terrorists who hails from Srinagar, Pulwama and Kulgam.
Right. In fact, Zinat, I just request you to please stay on with us, because the forces are going all out. It's an all-out war against terror. And now we have some news coming in from Sopore. Now, Sopore police has conducted a search at the residence of a Jamaat Islami-linked individual. Incriminating material linked to the banned outfit was seized during the search, which was conducted in the presence of executive magistrates and independent witnesses. ensuring full legal compliance and procedural transparency. You know, Zinat, there was a lot of talk about Jamaat-e-Islami, and when it was banned, there were parties here that were condemning this ban. And now, of course, we see that even if those outfits got banned, we still understand that they have linkages behind the terrorist activities, and now there is supposed to be a crackdown on that.
Yes, Rakshita. Now see, from South Kashmir, we are heading to North Kashmir in our coverage. And this is district Sopore, where this incident had happened. Although Jamaat-e-Islami, this time we saw they participated in the elected government process. They were the part of the election process. Many of the candidates also filled their forms. They chose to be, they were the part of the campaigning. Although most of the Jamaat members who fought these elections during the assembly election, they all lost. But then they have been showing their loyalty towards the Constitution of India. There were multiple reports from the Jamaat-Islami members that they do believe in the Constitution of the country. But then you see the ground support does not go that easily, and these members, despite because of the fear of the security forces, investigating agencies, they try to give a public posturing of associating themselves from the Jamaat-e-Islami membership. But on ground their roots are intact, and now we're seeing that the government of India is coming heavily on the Jamaat-e-Islami members. That one of the incident again has been reported from Sopore. Yesterday, you remember, one incident had taken place in Handwara, where the Jamaat-e-Islami member was questioned in front of the Lambardar. Investigating agencies were also there. So in North Kashmir, the Jamaat has a foothold, because if you remember, the Hurriyat Hawk, late Ali Shah Gilani, who was also known for the terror master of Jammu and Kashmir, has got involved in multiple things, from terror business to hartal and strike calls. He hailed from Sopore. So Sopore has an edge for Jamaat-e-Islami from the very beginning, and even after the death of Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, Jamaat still holds ground in Sopore of North Kashmir.
Right, Azina, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you continue to track these operations that are, of course, only in pursuit of this fight against terror and bringing justice to those victims. Now, viewers, we show this real face of the Pakistanis, the Pakistani army. This is a report we're showing you. London, the Pakistani embassy, outside the embassy in London, there was a lot of protest that was witnessed. Hundreds of Indians had in fact taken out protests. But there was a Pakistani army colonel, defense attaché. He came out on the balcony and started threatening the Indians. It was rubbing salt on wounds. It was an obscene gesture, and it was the evil face once again visible to the entire world. He was gesturing at the Indians that the slit-throating gesture, and also he held a placard of IAF Group Captain Abhinandan. Here's more.
Hindu Muslim Sikh Itihad Zindabad Zindabad Pakistan stop terrorism Pakistan stop terrorism
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam. Top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defense attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defense attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As Aratul Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
जुल दे यार तुम मौत की कसम मेरी गेंद है गुंडे गुंडे मेरी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল
There are many places to study journalism within four walls. But if you want to live it and learn live, come to the Republic School of Journalism. At Republic School of Journalism, our campus is your classroom. You learn live inside Asia's largest integrated news center. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद
अब आया स्वाद
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India or they are
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, viewers, we continue to get you live updates as I report from Srinagar's Lal Chowk right now. And it's, of course, a story that we will be on throughout the day. We are showing you the anti-terror operations, what is happening across, what is happening alongside the border. And, of course, the politics also that is blowing up. We will get you more, but first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour.
Is open to participate in any neutral, transparent, and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan, Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens the civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan taken to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorist demolition in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says that there's no need for war against Pakistan. All right, viewers, there is breaking news coming in right now. The MOS for Defence, Sanjay Seth, has said that the entire world is standing with India and the terrorists will not be spared. Citing Prime Minister Modi's statement, Sanjay Seth says that the Prime Minister has promised to teach Pakistan a lesson and that the nation is with Prime Minister Modi. Let's take a listen to Union Minister of State for Defence, Sanjay Seth.
देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और होगी, क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है।
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. Kupwara police along with the Indian armed forces have successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. A large cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered, including the 5 AK series rifles and 1 pistol. Operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs. Combing operations are ongoing in the area to ensure that there are no additional threats. And we continue to get you more updates. Zinat is in fact moving towards North Kashmir. Zinat, tell us more updates about this very important operation that is underway right now.
See, North Kashmir has witnessed one incident in Sopore where the operation was carried. Then other we saw in Kupwara along the line of control where the 12 Siklai along with Kupwara police has busted a hideout, and this is in Matsal village. This is quite close to the line of control where a huge cache of arms and ammunitions have been recovered. That includes the pistols, ammunitions, rounds, AK-47 and other ammunitions that have been recovered from the Kupwara hideout. And this is also a time telling the people that the forces are working round the clock. They are active on the ground, the alertness is there, and it is also to see that the forces, apart from trying to nab or neutralize the terrorists, they are also trying to avoid the tragedies that could have been carried using these kind of ammunition or the arms. The Pakistan trying to push infiltration in the form of the dreaded terrorists that we have seen in Baramulla recently, where the 2 terrorists terrorists, Pak origin terrorists got neutralized, and then a huge cache of arms and ammunition today recovered from the Kupwara of Matsil's Kupwara, where the huge cache of arms and ammunitions were recovered. This is more like that if this ammunition and arms could have penetrated into the hinterland and it would have got circulated among the terror networks, then there would are the chances that they could have carried a strike or would have disturbed the law and order. But before it could have reached to hinterland, the threat was neutralized itself in Matsil Bowl, where this operation was carried by 12 Siklai, which is a part of Indian Army. Indian Army carried the operation. They bust this entire terror network and also recovered huge cache of arms and ammunition from the Kupwara along the line of control.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with those details, viewers. We also have in the meanwhile getting in more updates from other parts. We have now Pahalgam surge operation update. The security forces conducting search operations in Pahalgam, action intensifying against Pakistan, and there is zero tolerance for any of these terrorists or anyone who supports these terrorists in any which way. Along with the security forces, the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are present at the spot. My colleague Jatin has filed this report from Pahalgam. Take a listen in.
के जहां जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है वो अंदर रिसर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पहुंच रही हैं। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो इक्विपमेंट है सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए चाहिए, तमाम जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की जरूरत है वो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो यहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जिसमें सीआरपीएफ के जवान शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के जवान शामिल है, एसओजी के जवान जो है वो शामिल है और साथ ही जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो भी यहां पर मौजूद है। और आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट यहां पर हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं आशंका इस बात की है कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका, और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया, इस पूरे इलाके को जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया, आवाजाही यहां पर रोक दी गई है और उसके बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन बड़ी तेजी से चलाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा लूं, अगर मेरे विजय पंकज आगे जाएंगे तो आप देख पाएंगे कि जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट यहां पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हो रही है, वो तमाम अति आधुनिक जो उनके पास हथियार हैं वो लेकर वो लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ की ये तमाम गाड़ियां आपको यहां पर नजर आ जाएंगी, जो यहां पर फोर्स है उनकी मूवमेंट को आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम जो बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद है और हर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को जो सैनिटाइज किया जाए। आप देखेंगे घने जंगल यहां पर मौजूद है, फोर्स के जवान जो है यहां पर तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां जो है वो आगे की तरफ आपको मूव करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छुपे होने की आशंका है और यही कारण है कि बड़े स्तर पर कुलगाम में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन इन झाड़ियों में किया जा रहा है, बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण ये सर्च ऑपरेशन है और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ के जवान हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस हो, इंडियन आर्मी की टुकड़ी हो, साथ ही एसओजी जो कि स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप है, ये चारों मिलकर बड़ी संख्या में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो चला रहे हैं। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपी मूवमेंट लगातार बहुत तेजी से यहां पर हो रही है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की, और राउंड अप करते हुए आपको लोग जो आर्मी एसओजी के जवान हैं वो आपको यहां पर नजर आएंगे और इस पूरे इलाके को इस तरीके से कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया।
Right, viewers, now we are shifting focus to the Wagah-Attari border where the Pakistani nationals continue to be deported. Remember, viewers, this as the 48-hour deadline is ending, and many of the states have begun the deportation of Pak nationals after centre's advisory. India, remember, had ordered the deportation of all Pakistani nationals following the Pahalgam terror attack. And Bihar, Karnataka, several other states have started identifying and removing these residents. As per Home Minister Amit Shah's directive, as per the centre's directive, Union Home Minister, remember, had directed all the states yesterday to identify and deport Pakistani citizens, not even wait for the 48-hour deadline, but deport them, identify them and deport them with immediate effect as soon as possible. India has also suspended visa services for Pakistanis post-Pahalgam attack, and we have hundreds of Pakistani nationals who have been deported so far, and Wagah-Attari border, a very important entry point. We see many Pakistani nationals who enter India via the Attari border, that's in Punjab, and today we are going to get you more updates as we will show you a report from ground zero from the Attari border. And viewers, this is of course a diplomatic strike. It's part of India's diplomatic strike against Pakistan, and all across the length and breadth of the country, these Pakistani nationals are being deported. All right, viewers, let's take a quick roundup of all other stories that we're tracking for you right now. The Assam government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. The Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have already been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistani posts on their social media handles, and more could follow. It added that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official at the state government says Pakistan nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed the officials to start the process of identifying and deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. Puri said that leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack on the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan. He said it was just the beginning, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज़ अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted in UN headquarters in New York City. The career diplomat said that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said that the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो. इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए.
Union Minister Shrikant Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said that the Pakistani Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए, जांच क्या करेंगे? चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है, और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है. पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे. बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं, वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं. ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए. वो प्रिपेयर्ड है. प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे.
और आप डायरेक्टर हो क्या मेरे? Suspend the Indus water treaty. treaty with the Pakistan in the wake of Pahalgam terror attack. Haryana Minister Anil Vij said not a drop of water would go across the border come what may. He said India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said Pakistani is already short of food and will soon experience crippling water situation.
अब आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी, और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया।
Breaking news coming in right now. IGBSF has visited forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid a prevailing situation. Now, IGBSF Rajasthan ML Garg carried out three-day long border visit from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF has also reviewed the arrangements at the border outposts in districts of Jaisalmer and Bikaner. He held a review meeting at the sector headquarters Jaisalmer with all the security agencies and the local administration also involved in there. IGBSF said the border security force is vigilant and committed to the protection of the international border, and is fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. Goswami, tell us more about the IGBSF who is visiting the forward areas along the India-Pakistan international border. Please tell us more details.
Yes, Rakshita, it is the IG of the Border Security Force, Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who has carried out a 3-day-long visit to the international border in the Rajasthan. It is the Indo-Pakistan international border, wherein he has visited during the current prevailing security scenario. And also comes the first statement from the Border Security Force on the challenge being posed by the adversary. ML Garg, during a meeting, has said that BSF is committed to protection of the border and also is capable enough to counter any challenge thrown by the adversary. So, very clear-cut message coming from the IGBSF of the Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who carried out the post-to-post visit from Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar. It was a 3-day-long visit, that is what we are picking up. And during this visit, he has also held meetings with the Rajasthan police for the law and order and also the intelligence agencies to look into every input that is being developed by the intelligence agencies with regards to any misadventure from Pakistan, because the situation that is prevailing on the international border, with the way Pakistan trying to provoke India on the line of control, in all likelihood there are possibilities that Pakistan may try to foment the trouble on the international border as well, and that's why a heightened security grid is being maintained on the international border from Jammu and Kashmir to Rajasthan to Punjab to Gujarat. Everyone at the international border is keeping a high level alertness, and now a 3-day visit of the IGBSF Rajasthan Frontier that comes to an end. In the 3 days, he has gone to every forward village and the border outpost of the Rajasthan Frontier of the Border Security Force and has reviewed the security scenario. Important to mention that he has also held a series of meetings, not only in Jaisalmer but also in the Sri Ganganagar with the local authorities. He has gone deliberate inputs from the input agencies, that they have the inputs, what are the inputs, how they will be worked upon. Also, the meetings were held with the local police so that BSF can work in coordination with the local police and thwart any threat from across the border, because we have seen that in the Rajasthan also Pakistan has been making the misadventure of pushing narcotics, weapons into the Indian territory using the drones that have been foiled time and again by the BSF. But at this crucial juncture, when the escalations are increasing from the Pakistani side, which is fearing the retaliation from India in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, now IGBSF himself going to the forward post of the Border Security Force in the Sri Ganganagar and the Jaisalmer sectors of the Border Security Force shows that the top brass of the BSF too is on the ground, hitting the ground, so as not only for a morale booster but also to get a sense of the idea that is the situation which prevails on the ground, because it is very important. We have seen that for the last 2 days Pakistan's misadventure has begun on the line of control where it is provoking India, and now it is in all likelihood Pakistan.
Right, good Simran. Right, the IGBSF, of course, monitoring the situation right now, and that's what we are covering. We continue to get you more updates, viewers. Let's take a look at some more stories that we are tracking as we continue to get you a sense of what's happening around Lal Chowk. The tourists are here, the shops are flourishing, and there is an answer that should be given back to Pakistan, that the Indians are united, that everybody on this soil is united, and they want that the tourists should come back. The tourists should be enjoying this part of the country, which is very much their own part of the country. We shift our focus to other stories. As a probe continues in the Pahalgam terror attack, there are more updates that are coming in. Now, Ekta Tiwari, there's a story of a woman who was here in Pahalgam during the terror attack, and she had in fact identified a man whose photo was released in the sketches, one of the terrorists behind this attack, and the sketches were released, and she says that she did spot that man in Pahalgam, and he was coordinating with some people on the phone line. Here's more on that. Take a look at this report.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to Republic, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज प्लान ए ब्रेक फेल, ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था।
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें बेच दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में बेच दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है। घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था।
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
All right, we have some more breaking news coming in as we speak. There is an update coming in as 14 active terrorists from Srinagar, Shopian and Pulwama have been identified, and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir are searching for them. The list includes individuals affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Taiba and other fronts, Jaish-e-Mohammed as well, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also the terrorist resistance, the resistance front, that is the TRF. So that's the breaking news we have. There are, of course, all-out combing operations and the search operations that are underway right now across several parts of South Kashmir, also in North Kashmir as well now. But in Srinagar and Shopian and Pulwama, there are at least 14 active terrorists that have been identified. Security forces in Jammu and Kashmir have identified a number of active local terrorists across various districts. The list includes individuals affiliated with the groups such as Lashkar and Hizbul Mujahideen as well. And Viewers, Republic TV continues to bring you more updates from across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir as we track the war against terror and also what is happening in Kashmir, showing you around what is happening, what are the people of Kashmir saying, and of course every response that should be given back to Pakistan. We will be tracking everything, but right now we simply do a short break. Don't go anywhere.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कश्मीर की गेंद है गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক
हरे कृष्णा मैं भक्त भागवत एक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ मैं रिपब्लिक भारत और अर्नब गोस्वामी जी के इस मिशन में उनके साथ हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है क्योंकि इसकी वजह से हम इस भारत के दिव्य ज्ञान को इस संस्कृति को पूरे विश्व में फैला सकते हैं जैसे प्रभुपाद जी ने सारे विश्व में प्रचार किया था हरे कृष्णा हरि बोल।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Search operations underway. Forces launched search operations at Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist, incriminating material linked to the banned outfit seized during the search. Indian Army successfully bust a terrorist hideout in the Machil area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. Large cache of arms, ammunition recovered, including AK rifles. Pakistan defense attaché publicly threatens Indians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London. Protests against Pakistan take to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. As India fights back Pakistan terror, we're getting in some more breaking news on the show. We're only focusing on our counter-terror operations. Latest breaking news now coming in. Pakistani nationals leaving from Attari Wagah border in Amritsar after India issued a deadline for Pakistani nationals to leave the country. These are pictures coming in from the Attari Wagah border of the Pakistani nationals who were asked to leave within 48 hours. Different categories. Those with SARC visas asked to leave. Their deadline ended day before yesterday. Yesterday was the deadline also for those holding other kinds of visas, including medical visas. So these are pictures coming in of Pakistani nationals heading back after that deadline ended. Here's a report.
मैं सुबह से अटारी बॉर्डर पर खड़ा हूं और सुबह से ही पाकिस्तानियों के आने का सिलसिला जारी था। अब धीरे धीरे वो सिलसिला थमता जा रहा है क्योंकि अब जो बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी रोज शाम को, हालांकि उस सेरेमनी में भी अब बदलाव है। अब गेट नहीं खुलेगा और दोनों सेना के बीच में जो हैंडशेक होता था वो नहीं होगा। तो उसके लिए भी जो पर्यटक हैं वो अब आना शुरू कर चुके हैं। लेकिन साथ ही साथ अब आपको बताएं कि करीब करीब 300 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी इन 2 दिनों, पिछले 2 दिनों में और आज भी करीब करीब 70 से 80 पाकिस्तानी गए हैं वापस और उन्हें भेजा गया है। कई लोगों से हमने बात की। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर फंक्शन में आए थे, शादी अटेंड करने आए थे। आज ही के दिन शादी होनी थी, लेकिन उन्हें अब ठहरना नहीं है, उन्हें रुकना नहीं है। सीधे कह दिया गया अल्टीमेटम 27 अप्रैल तक है, निकलिए आप। और साथ ही साथ जो कुछ लोग मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आए थे, उनका ट्रीटमेंट भी अगर हुआ नहीं हुआ, आपको निकलना है, आपको जाना है। कुछ लोग गुस्से में नजर आए, कुछ लोग बात तक करने से हिचक रहे थे, कुछ लोग इनकार कर रहे थे और यहाँ पर सबके सिक्योरिटी चेक की भी की जा रही है। कुछ पर्यटक हैं जो यहाँ पर परेड देखने आए हैं, बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी देखने आए हैं। हालांकि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट, आइडेंटिटी कार्ड जो है वो मांगा जा रहा है। आप देखिए कि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट चेक किया जा रहा है कि आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंट क्या है, इंडियन है या पाकिस्तान के आप नागरिक हैं, और उसके बाद फिर आगे एंट्री दी जा रही है। कुछ जो भारत के लोग हैं जो पाकिस्तान गए थे वो भी वापस आ रहे हैं। उनसे भी हमने कई लोगों से बात की जो वहाँ पाकिस्तान चले गए थे, उन्हें भी वहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान अब यही कर सकता है भारत ने जो किया उसके जवाब में।
Search operations continue in different parts of Kashmir. Search operations underway. A Jamaat-e-Islami linked suspect. Gursimran joining us with the details. Gursimran, across Kashmir, there are different operations underway to crack down and to weed out anybody linked to terror.
Yes, Niranjan, large-scale anti-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir, and this is to ensure that the perpetrators and their supporter and the ecosystem that is there of the Pakistan-based terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir that can be dismantled. From the Shopian to Kulgam to Anantnag to Pulwama, we are witnessing that door-to-door search operations are being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Special Operations Group of the J&K Police, CRPF and Indian Army. These operations are aimed at dismantling the entire ecosystem of the terror that is there in the Kashmir Valley, which is helping these terror groups in revival post-abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the top commanders of every Tanzim in Kashmir, be it Lashkar, Jaish, Hizbul Mujahideen, their entire leadership was wiped out. But this ground infrastructure, this overground ecosystem that was there for these terror groups, that was helping these terror groups to revive, and this was the sole reason behind the attack that has taken place on the pilgrims in Pahalgam, on the tourists in Pahalgam, in which we saw 26 tourists were killed by the Pakistani terrorists, these innocent civilians. civilian. And now the entire ecosystem is the dismantling it is the aim of the security forces, and that is what we are witnessing on ground. The Special Operations Group conducting the input-based operations. Also, in the previous FIRs, the Jamaat-e-Islami groups, those who are associated with the banned Jamaats, they are also being thoroughly scanned and searched by these authorities so that their modus operandi can be detected, and also they can be curbed from supporting these terrorists, because the terrorists are Pakistani, but they are getting every kind of a possible support from the ground in Kashmir. That is making it really very challenging for the security forces to track them down. And now the focus is that the perpetrators have to be neutralized. That is what the forces are hunting for. But apart from the perpetrators, the main aim of these operations are to dismantle the entire ecosystem that is prevailing on ground, because once the ecosystem is finished, then there will not be any additional support system for the terrorists, and then they have to be go, that's for sure. And that is what the ground is witnessing, where Zinat and Irawat are reporting from, that how large-scale anti-terror operations are underway. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. These are pictures coming in of the different search operations underway in Sopore, where suspects are being raided. Getting in details now of the IGBSF visiting forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid the prevailing situation. IGBSF Rajasthan ML Garh carrying out 3-day-long border visits from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF reviewing the security arrangements at border outposts in the district of Jaisalmer and also Bikaner. These are pictures coming in. IGBSF held a review meeting at the sector headquarters, Jaisalmer, with all security agencies in the local administration, considering the current situation with Pakistan. IGBSF saying that the border security force is vigilant, committed to the protection of the international border, and fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. So our forces and the men leading our forces, different branches, taking stock, leading from the front. Gursimran, going back to him. Gursimran, BSF mans the international border, also taking stock and ensuring, this is the IGBSF pictures coming in of him taking stock in Jaisalmer.
Yes, Niranjan, and also the statement that is coming from the border security force that they are committed to the protection of the border and also to give a reply to any challenges being posed on the border. So very clear that on the prevailing scenario, the BSF has come out with their stand very clear that they are alert to give adversary any befitting reply, because on the international border there lies a possibility that Pakistan may resort to the misadventure, because in the line of control we have seen Pakistan resorting to these kind of a ceasefire violations that are taking place. But now the BSF that has been deployed on the Pak international border, they too are alert to any situation. They are ensuring that the adversary is given a befitting reply, and they are also keeping a tab on each and every development that is taking place. In the BSF Rajasthan frontier, the IG ML Garh has visited the forward areas of Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar, from every border outpost to meeting the officials to holding the security assessment meetings. He has ensured, he has taken stock of the inputs that are with the intelligence agencies so that they can be worked upon, because Rajasthan continues to be one of those borders where Pakistan has their nefarious eyes on. They have been pushing the narcotics and weapons into the Rajasthan international border. That has been foiled many a times by the alert troops of the border security force. So this continues to be a challenge for the BSF, the Pakistan's nefarious plots, and also the prevailing scenario that is there, the tensions that have escalated between both the countries after the Pahalgam terror attack. There lies a possibility that Pakistan may try any misadventure on any of the international borders, because on the line of control they are doing so. So that is why ML Garh held a 3-day-long visit to the international border, in which every minute challenge was discussed thoroughly, and what can be the result to it, what can be the countermeasure to the threats that are being posed. Everything was thoroughly discussed during this meeting that has taken place for 3 days at different, from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer, the sector headquarters where he has visited along with the DIGs of the intelligence wing of BSF.
Okay, stay with us. Getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Pictures of the operations in different parts of Kashmir. Now from Kulgam, the action intensifying against Pakistan forces detecting suspicious movement in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Security forces have conducted search operations in Kulgam along with forces CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir police also present. Suspicious movement in Kulgam Zoo. Zinat joining us live from Shopian. Zinat.
Niran, this is a suspicious moment that was observed by the counter-terrorism grid of Kulgam. This is an operation of SOG Kulgam along with Army and the CRPF, the paramilitary troopers. They have been in the cordon and search operation when they observed a suspicious movement in the Gudur village of Kulgam in South Kashmir. They fired upon the moment, although there is no exchange of fire, but we are seeing the forces are maintaining and are not leaving the ground because the combing operations are also taking place for the last 3 days. The first exchange of fire in Kulgam was reported from the Arbal village where the terrorists were hiding. Since then, for the last 2 days, the forces are holding the fort in Kulgam. Most of the villages are under scanner, under the radar. Even the aerial surveillance was also witnessed early in the day when these forces launched this operation in the Gudur village where the suspicious moment was observed.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Zeenat, be with me. I'm getting in non-stop breaking news updates on Pakistan. And I'm going across to the next bit of update coming in from Maharashtra. This update coming in from Maharashtra where there is a review of the number of Pakistani citizens following the Pahalgam terror attack. Mumbai police has identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city of Mumbai. Officials confirming that the exit permits were issued to 9 individuals yesterday, while the remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. According to the Maharashtra government data, 5,037 Pakistani nationals reside in the state of Maharashtra, 107 untraceable, 34 living illegally. The highest number is in Nagpur, where 2,458 Pakistanis live, reportedly, followed by Thane, where there are 1,106 Pakistanis. In Jalgaon, Pakistani nationals are 393 number. In Pimpri Chinchwad, 290 Pakistanis. Navi Mumbai, 239 Pakistanis. Authorities are intensifying efforts to trace, regulate the status of these individuals post the recent security concerns, and the government has asked all Pakistani nationals to please pack up and go back to your country. Please go back to Pakistan where you came from. We don't want you on our land. Mumbai police has now identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city. Officials have confirmed that exit permits were issued to 9 of them yesterday. Exit permit, one-way ticket, please leave Mumbai, go to Pakistan and don't come back. And remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. That's the breaking news update coming in on the number of Pakistanis that are living in different parts of Maharashtra. Amid the ongoing protests against Pakistan, it's not just in India where Pakistan is facing protests. There is global anger over the Pahalgam terror attack. And these pictures are from the UK, where Indian diaspora was protesting outside the Pakistan High Commission. And then while they were protesting, a Pakistan defense attaché comes to the balcony and then he shows his country's true colors. What would you do if you were a diplomat, an envoy, a defense attaché who's standing on the balcony of a Pakistan High Commission? He gestures to the Indian crowd that Pakistanis will slit the throats of Indians. That's who Pakistanis really are. Look at this video.
Hindu Muslim Sikh Itihad Zindabad Zindabad Pakistan Stop terrorism Pakistan Stop terrorism
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam, top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defense attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defense attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, As war clouds gathered over the LSC, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As a rattle Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
Top headlines from across the country now. Assam government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices, apologists. The Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistan posts on their social media handles, and more could follow, adding that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. Ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra moving to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. Top official in the state government saying Pakistan nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by the 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami directing officials to start the process of identifying deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched an attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored, vetted from across the border, saying leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning, rather, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly attacks.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट्स अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneet Kaur calling on United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York. The career diplomat saying that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus against Pakistan, saying the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan and its terror groups in light of the attack in Pahalgam.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो. इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए.
Union Minister Shukandar Majumdar mocking Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe over the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister saying the Pakistan Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India would strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard. Getting in reports of a big explosion in Iran, a massive explosion at the Bandar Abbas port, injuring at least 115 people in Iran. Huge damage reported. Cause of the explosion still not known. This is a big explosion that took place today at the Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas, a big port city located about 1,000 kilometers south of Tehran. The explosion and the subsequent fire. These are pictures of the blast. There are different videos, in fact, that are making the rounds. We will play out all these videos. There are different videos, at least from 4 to 5 different angles. We should be able to put out the videos. These videos from different angles, vantage points, showing that there was a major explosion there. This was in the Sina Container Yard, a facility affiliated with Iran's Ports and Maritime Organization. Now, different news agencies reporting that the initial investigations indicate negligence in storage of inflammable materials at the site. And despite previous safety warnings issued by officials, the accident or the explosion took place, highlighting ongoing concerns about the safety of the port. Now, these are details coming in. Just to tell you a little bit about the port. The port is the most advanced container. There are different videos, please. Let's use the 4 or 5 different videos that are coming in. Yeah, that's a different video. So let's take camera 1, video 1, video 2, video 3 to show you what it looks like from different angles. The Shahid Rajai port is the most advanced container terminal in Iran, serving as a critical hub for container traffic. It also houses oil tanks, petrochemical facilities, making it a vital site for both commercial and industrial operations in the region. Explosion is a big blow to Iran's port operations and also the local economy in Iran. And this incident, this explosion comes after a history of challenges faced by the port, including a major cyber attack in May 2020, which was reportedly carried out by Israel. The attack had caused significant disruptions to the port's transport operations, further underlining the vulnerability of such critical infrastructure. The explosion at Bandar Abbas highlighting the risks associated with industrial operations in busy ports. And as authorities continue to investigate the cause, this explosion raising questions about safety protocols, preparedness of facilities, handling hazardous materials as well. There's an update on the story that Iranian media is claiming that at least 400 people are injured in this explosion. That is an update that we have right now. The number of those injured in the Iran blast has gone up to 400. We should be able to get in more details. Most of the reports saying that this is because of an explosion at a storage facility. We don't have a confirmation of that. No official word coming in from Iran. First responders are still at site. Evacuation is still underway. The blast reportedly from containers that were stored at this particular port, which is also, you're looking at, the screens where it looks like it's a storage area. Left of your screens, huge plumes of smoke from that region. This is at the Shahid Rajai port in Iran's Bandar Abbas city. The Iranian state media putting the number of those injured to at least 400 now. 400 is the number that we have. And these are latest videos coming in. Latest videos coming in as nearly 400 are injured here. The port activities have been suspended to extinguish the fire. That's what the news agencies are reporting. Many people were probably injured or even killed in the incident, is what eyewitnesses are reported to have said. This particular explosion was where the containers were stored in this wharf area. And those who are being evacuated are being transferred to medical centers in nearby vicinities. The explosion seen from many kilometers away as well. This big explosion has hit the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas in 2020. It's not the first time that it has been in the news. For example, in 2020, there was another cyber attack. That time around, it was carried out by Israel. It was targeted by a cyber attack that caused significant backups in surrounding areas. And Israel was likely behind the attack, is what was reported earlier. That was the claim of the media in Iran. And these explosions come at a time when US is talking to Iran. There is a nuclear talks that are underway. And these talks are on between America and Iran. It's a critical time for Iran and America. And of course, we can't link any of that because we don't know what really happened here. It could have been just an explosion of a container. And these are visuals that are coming in from Iran of the explosion. Some numbers suggesting that nearly 400 people were injured. There could be many casualties. That number could be changing rapidly. This is a developing situation in Iran as well. Several feared dead after this massive explosion at Iran's Bandar Abbas airport. This is also being reported by the state television in Iran that confirms that at least 400 people have been injured. We'll take a short break here on Republic and we'll come back with this and more. Stay tuned.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की
गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেতে চেতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারি না কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন
The big breaking story from Iran, where there has been an explosion at a very, very critical port city in Iran, at the Bandar Abbas city. At the Rajai port, there has been a big explosion, over 400 people injured. This is the first video that came in. There are 5 or 6 videos, and here on Republic TV, we're getting you every angle of this breaking story. It's a developing story. 1,000 kilometers from Tehran, this port city is very, very critical to Iran. And at least 280 people, that's the earlier number that came in. It's now gone up to almost 400. A big explosion shaking Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas, a key southern port. Look at that, another video coming in showing the extent of that blast that was visible from many, many, many kilometers away. Doesn't seem like a normal blast, doesn't seem like a normal explosion. A high-intensity explosion that has taken place in Iran. Some reports trying to suggest that this could have been at the container facility and some flammable material may have exploded. But it appears to be much more than that. It appears to be much bigger than that. Iranian media are so far tight-lipped about the cause of the explosion. And we are only getting to know the details, of course, from the state media. Look at that. Plumes of smoke seen in the air, many kilometers into the sky. And the number of injured that we have as of now is nearly 400. That's the official number that we have. Look at that. That's a key port facility. You can see many trucks, many containers, many go-downs, many storage facilities at the Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas. The cause of this explosion is not known yet. It appears an entire region was burnt down and not just one particular container or one particular specific spot there at the Shahid Rajai port. And Iranian news agencies, state media reporting that they fear the casualty numbers could go up, even though the official number of people injured, according to the Iranian media, is 400. There were a large number of port workers present at the time of explosion in Iran. Took place about roughly 2 to 3 hours ago in Iran. And the Tasneem news agency in Iran citing that the local emergency services reporting that injured people from the port. Look at that, 4 videos that we have, and the number of videos that we have will be increasing in the next few minutes. Also getting in live updates from Iran here on Republic TV. Many people injured from the Shahid Rajai port explosion being transferred to the Hormozgan hospital so far. This is an update coming in from the Tasneem news agency. Now let me tell you a little more of what we are picking up from the news agencies in Iran. No reported casualties, 400 injured. And head of the province crisis management is quoted on record as saying that the blast was caused by explosion of several containers stored in the Shahid Rajai port wharf area. So this is the first report that we have, the first quote on record, showing what may have happened there. And from the first report that we have, the province crisis management official showing that this could have been an explosion of several containers that just exploded in the Shahid Rajai port wharf area. It is critical, and the story is developing. In fact, the number is now gone up to 406. 406 people who are now injured after that massive explosion at Iran's port city of Bandar Abbas. Let's get you some more details. Those who are injured have been transferred to medical facilities as authorities are carrying out an initial investigation. And these are pictures we're picking up. Hundreds of people have been injured following this explosion. And this is 620 miles or 1,000 kilometers south of Tehran. It's a port city. Iran's customs authority has also issued a press statement saying that the explosion occurred in the Sina container yard, which is affiliated with the Ports and Maritime Organization. So we have more and more confirmed versions coming in of where this explosion took place. This explosion, reported first about 3 hours ago from Iran, took place in the Sina container yard, which is affiliated with the Ports and Maritime Organization. It's a very critical port for Iran, and we are hearing that the number of injured has risen to over 400. That's also the number that is being indicated by the Iranian state television. And from the first reports that are coming out from the Iranian state television suggesting that there could have been negligence in the storage of flammable materials. Of course, we can't come to any conclusion, but it does appear that this was very, very suspicious, and this was at a container. It was not one container, several containers are exploded. What were in these containers, we don't know. It's a critical time for Iran, which is also in negotiations with the US on nuclear talks. It's come at a time when Iran is talking to America. But is that linked? We don't know. Is this a critical city for Iran? Yes, it is. It's a port city called Bandar Abbas. And we are picking up more details that the director of the province, which is Hormozgan Province Crisis Management Organization, saying that the injured have now been transferred out, but the number of those feared dead may rise in the next few hours. Safety officials had also visited the site and issued safety warnings, according to reports that are coming in. So it's not the first time. They were told in the past that there could be safety issues regarding this particular port. Now, some more details that we are picking up. The National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company has also issued a statement following the blast, saying that oil facilities in the area were not affected. So that's another update coming in, that oil facilities have not been affected from Iran following this particular explosion. And the company is quoted to have said in the media that the explosion and fire in Shahid Rajai port have no connection whatsoever to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. The Hormozgan Ports and Maritime Administration has gone on record to put some details out on where this happened. And these are more pictures coming in. We should be getting in our first expert from Iran in a few minutes from now. We are picking up more details as we speak. Other videos showing several damaged homes, vehicles, the containers up in flames, people seen attending to the injured and checking on damage to the properties. Look at that. That's the moment the explosion was reported. The moment of explosion also on camera, and the plumes of smoke seen from many kilometers away. Okay, we have the CCTV footage as well. Look at that. That's a container facility. Oh, that's a huge explosion. Huge explosion. 12 p.m. local time in Iran. And we have the CCTV footage as well as being reported. The date is on the CCTV. The date is seen on the top right of your screens, 26th of April, which is today, 2025, 12:07 this afternoon. Roughly 3 to 4 hours ago, Iran time, is when the explosion was reported. Look at that. It just goes up in flames. Container facility. Container facility simply explodes, going up in flames in Iran. And as we stay with these pictures, we're getting some more details. It's coming at a time, of course, it's a very critical time in Iran. So anything that's happening in Iran, questions and the first thoughts also go out to the sensitive time, the sensitive nature of Iran's being when they are engaging in talks with American officials on a possible new nuclear deal. All right, so these are some more details that we're picking up. Going through the details once again for all our viewers joining us on the broadcast right now, a massive explosion and fire striking an Iranian port, injuring at least 406 people. The number of injured from an explosion at this port in southern Iran has jumped to 406. State-run IRNA news agency has also reported and confirmed these numbers coming in. The IRNA attributed a previous figure of 281 injured to a spokesman of the Iran National Emergency Organization before the reported injuries rose again. That number started at 80, went up to 115, went up to 286, as we speak is now at 406. All right, this is what else. Okay, we are getting in some more details. Some more details also being reported by the Associated Press and APTN, talking about the kind of load that was being handled at this particular port. The blast taking place at the Rajai port just outside of Bandar Abbas, a major facility for container shipments for Iran that handles roughly about 80 million tons or 72.5 million metric tons of goods in a year. So that visual that you see there, we'll have to play that again. I think it's stuck, it's frozen. We'll play that again. And there are more videos that are coming in. Social media videos also showing smoke billowing after the blast. Others showing glass buildings blown out. And the buildings being seen and the explosion itself being seen from many kilometers away from the epicenter of this particular port. Authorities have offered no cause for the explosion yet, and industrial accidents we know have been taking place in Iran, as there are analysts who say that aging oil facilities are one of the reasons why these explosions take place. These aging oil facilities also struggle for access to parts under international sanctions, but Iranian state television specifically has ruled out any energy infrastructure as causing or being damaged in this particular blast. Okay, another piece of information that we have is that Mehrdad Hassanzadeh is a provincial disaster management official, has spoken to Iranian state television that first responders were trying to reach the area while others were attempting to evacuate the site. And the officials from the disaster management teams in Iran and at the Bandar Abbas port also saying that the blast came from containers at Rajai port in the city. They haven't elaborated much. State television also reporting that there had been a building collapse caused by the explosion, though there were no immediate other details offered. What you're seeing on your screens is the CCTV. Okay, different videos coming in. There are more and more videos coming in. All right, we have an update now. The number of injured in this particular explosion has gone up to 520. It is a huge explosion. 520 now injured. The number has gone up. It's being updated every minute. 520 Look at the pictures. We're getting in more pictures, first-hand accounts from Bandar Abbas. You can see the explosion from many, many kilometers away. This seems to be a parking facility and people moving in to try and, okay, this seems to be a hospital, inside a hospital where hundreds of those injured in Iran are being rushed inside to get treatment in time. Okay, looks like even the hospital, some of the medical facilities as well injured, medical facilities also damaged in this particular explosion. That seems to be a medical facility in Iran where many of these injured were taken, and day two, and this particular facility too seems to be injured, seems to be damaged. Okay, let me go across to Yasir Nazifi Gilawan, who's a Tehran-based journalist. Yasir Nazifi, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. So this is a very, very disturbing development. Any details you're picking up about the cause of this explosion?
No, so far there have been speculations about the causes of the incident. However, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion to decide what is the real cause of it. Because at the port, it is usual to reserve or preserve highly explosive material. So it can be just a simple accident. Or at the same time, there are also speculations that because of the current undergoing negotiations between Iran and the US, it can be natural to have some sabotage operations so that it will hurt the process of negotiations. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yasir.
So
Yasir,
yes.
you just mentioned that there is speculation over any link to the ongoing negotiations. Is that also being discussed as one of the possibilities?
This is something that media people are talking about. However, as I told you earlier, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion because there has to be, specialized examination of the scene and also CCTV cameras. All of the things have to be considered, and later on, officials will give an answer. However, now it is too early to come to a conclusion. But the scale of the explosion is so big, and so far, more than 400 people have been hospitalized. So, unfortunately, the explosion has got a big scale, and the number of the casualties is rising. The latest number that I have heard is that more than 400 people have been taken to hospital, or the emergency people are working in the area. There are worries about other tanks and reserves of material because there are also other highly explosive material preserved at the port. So I think it is too early to come to a conclusion. We cannot say if it is certainly just an accident or if it is an act of sabotage or terrorism. So I want to underline it. Please keep in mind that at this stage, nobody can be sure what is the real cause of it. It can be simply an accident because at the port, they do transport and they send and receive highly explosive material. And at the same time, media people have their own speculations, but it is too early. So we don't have to jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism. I think it is. It will be seriously biased or a misunderstanding because it will cause more misunderstanding if we come to a conclusion at the current stage. We have to wait. I'm in Tehran, and this is my personal opinion. It's not an official opinion. We are still waiting for officials to give us the opinion or the early assessment for the reason of the explosion. So the number so far more than 400, around 406 people have been mentioned by emergency officials and hospital officials. So it's a big number. It shows that it is a very big scale of explosion. So far, no. We don't have a verified number of dead people. But it is expected to have some people died in the accident. It's quite natural for such a big explosion. We will have some people died.
Mr. Yasir, could you give us an understanding of where this attack has taken place and the fact that this is considered to be one of the most significant port areas in Iran? For those who do not understand the significance of it, could you help us understand?
So if the officials confirm that it is an act of terrorism, yes, of course, it's one of the biggest transportation routes of the country. It is also linked to the national railroad network of Iran. So it is an important part of Iran's export and import. But it's not for sure so far to say that if it has been just a simple accident or if it is just or it is an act of terrorism. So if they confirm that it is an act of terrorism or sabotage, it will be a big blow.
Mr. Yasir, the fact is that does the Iran administration essentially believe that this is a clear act of terrorism? Because as I understand from the Iranian media, that they are basically indicating that this is clearly a group which they believe has got terror links.
No official has so far commented about it, so we have to wait for just minutes to see what will be the opinion of the officials.
What are the initial reports that are suggesting? Because what are the initial reports that are suggesting who's involved behind this?
They are accusing Israel because they say that Israel is against the current round of session of negotiations between Iran and Israel. But so far, nobody can be sure. We have to wait.
Just to quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, the number of the injured from this explosion that has taken place has increased to 400. This is being reported by the state-run IRNA, that's the news agency, the state news agency. They had earlier attributed a figure of 281, that was the injured. The spokesperson of the Iran's National Emergency Organization has just reported that the number has actually increased. And we have Yasir, who's joining us from Tehran, helping us understand what's really happening on the ground. As far as the relation between Iran and Israel is concerned, remember, there are threats that were issued by the Iranians to the Israelis. Israelis said that it is going to be responded in the manner that they feel it's befitting. Do you believe that the first response that has come in so far is an indication that the Iranians are already indicating that Israel is behind this?
You know, the point is that since last month, the Supreme Leader warned officials in Iran that there should be a high status of alert for security officials and intelligence apparatuses. So Iranian officials have been waiting or have been expecting to have sabotage operations or terrorist attacks like this. So there may be some officials who may jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism by Israel, but we have to still wait to see the result.
Just also keeping in mind the tension that we have right now, because this port is not very far away from Gwadar. It's about 884 kilometers. And the fact that, importantly, as far as Pakistan and Iranians are concerned, their two tensions are on the rise. Is there any indication of the fact that there has been some sort of a retaliation that has been prepared, or what's the sense that you all get? on the ground?
No, the rivalry between the two ports of Iran and Pakistan are about the Iranian port of Chabahar. It is far from the port that is in the news today. So I think it's out of discussion, and it's not included in the assessments, because normally this port will not have anything to do with the Pakistani port.
Okay. I'll just request you, Yasser, to just stay on with us as we're getting in more details of what has happened. A short while back, a report has also now come in from the ministry there. In fact, the provincial disaster management official has just spoken to the Iranian state TV, and they're saying that the first responders are trying to reach the area while others are attempting to evacuate the site. The blast basically came from the containers at the Rajai port in the city. Without elaborating much, the state TV has also reported that there had been a building collapse that was caused by the explosion that took place. However, there are no immediate other details really coming in. Just to help our viewers understand, this is a little far away from the capital city of Tehran. In fact, it is almost 1,000 kilometers away from Iran's capital. And it's on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which this, remember, a large transportation of oil essentially takes place. So on your screens right now, these are multiple images that are now coming in from Iran. The blast has basically taken place as Iran and the US also met on Saturday in Oman for the third round of negotiations over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program, because remember, the United States of America also indicating under Donald Trump that negotiations can actually take place with the Iranians. Now, with this explosion that has taken place, Iran hasn't really made it very clear whether at all this is a terror attack or this is because of what we have seen in the past too, because most of these infrastructure that you have in Iran, they are aging, and it could have been damaged in the blast, but that clarity hasn't really come in because similar blasts have taken place in the past. But having said that, the number of injured has basically increased to almost 406, and this number is coming in from state-run news agency. They are now saying that it has increased from 281 to 406. Let me see if we can go back to Yasser, who's joining us from Tehran. We'll try and see if we can go back to him in a short while from now. And I'll just recap for everyone who's tuning in right now. The blast basically took place at the Rajai port, which is just outside Bandar Abbas. This is again a major facility for container shipments for the Islamic Republic that basically handles about 80 million tons of goods a year. That's the capacity that this port has. We are being told that because of the explosion, a building also collapsed in the area. That could be one of the reasons why the number of injured has actually increased. We'll just try and see one of the visuals that are coming in. There are some that we could just play up right now and see if we can hear what's happening on the ground.
کل خدمات خراب شد. But in fact, news agency of Iran has also now posted another footage of the injured men who are lying on the road. There's absolute confusion on the streets right now as the rescue operation basically continues. Another word coming in from the state TV. They're basically also looking at the aspect of negligence in handling inflammable materials that they are saying could be a contributing factor. So there is no clarity whether at all this is some sort of an attack or this is just an explosion that has taken place in the container, because in the past too, ladies and gentlemen, many explosions have been reported from the same very area, because the infrastructure in this area, in this particular port, happens to be quite old. They're aging infrastructure, and that could be one of the reasons why the explosion has taken place. I'm also quoting a statement that has just now been put out by the National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company. They say that the explosion and fire in Shahid Raji port has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. A big news coming in from Iran as we keep tracking closely.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so, keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke. Then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have...
At RSJ, you don't just learn journalism. You walk the hall with the people making the news. From the newsmakers to political leaders to defense experts, all at the Republic headquarters. It's the only place where you can learn and build your network. Apply now. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला. जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कसम दी है
गुंडे गुंडे मेरी गुंडे আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিসটেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান ইট ইজ পাটাশ ইটস সাউন্ড ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড ও তো কাঁপছে মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁপছে আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিল ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট
It's 5:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. Our focus on the multiple combing operation being carried out in Kashmir following the Pahalgam attack. We'll get you all the latest in this bulletin. But
First, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. A massive explosion, anti-terror operation being carried out in Pahalgam, and several other combing operations also being carried out in the Jammu division. Forces launch a search operation as Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist incriminating material linked to the banned outfit was also seized during the search. Indian Army successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered, including AK series rifles. Pakistani defense attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan takes global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen, as well as in Melbourne. Explosion at Iran's port city, at least 520 people injured. We started this edition with breaking news now coming in from the port city in Iran, Bandar Abbas, where we give it to understand an explosion that took place a short while back. 520 people have been injured. Iran has now ordered a probe into the Bandar Abbas explosion. They're essentially not ruling out the possibility of this being a terror attack. But having said that, there's no official statement that Iran has put out as yet. In fact, some statements have come in from the companies that have been operating from the Shahid Raji port, and they say that it has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines that have been related to this company. In fact, let me just tell you where this explosion has taken place and the significance of this very place where the blast has actually taken place, because it is not very far away from certain other ports cities. And it's important to point out here that the explosion that has basically taken place, they're basically looking at whether at all there is any terror link. First, Iran's Shahid Raji port to Gwadar in Pakistan is roughly about 884 kilometers away. Shahid Raji to Chabar port is about 690 kilometers, and Chabar to Gwadar is about 200 kilometers from Karachi. Now, important to point out here on the screens, what you see, these are the latest images now coming in, put out by the state media a short while back, where they're saying that about 520, that's the latest coming in, those who have been injured in the explosion that has taken place. Now, the large blast that shattered the windows within a radius of several kilometers, and there's also footage now coming in of a mushrooming cloud forming following the explosion. Now, you just see that on your screens, that the cloud forming thereafter, after the explosion that has taken place. Now, Iran, however, hasn't made any official statement. This, interestingly, has happened when Iran is having the third round of nuclear talks with the United States of America in Oman, and although the cause of explosion was not immediately clear. Now, Iran currently has also been indicating that the firefighting operation is underway at the Bandar Abbas port. In fact, they have not been able to bring it under control, is what we are given to understand. Having said that, it's important to point out here that while there is no official statement, some authorities, some reports coming in from the Iranian media that the authorities are not really ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Now, where exactly has this attack taken place? The location of it is also extremely important, because remember, this is the very port which basically handles about 80 million tons of goods every year. And this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's important to point out here, as far as the oil trade is concerned, large part of the oil trade basically takes place in this very area. Now, these are the latest images coming in of the rescue operation that is being carried out by the Iranian authorities. In fact, the first number that they had put out was about 281, and this has basically now increased to about 406. And thereafter, the latest now coming in is of about 520 people who have already been injured. Now, authorities, however, they've not offered any cause for the explosion yet, because remember, in this area, industrial accidents keep happening because of the aging oil facilities, and they essentially struggle for access to parts under international sanctions. That's one of the other reasons why. So one cannot really take away the fact that that could be one of the possibilities, because the Iranian state TV hasn't really made any statement as yet. Yasir is also joining us right now. Yasir is joining us from Tehran. Yasir, how important is this very place because this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz, and the very fact that it has come under intense pressure, particularly following the international sanctions that have come in. So it's an aging facility, as I understand.
Hello, thanks for having me. Pay attention that the Strait of Hormuz is not in a small area. So it is an international corridor that Iran has got border from hundreds of kilometers before it and after it. So this is one small place, if we consider the size of the border that Iran has with this water corridor. So I don't think that it will have anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to accept that this is one of the biggest ports of Iran, which was responsible for operating a big deal of transportations between Iran and the rest of the world. The port was having ships from 80 other international ports from all over the world. So it is considered one of the biggest ports of Iran, in touch with other international ports from all over the world. So I read in the news that the Iranian ambassador to Beirut has said that the size and the scale of the explosion is not as big as the one that we had in Beirut in 2020. So they are saying that I just asked other officials and other people who were good aware of the earlier stages of the accident. They have been following up. They told me that the incident started with a small fire, and the fire led to explosion because of the high temperature that naturally that area has, and also there are so many containers of chemicals stored there. So for a place with so many chemical reserves and tankers and installments there, it is quite natural that high temperature plus fire can cause big explosions. Also, I saw that people from the Disaster Management Organization of Iran has said that they had reviewed the place and examined the place 2 months earlier, and they had officially issued warnings for the local people there that the restoration process is not safe. So they are saying that even now that we are not able to determine what is the real cause of the incident, but disaster management officials are saying that they had already issued warnings 2 months earlier for weak standards of preservation of chemicals. So the probability for not having anything about sabotage or terrorism is higher, because it looks like that the standards of preserving chemicals hadn't been observed there, and they had received warnings from other officials. So I think that so far we can majorly think about it as an act of accident or something that happened, unfortunately. And we cannot say that it is an act of sabotage.
Yasir, growing concern whether at all this is a terror attack, because some of your news agencies are now reporting that the authorities are not ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Put this into perspective, because Iran is currently having a negotiation going on with the United States of America in Oman. This is with regards to the nuclear trade. But having said that, can this be taken away, given the fact that there has been a growing threat perception that the Iranians have been talking about coming in from the Israelis? Can this be said as a normal fire that has actually broken out, an explosion that has taken place, or there is something more than what meets the eye?
You know, media people, because we always like to make it more interesting, and we will have more readership. So it's quite natural to say that the people start to speculate that there may be a chance that Israelis are behind the attack, or saying that other international players have been trying to ruin the current ongoing negotiations between Iran and the US. However, so far there is no strong, concrete piece of evidence to support that opinion. These are all based on speculations, and they are all grounded in imaginative minds of people. So we don't have anything to prove it. So I think it's wise to follow up the evidence that we have here. And as I said, disaster management officials have had interview in the last 2 hours, and they have said that they had issued warnings before, and both officials were responsible for preservation of chemical weapons, and the lack of good standards or poor standards of preserving chemicals can be the #1 reason. And so far we don't have anything, unless the excitement that the media people have to say that, okay, it is concurrent with negotiations. Now it is the 3rd round of talks in Oman. It's near the Strait of Hormuz, or other things. All of these things can be just a media play that we cannot, as serious people, we cannot fall for them.
Well, thank you very much, Yasir, for joining us from Tehran and getting us the latest details. We'll be closely tracking the story, because there is absolutely no clarity whether at all this is a terror attack or an explosion at an aging facility. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we've been tracking. There have been multiple anti-terror combing operations that are being carried out in South Kashmir. In fact, this morning there was also a recovery that was made from the associates of an active elite terrorist, recovered arms and ammunition from their possession. There's a massive crackdown that is basically underway. They're basically looking at the handiwork of several of the overground workers that have been actually linked with the arrests. In fact, there are 2 arrests that have also been made coming in from Kulgam. 2 terror associates have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is a crackdown, an ongoing crackdown on the OGWs, the overground workers. In fact, we give it to understand in the last few hours, since the time the attack has taken place, over 250 have already been questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police. That's the latest now coming in. We'll try and see if we can get across to our Srinagar Bureau Chief Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, part of the anti-terror ops that are basically underway. In fact, we've lost the count of the number of anti-terror ops that are being carried out. Give us a sense of the operations that have been carried out since this morning, and who are these terror associates who have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
See, in Kulgam, once again, we are seeing a crackdown on the terror when the 2 terror associates have been arrested by the concerned police in Koimu of Kulgam, where the pistols, rounds, magazines and other things have been recovered from the local terror associates of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Meanwhile, talking about the count of operations that have been going on, they are multiple. There is no limit to the operations now. The way the combing or the casos or the dasos, even targeting the hideouts are concerned, or taking people into for the interrogation in the 10 districts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the operations, the casos in Sirgufara, Koihama, then Verinag, Sirgufara side, then Hapatnad. These are some of the villages and the infiltration routes that the terrorists have used while infiltrating into the Baisaran village of Shopin, where this Pahalgam, where this incident has taken place. If we take the right from the Pahalgam, then you will come to the Kulgam, where the two operations are carried. One is being done at the Gudar village of Kulgam, where the suspicious moment was observed, and still the forces are holding the ground. Then is this Kulgam, Koimu, where the two OGWs have been arrested. From the Kulgam, if we should shift to Shopian, again in the morning, midnight rather, a house of Shahid Kutte was demolished. He is an LET operative for a long time, and today his house was razed to the ground. From there, if we go to Kulgam, again a house was razed of LET active terrorists who have been in the terror business for last 6 years now. And in Central Kashmir's Srinagar's downtown, we witnessed the raids related to UAPA, and in fact the raids were also carried in Chanapora area and the Batmalo area. Chanapora, which is the uptown of Srinagar state. Then coming to the North Kashmir, in North Kashmir again an action was witnessed from Sopore, where again the CASO was launched, and also people were questioned from Kupwara in Matsalbaul.
Zirat, I'm sorry, some breaking news now is also coming in. There is some I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's breaking news now coming in from Jammu. In fact, BSF officers are now paying respect to the victims of Pahalgam. These are live images now coming in. We'll try and see if we can go across to Gursimran. The Border Security Force now paying respect to those who have lost their lives in the dastardly attack that was carried out by the Pakistanis in Pahalgam. The Border Security Force here, this is at the border. Remember, there have been multiple restrictions that have also been brought in, increased surveillance along the international border right now. My colleague Gursimran, in fact, is also reporting from there as these live images are coming in. Gursimran, walk us through the details that you're picking up. In fact, this appears to be from one of the cantonment of the Border Security Force. What more details can you share with us?
See, Shavan, now the Border Security Force has paid the solemn tribute to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, in which brave hearts of these civilians, they were brutally killed by the Pakistani terrorists in a drastic terror attack. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that this is the downscaled beating retreat ceremony that is taking place here at the Indo-Pakistan border. It has been decided that there will be no culture program or any kind of a celebrations that will take place here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. This comes after the decision was taken by the BSF to downscale the observing this beating the retreat ceremony at the Attari-Wagah border, and now the same has been done here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. Gaurav is showing you the visuals as the ceremony begins. Before the ceremony started, the visuals that we were showing you earlier, that all 26 victims' names were taken here and a salute was paid after observing a 2-minute silence by the Border Security Force. And now the beating retreat ceremony is starting. It's important to mention that this is one of the sensitive borders, the Jammu international border, because here lies a threat of the Pakistan trying to disrupt the peace, and the peace here remains the priority of the BSF, but Pakistan is making desperate attempts. Yesterday, what we learned from the BSF sources that Pakistan has increased the deployment of the 13 Chenab Rangers along with the 14 and 26 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba. And this border right now, from where we are reporting, we are 150 meters away from the Pakistani territory, and the zero line gates have been closed as a precautionary measure by the Border Security Force. Here, as you see, this is the display of the valor and the courage of the BSF, because this decision of carrying out the beating retreat ceremony at the international border was taken by the BSF, though it was objected by the Pakistani side, stating that they do not consider this as the international border but as a disputed line, what they called. But BSF made it very firm to the Pakistani side that their objections to any of the boundaries that has been demarcated along the international border does not hold any grounds, and that's why it was decided that the BSF will be carrying out the beating the retreat ceremony unilaterally on its own side every weekend, that is Saturday and Sunday. Though keeping in view the Pahalgam terror attack that has taken place, it was decided that the ceremony will be downscaled to only the drills that will be carried out during the ceremony, beating the retreat ceremony, and there will not be any of the cultural or the ceremonial program or the celebrations that will take place. And now in the frame you see, this is the BSF Mahila Wahini. These are the women soldiers of the border security force that are carrying out the drills. This sends a message of the BSF's valor and the BSF's commitment towards securing the borders. It's important to mention that this border has seen.
Well, that's the live report now coming in from Jammu as the Border Security Force also carries out their drill. Shift our focus now to the search operations that are basically underway at multiple locations in the Kashmir zone. Let's shift our focus to Pahalgam. In fact, we're being told that search operations are being carried out in Kulgam, Sopore as well as Kupwara, and there's a massive search operation that is basically underway at three locations in Kashmir as we speak right now, starting from Kulgam, Sopore as well as a few other locations in Kashmir. Let me also go across to my colleague Arawat, who's joining us from Pahalgam. Arawat, what more details are you picking up? Are these searches being carried out only by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
Yes, Shaman, we have seen the search operation is continue not only here in the Pahalgam, but we have seen the search operation has started in the North Kashmir's Baramulla district. In Baramulla, if we'll talk about, there are the 6 anti-terror protests which are underway. Also, if we'll talk about the central Kashmir, Srinagar, in the downtown area, we have seen that the multiple locations was raided out by the joint security force. Also, the ongoing operation here is underway in the Pahalgam. Also, the search have been also started in the Muran area of South Kashmir's Pulwama, where we have seen that after receiving credible intelligence-based input by the joint security forces, a joint search operation have been launched in the Muran area of South Kashmir's Pulwama. Same kind of operation is also underway in the South Kashmir's Kulgam area as well as in the Shopian. It indicates the alertness of the forces. We have seen the deadly attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lives was lost their life in the deadly terror attack. Then after we have seen that these kind of anti-terror protests activities are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir, and we have seen these search operations are being carried out by the forces in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes, Shaman.
Well, thank you very much, Arawat, for getting us the latest details. But before I just let you go, one quick question with regards to those attackers who are still at large, the terrorists who are still at large. Any further information now coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police with regards to those who have been identified? Are they saying that there were more terrorists who were involved?
The recce has also been done there before the attack, and the attackers are some different terrorists. It might